I'm going to become a giant in the entertainment industry despite the losses. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326 Stress Behavior. Needless to say, the popularity of first line stars is very high. Even if the dynamics are just posted a few minutes ago, the comment area is very lively. They have a lot of traffic themselves, and with the popularity of this variety show, when Yang Ruoqian finished browsing the text of this dynamic, the comment area has added 3-digit comments. TSK, look at your reputation. Chang Ziking, who was reading the comments together, also made her own comment. Others even have to post a dynamic to clarify themselves. What does this have to do with me? Yang Ruoqian complained and turned the dynamic to the comment page. Are they desperately trying to make up something in their minds? Yuan Heo doesn't really think that the Kuiguang group is the kind of super lawyer who will directly appeal when he meets someone he doesn't like. Previously, he had a lawsuit with Yufu and a group of bought up masters. He originally thought that he could punish these people while losing the lawsuit, and by the way, use the legal team to increase the company's expenses. As a result, the lawsuit was won directly. It is true that the people who wanted to punish were punished. The legal department of the Kuiguang group became famous in one battle and became an existence that no one dared to mess with. Not only do big companies not want to mess with them, but even first-line celebrities don't want to mess with them. So now Kuiguang group has no legal disputes. They originally wanted to waste some money, but ended up saving all the extra money. This can be called one of the biggest boomerangs. But they shouldn't issue a disclaimer so quickly, right? Chang Ziking reached out to help Yang Ruoqian swipe the screen and pointed to one of the comments. I don't think it's necessarily because of the last lawsuit. Yang Ruoqian looked in the direction her finger pointed. Let me see. Ha. Brother Yuan Heo is scared by your fans who are talking nonsense everywhere outside. Anyway, you won't participate in the secret room, so you aren't afraid of being targeted by the program crew. You can just talk nonsense, and in the end it's brother Yuan Heo who suffers. Black fans just want to see Yuan Heo make a fool of himself, but you guys are different. You want to see him die. If you have anything to say, at least wait until the variety show is over. Do you really think the Kuiguang group is blind and can't see the comments? It's impossible that they can't see them. The leopard app is under the Kuiguang group. Do you believe yourself when you say they can't see them? TSK, it's hard to imagine how the program crew will target brother Yuan Heo after seeing these comments. The Kuiguang group will not be soft-hearted when it takes action. No, with the help of this group of brainless fans, why don't we quit this variety show and not suffer this? We will be targeted to death. You can't just quit a variety show like this. Kuiguang group spends so much money to host the variety show and invite guests at high prices. They must have signed a contract. If you quit the competition and break the contract now, let alone offend Kuiguang group, the compensation alone will be a huge expense, right? Quitting midway. Kuiguang legal department welcomes new customers. It's better to say less, because some people are so self-righteous. I don't know how much suffering brother Yuan Heo will have to endure in the secret room. TSK, Yang Ruoqian. It turns out that Yuan Heo did not post this update because he was afraid of the Kuiguang group legal department, but because he was afraid of being targeted in the secret room. I thought Yuan Heo was afraid of the Kuiguang group legal department before, but now it seems that he is afraid of malicious retaliation from the program crew. It seems that the experience of having the door pried open and being dragged out of bed while he was sleeping that day has left him with a great psychological trauma. Yang Ruoqian thought about it, switched his account to the official account of Kuiguang group, and sent a very considerate reply. Please rest assured, fans of Yuan Heo, all arrangements of the program team are planned in advance and will never be changed temporarily due to personal factors or off-site factors. The forum under Kuiguang group also welcomes users to speak actively, as long as it does not violate the platform regulations. We welcome opinions from all angles. We also humbly accept any criticism of our work. After posting this relatively formal and correct comment, Yang Ruoqian clapped his hands in satisfaction and switched the account back to his personal account. Now NIU Anheo should be relieved, right? Now NIU Anheo's fans will continue to quarrel with others on the Leopard app, right? Yang Ruoqian glanced at the message, and after making sure that nothing was missed, he pulled Chang Ziking up. Let's go. Go home after get off work. The relaxing weekend passed quickly. After 2 days of rest, the guests returned to the Kuiguang building again, waiting to enter the secret room. The second time they entered the secret room was different from the first time. They would be collectively sent to the safe area, where the guests would start their first official internal fight, without having to worry about being wiped out at the beginning. NIU Anheo, who had a tough guy personality, also arrived at the corresponding floor on time. Compared with the first time, the clothes he wore today were simpler and looser, and most of his body was wrapped in clothes, and his temperament was not so conspicuous. The horror experience a few days ago told him an ironclad fact: there is absolutely no good into pretending to be cool in such a secret room. He was originally a first-line star, and it was easy for him to be subconsciously targeted by the program group behind the scenes. In addition, with such a tough guy breaking into the haunted house, it was difficult not to be specially cared for. Being cared for by the program group was fine, but the most terrifying thing was that his personality was easily regarded as a powerful opponent by other guests, and he was targeted openly or secretly. Otherwise, why was it that there were 3 people on their team last week, but only NIU Anheo was attacked by an insider? Isn't it because his image is not right? In a dangerous place like a secret room, it is better not to stand out. Although standing out can gain more traffic and attract more attention from the audience, it will also be seen as a stickler by people from all sides, who do not doubt good intentions. The effort and reward are completely disproportionate. Now NIU Anheo only has 1 life left. If the team did not have sufficient funds to buy him another life, he could not help but doubt whether he could make it to the last week. While thinking, NIU Anheo subconsciously pulled up his pants. For some reason, after being dragged away by a ghost last time, and being photographed in flowery shorts, he inexplicably became addicted to this action. At this time, Kinzing came out from behind the scenes, holding the microphone, and said straight to the point, "I believe that, after experiencing the test of last week, all the guests have become familiar with the relaxed and happy atmosphere in the secret room. Everyone has done almost the same in the first round of tasks. Now it's time to gather clues and go to the principal's office to find a way to leave the secret room. Attention. Only 3 of you can leave smoothly. There are still 15 guests, and there are 3 ghosts among the 15 guests. Starting from the second week, the strange existence in the secret room will be more active, and some of the previous information will be outdated. Please be cautious, and don't blindly believe in past experience." Finally, all the guests' spare clothes and daily necessities have been placed in the wardrobes of the corresponding dormitories. The dormitories have been decided, and will not be changed. After the preparations were almost done, Kinzin asked the last question. "So, all the guests, get ready to meet your challenges in the second week." After that, a small door not far away was slowly opened. The surging coolness made many people shiver. Shankai Anayu rubbed his hands habitually, walked to Feng Eluo and whispered, "Sister Feng Eluo, how was your weekend?" Feng Eluo thought about her miserable last week, and said helplessly, "I rested okay. I hope my luck will be better this week." If you want to select the most unlucky guests in the first week of the variety show escape room, Feng Eluo must be among them. During the exam in the chemistry classroom, she chose a seat by the wall, was scared out of shape by the wall with a face, was selected to be the one to climb the stairs alone, fell to the 4th floor, and was scared to death by the ghost in the dormitory number 404, and finally fled from the 4th floor with the bedboard and the head in her mouth. The image of a dignified lady was completely shattered. After this variety show, Feng Eluo's elegant label has been completely torn off and replaced by such names as Strong King, Female Man, Barbarian and so on. After filming a whole year of tepid films, Feng Eluo had begun to fade out of people's topics and began to show a trend of being out of date. Now, after only 2 episodes of variety shows, she has returned to the peak of popularity, even more than before. Putting aside other things, if we only look at the traffic, Feng Eluo has made a lot of money by participating in this wave of variety shows. Not only did she get the invitation fee from the Kuiguang group, but the topic about herself is still the evergreen tree that has been at the top of the recent hot search list. However, this time, the fame is not quite what Feng Eluo had expected. During the weekend break, her friends, relatives, and even relatives all sent her a bunch of emoticons. These emoticons are very vivid, the text and pictures are very well matched, and you won't get tired of using them for a long time. The quality is very high, no matter how you look at it. The only small regret is that these emoticons are all photos of Feng Eluo in the secret room. You can imagine how Feng Eluo felt when she saw these expressions. She has obviously achieved the purpose of participating in this variety show, and she has returned to the public's eyes, but why can't she be a little happy? Shankai patted Feng Eluo's shoulder in a condescending manner and said in a comforting tone, "It's okay. The difficulty of the secret room in the second week has soared. It is very likely that everyone will be unlucky." Feng Eluo was choked. "I'll take it as you comforting me." At this time, the guests have begun to enter the small door in an orderly manner, and the number 1 group also followed the team to move forward. After everyone entered the door, a crisp sound came from behind. The vision in the room suddenly dimmed. It seems that the front is the safe zone. Almost at the same time, the leading guest shouted uncertainly, "I remember that there was no such door near the safe zone before. Did I remember it wrong? Why bother about these? There must be many hidden secret doors in the secret room for the staff to go. It's normal that you can't find them. Hurry up and go in." All the guests didn't take this little episode seriously. When the first week was about to end, all of them gathered in the safe house, put together the maps they had collected with great effort, and basically remembered the structure of the entire secret room. They also wrote down the precautions behind each piece of map fragment. Of course, after being reminded by Kinzin, the guests also knew that some of this information was outdated, and they still needed to figure out the latest rules. Arriving at the safe zone, the 15 guests looked at the 3 familiar NPCs and quickly took out the task props they had stored from their lockers. "Let's put the map together again. Why don't we just give the map fragments to the NPCs, spend $5, and each group buy a complete map? It's a bit too troublesome to put it together like this." The dozen people who were already a little bit at odds immediately expressed their views. "I agree." After leaving this safe zone, they are afraid that it will be difficult for them to cooperate as sincerely as they do now. Although the guests cannot hurt each other directly, they can do anything they want to do besides direct harm. If a team is unwilling to provide a map when they need it urgently in the future, it will be a bit too difficult. While everyone has not fully entered the second week, and before they have revealed their weaknesses, it is important to quickly exchange the information that can be exchanged. Just when the map was being changed, Yeo Zuhong, an actress who was known for her gentle and soft portrayal, suddenly came over and said softly, "Xiao Shang, can I take 2 minutes of your time?" Shankai who was just about to pay to buy the complete map at this time. Hearing this, he turned around and blinked. "Sister Yeo? What's wrong?" "Xiao Shang, I want to discuss something with you." Yeo Zuhan showed her beautiful dimples. "That is, doesn't your team have several torches? Can you give us one?" Shankai was stunned. Before Shankai could finish, Feng Eluo on the side suddenly came up, gently pressed Shankai shoulder, and asked unceremoniously, "You can give it, but it can't be given for free. How much do you plan to pay?" He had to answer quickly, otherwise Shankai, this little fool, would definitely be ripped off. Yeo Zuhan turned to look at Feng Eluo. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but she still smiled. "Sister Feng Eluo, we are going to pay 5 yuan, is that okay? Then why don't you just spend the same price to buy a spare battery at the canteen? A spare battery can last for 2 more hours. Is there any difference between it and a torch?" As expected, Yeo Zuhang had no intention of buying it at all. As soon as she saw that the situation was not right, she immediately gave a price that she could not accept at all. Yeo Zuhang pretended to be enlightened and said in an apologetic tone, "Is that so? I forgot. Sorry. Our team still has a task, so I won't bother you anymore. Bye. After saying that, Yeo Zuhang turned around and left the safe zone with her teammates. Sister Yeo, didn't you get it? Yeo Zuhang shook her head gently, almost. It's a pity that Feng Eluo is not easy to fool. A torch. Forget it. Let's focus on our current task. Just as the two were chatting briefly, the person leading the way in front suddenly stopped, and he brought the map in his hand closer to his eyes, as if something had gone wrong. What's wrong? Yeo Zuhang frowned and asked. Sister Yeo, the mark on the map is not the same as the road we are taking now. Chapter 327. Can a map expire? The map doesn't match the actual situation? Yeo Zuhang, who was walking in the middle, had her dimples a lot lighter, and asked with some doubt, are you sure? Did you see it wrong? This map was pieced together by all the teams handing in their own maps. In order to prevent the NPCs in the safe zone from playing tricks, they also specially compared the map before bringing it out. According to Yeo Zuhang's understanding, there should be no props that can tamper with the map now. I should be right. The guest in charge of leading the team shook his head. I just followed the map, and it matched before, but it doesn't match here. Sister Yeo, how about you take a look? The smile on Yeo Zuhang's face has been a little stiff. I can't understand such a complicated map. Can anyone understand it? While asking this, Yeo Zuhang was also a little annoyed in her heart. Her external personality is an all-round goddess. She definitely doesn't want to expose the fact that she doesn't know the way at all. But, this little episode, the program team should not record it. After all, the number of episodes of a variety show is limited, and nothing important has happened. It's just that a few people got the map wrong at once. The program crew may not even notice this detail, let alone film it and record it. Thinking of this, Yeo Zuhang felt a little better. She smiled and said, don't worry, take your time. Our flashlights are fully charged now, and we have a few spare batteries. Several people looked at the map for several minutes, but couldn't figure out what it was. As time passed, the temperature around them began to drop, and they began to feel the cold wind. No, we can't waste time in this place. Yeo Zuhang looked around and said decisively, walking in one place for too long will attract unnecessary attention. This rule is definitely still in effect, and it may be more dangerous than before. A male guest in charge of the rear looked at the end of the dark corridor behind him, and asked with some fear, what should we do now? What is more terrifying than the danger behind is a possibility of danger behind. The sense of insecurity of the unknown is far greater than the sense of oppression brought by the known danger. First, go back the same way and find the standard reference on the map. Yeo Zuhang looked very calm and gave a solution in an orderly manner. After finding it, go forward again in the direction of the reference. We should not worry about wasting time. We should know that haste makes waste. The four of them discussed it and thought that this was indeed the truth. So they walked back carefully step by step for a distance. They were relieved until they saw the familiar scene. At least they did not get lost on the way back. There is only one thing more terrible than not being able to find the destination, and that is not being able to find the way back. Now it seems that at least the most terrible thing did not happen. Look, this building is marked on the map. The guest who led the way pointed to the pattern on the map. Even the direction is marked. Yeo Zuhang, who did not understand the map at all, nodded and agreed. Then according to the road shown on the map, how should we go next? The leader looked at the map and said in a strange tone, according to the map, the road we just took is correct. Sister Yeo, can you take a look? Don't let me look at the map again. Yeo Zuhang gritted her teeth and smiled. Okay, I'll take a look. There shouldn't be any problem. What about the other two? Have you figured out anything? The other two guests took the map, compared it carefully, and shook their heads slowly. I also think the direction we were going just now was correct. Maybe it's because we missed an intersection along the way. The leading guest was slightly relieved when he saw that everyone agreed with his direction. Let's walk slower and look carefully later. If you mess up because of your own reasons and are besieged by Yeo Zuhang's fans, it would be really uncomfortable. Among all the 16 guests, Yeo Zuhang's fans are the most combat effective and the most crystallized. being targeted by her fans. The comment area and super chat will be lively for at least a week. Although everyone has been in the entertainment industry for a long time and is basically immune to this kind of damage, it is better to try to reduce this kind of negative traffic that has no monetization ability. Okay, shine the flashlight to the side. After several people adjusted their state, they continued to move forward. This time, they were more careful and shone the flashlight on every wall, almost without missing a detail. After walking for a long time in the long and deep corridor, they carefully passed through several dilapidated classrooms covered with spider webs. The leader suddenly stopped while looking at the map with a flashlight. Yeo Zuhan was startled by the sudden stop of the team and subconsciously asked, "What's wrong? Did you find other intersections along the way?" The leader's voice trembled for some reason. Yeo Zuhan held the flashlight in her hand and shook her head very confidently. "No. Don't you think the place we are in now is very unfamiliar?" The leading guest desperately compared the map with the environment. "It doesn't match the map mark, and it's different from the first time we came." Different from the first time. After returning to the starting point from the wrong destination and setting off along the same road, they actually went to a different place. A chill rose in Yeo Zuhang's heart. Could it be that you remembered it wrong? Impossible. The leading guest shook his head with certainty. "I remember very clearly that when we came here, we encountered 4 piles of bones on the road, 3 on the left and 1 on the right. But this time, we walked more than last time, but only encountered 2 piles of bones, and both were on our right." The layout of these classrooms looks similar, but there are actually many problems in the details. The first time we came, there were absolutely no teaching aids on the podium. And the type of desks. The first time we came, the desks were all wooden. Now look, the bracket of this table is made of metal. I can guarantee that we have never been to this place. I didn't even find this place on the map. Come and look at the map. There is no place with such a layout." Yeo Zuhan felt her fingers a little cold, and she and the other two quickly walked up and carefully checked on the map. In the end, everyone came to the same conclusion: there was indeed no such place on the map. The place they are now in does not exist at all. The accuracy of the map had already been verified by most people last week. How could it be? Exclamation mark. Yeo Zuhan could already feel the blood flow speeding up. She barely maintained a smile on her face and said, "Well, maybe not. Have you forgotten that this secret room has a 4th floor, and the map does not include the layout of the 4th floor? Is there a possibility that we went up to the 4th floor unknowingly? But we didn't go up the stairs at all. How could we get to the 4th floor?" A guest reminded, "This is a secret room. It's not really haunted." At this point, the 4 people were silent again. Haunted? Yes, they now feel whether this place is really haunted. There is obviously no oppression, and there is obviously no NPC to see, and there is not even a single danger. But the more this is the case, the more the 4 people feel that there are dangers lurking everywhere. It is safe everywhere, but it is not safe anywhere. Now that they have encountered such a weird thing, if they don't deal with it, the crisis of group annihilation will definitely be waiting for them next. What should we do now? Yeo Zuhan put her hands behind her back, her tone still steady. "Let's go back the same way first. Since this place has been confirmed to be very unsafe and there is no way to get to our mission location, there is no need to continue to force our way in." I think so too. There is more than one way to get to that place anyway. If we can't get through here, we can go up to the 2nd floor first and go around from above. Although taking a detour will pass through more dangerous places, it is easier than finding a way in a completely unfamiliar environment. In their current place, even the map is useless. The other 2 people have already backed out in their hearts. There is really no need to explore anymore, mainly because there is no clue about the changes in the secret room. This is obviously not the place to go now. After reaching an agreement, the few people looked at each other, carefully withdrew from the abandoned classroom, and began to return the same way for the 2nd time. "I feel like we wasted a lot of time. The first guest has been replaced." He walked carefully in the corridor. "But I think the other groups are definitely not much better than us. They must have encountered crisis." Yeo Zuhan understands the truth that haste makes waste. "After we go back, let's not set off yet. go to the safe area to rest and see if we can get some information from the NPC. Now the whole secret room exudes an extremely wrong atmosphere. Yeo Zuhang has a strong premonition that there will be a super crisis sweeping the entire secret room soon. The general planner always emphasizes the difficulty of the second week intentionally or unintentionally. This not only means that the intrigues between the groups have become fierce, but it is also likely to hint at the danger of the secret room itself. In the first week, no matter what the crisis is, it is scattered. Only when the group reaches a certain place will a specific crisis be triggered. This crisis has a limited spread and is not linked to other crises. It is a passive trigger, similar to a trap. Yeo Zuhang has also been in the entertainment industry for many years, and she has long been shrewd. After experiencing the first week of torture and witnessing the maliciousness of the program team, she absolutely does not believe that the crisis in the secret room is only these passively triggered traps. Maybe a crisis that requires the cooperation of all guests is already brewing. Competition and cooperation, self-disintegration and intrigue. This is the purpose of the program team. Perhaps stopping the exploration temporarily, wandering around the safe room for a while, and observing the changes is the best choice at the moment. The guest in the middle nodded. We still have sufficient funds now. After returning to the safe zone, we can find an NPC to buy a piece of information. Indeed, we need new information to determine the new dangers in the secret room. I think there is a possibility. There is actually no problem with this map, but its information only represents the layout of the secret room in the first week, not completely this week. Do you remember what Chief Planner Kinzin just said? Some information has expired. This is misleading. At first I thought it was the text information that expired. Who knew that such an important thing as a map could also expire? This was put together by so many groups in our first week, but as soon as we came back, they told us that it was expired. How malicious is the program crew? The map can expire. It really makes me laugh. If the dormitory building could not be entered only in the evening, I would have locked myself in the dormitory today and not come out. You think too much. If you dare to play like this, the program crew has plenty of ways to deal with you. The 4 people who chose to leave the dangerous area were talking and laughing at this time, walking back along the way they came, with a relaxed expression. Although the progress of the mission was delayed, at least they were safe during this time. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the person leading the way shouted, "There is light ahead. We should be reaching the safe zone soon. Go, go, go." After walking a few more steps, Yeo Zuhang suddenly paused, and the smile on her cheek disappeared in an instant. Wait a minute, are you sure that's the safe zone? I remember that the lights in the safe zone were not that dim. Ah, yes, is that so? But, didn't we return the same way we came? Yeo Zuhang resisted the urge to roar, and continued in a voice that was in control of everything. Think about it yourself. The road we took when we went there could be replaced silently, so wouldn't the road we take when we come back be replaced? The program crew has already given us a chance. We should have withdrawn immediately when we first discovered that the map was wrong. Now, it's too late. Then, what should we do? There is no other way. Let's see if we can get through. Yeo Zuhang forced herself not to let her voice tremble. Where is the glowing place in front? The guest who took the lead squinted and said, "It seems to be the infirmary." The person standing behind Yeo Zuhang asked puzzledly, "Why is there such a retro fenced door elevator in the infirmary? I don't remember it before." The person in charge of the rear took 2 steps forward. "Let's go and have a look. Anyway, we also have a faculty ID card. Even if the rules change, at least one person can get on the elevator." Finally, a voice came from the end of the team. "Do you still remember the infirmary rules at the back of the map? Don't break the rules later." Yeo Zuhang listened to the conversation between the other 4 people and nodded. "Don't worry, I still remember." Before she finished speaking, her pupils suddenly shrank. Wait a minute. There are obviously only 3 teammates. Why did I hear 4 different voices just now? Exclamation mark. Chapter 328. The almighty goddess was scared and cried. Who? Yeo Zuhang's heart trembled, and even her voice was a little distorted. Did you hear it? Who is behind? The remaining 3 guests were stunned for a moment, and then they all reacted. There were only 4 of them. Where did 5 voices come from? Where did the last voice come from? Behind. The guest in charge of the rear said, I remember the voice came from behind me. After saying that, he suppressed his fear, turned on the flashlight in his hand, and shone it behind him. Except for the darkness that even the flashlight could not illuminate, they saw nothing. But this not only did not make the 4 people feel at ease, but made them feel more scared to the bone. It was as if the voice just now was made by a ghost. Danger was hovering around them, but they couldn't find any signs. This situation was as tormenting as knowing that death was slowly approaching, but not knowing when it would really come. What was even more tormenting was that the 4 people felt that they could run and had hope. The more terrifying thing than complete despair is that there is still hope. If they had been completely trapped and captured and tied up by ghosts, it would not be so scary. At most, they would just feel a little uncomfortable. In the current environment, even a breeze would scare them. Yeo Zuhang forced herself to calm down and not let any fear show in her voice. Don't panic at this time, analyze first. The more panicked we are, the easier it is for us to fall into the trap set by the program team. We must remember that the program team can't design a trap that will kill us. There must be a solution. We must calm down and find the solution. Yeo Zuhang has become the backbone of the team at this time, and everyone looks at her with fear. First, let's confirm where the danger is. Yeo Zuhang glanced at the infirmary, which was just a stone's throw away, and took 2 steps forward to expand her field of vision. Everyone, repeat what you just said. The 5th person's words must contain some important information. Yeo Zuhang was the first to say, what I'm asking is, what's ahead? The guest who took the lead immediately answered, I answered the infirmary. The guest standing behind Yeo Zuhang also said, I'm asking why there is a retro-fenced door elevator in the infirmary. The last guest in the team, who was responsible for the rear, also hurriedly followed up. I suggest that everyone go to the infirmary to take a look, because we have a faculty ID card, which allows us to take at least 1 person to the elevator. After checking all the information, the words of the 5th person were about to come out. Yeo Zuhang tried hard to recall the scene just now, and spoke at a moderate speed. I remember that the voice appeared behind me. It means that we should move forward and not look back. The 5th person is definitely not a friendly NPC. Since his voice appeared at the back of the team, it means that it is definitely no longer safe behind him. According to common logic, the whole team has gone back and forth on this road several times, and it is impossible to repeat it without any crisis. So, the way out is ahead? In the infirmary? Asked the guest who took the lead. Yes. Yeo Zuhang was not sure, but in the absence of other information, she could only make this judgment. It looks like this. I still remember him saying that we should remember the infirmary rules behind the map and not break the rules. Another guest calmed down a little at this time and looked into the infirmary through the cracked window at the door. How do you understand this sentence? After asking this question, the whole team fell silent, and the whole secret room fell into a dead silence again. Because this is really an unsolvable problem. If you listen to the advice of this 5th person, you might fall into its trap. How could there be such a kind NPC in this secret room to remind people before a team is about to enter danger? But if you don't listen to its opinions at all, or even understand everything it says in reverse, it doesn't seem right. After all, the protagonists and supporting characters in many horror movies are killed because they don't believe in evil and turn a blind eye to the hints on their faces. The program team can create such a secret room in the underworld. They must have watched many horror movies and cannot be unaware of this routine. No matter what, there is still a serious lack of information. It is impossible to make a reasonable judgment and can only rely on guessing. We must have missed some key information in the middle. Yeo Zuhang turned off her flashlight. I think what it said can't be believed or not believed at all. Unfortunately, we don't know which part is true and which part is false. It only gave 2 pieces of information in total. I think it should be 1 true and 1 false. The guest in charge of the rear also came to the Yaguang medical room at this time and turned off the flashlight in his hand. Yeo Zuhang analyzed seriously. We have basically determined that it is dangerous to go back. So, its other piece of information should be true. In other words, we should follow the rules about the medical room on the map? Not necessarily. There may not be only one tip about the medical room. We still can't take it lightly. The four people's eyes immediately fell on the strange map. Infirmary. There is no morgue in the infirmary. Stay away from the doctor. These two simple tips made the four people feel troubled. I feel that either one of them could save lives, but I also feel that either one of them could be a trap. Yeah, the doctor could be a lethal NPC, or a friendly NPC. The morgue could be full of dangers, or it could be a safe house. How can we tell them apart? Well, didn't a team already explore the entire infirmary last week? They didn't find any morgue. Besides, this is a school infirmary. It's weird to have a morgue, right? Besides, I think we can't just look at the rules of the infirmary. We also have to look at the rules related to the elevator. This elevator is definitely not just for show here. But this elevator is too old, and it still uses a fence door. It doesn't look like a modern product at all. Yeo Zuhang felt even more uneasy when something with such a severe sense of separation appeared in a weird building. No matter what kind of elevator it is, the elevator rules are definitely of some reference value. Well, don't use it multiple times. When you enter, you must bring your faculty ID card. One faculty ID card can bring up to 2 people into the elevator. There should be nothing else. As soon as the voice fell, a giggling child's voice came from not far away. There should be nothing else. Nothing else. The female guest who was carefully analyzing the intelligence with the back of the map in her hand was frightened, and her voice broke. What is it? Yeo Zuhan tried hard to maintain her own persona, resisted the urge to scream and run, and turned to look in the direction of the sound. When did this wall get so close to us? No. Why are there so many uneven bulges on the wall? When we came here before, these walls were very flat. Yeo Zuhang had unknowingly forgotten to maintain her perfect smile and sweet dimples. She fumbled around on her body twice, found the flashlight, and shone it directly on the wall. This is not a bulge. Those bulges were clearly heads. I seem to have seen those heads. Yes, they are students of this school. They are all gathered on this wall. Just now, was it this wall that was talking? The 4 people subconsciously took 2 steps back and shone the flashlight up and down at the wall. The twisted and bloody heads squirmed and squeezed together one by one. Several heads shared some organs, and the eyeballs were squeezed out. The scene was shocking. Suddenly, all the heads on the wall turned around and stared at the 4 people. Their rotten mouths opened, and eerie voices came one after another. Good eyes. Stinging. The voice was obviously not loud, but the long-lasting sound waves made Yeo Zuhan feel dizzy and tinnitus for a short time. When she recovered, the wall was only 4 or 5 steps away from her. The wall that originally had only heads began to slowly appear with several twisted arms, waving and rushing over. Fuck. Run. Go to the infirmary. The other guests did not have the idle burden of Yeo Zuhan. After seeing this scene, they could no longer suppress the fear that had been buried in their hearts for a long time, and they screamed. Yeo Zuhang's face was pale. She turned around and rushed into the infirmary. No matter what danger there was inside the infirmary, it would not be more dangerous than being caught by this wall of flesh and blood. The 4 of them rushed into the infirmary, pushing each other. As soon as they locked the door, they heard a series of unpleasant sounds of flesh and blood squeezing. The entire flesh wall directly stuck to the door of the infirmary. A few seconds later, the already shaky glass shattered, and several heads and arms that were crushed into a half paste squeezed in from the gap, and rolled twice towards the position of the team. Who? Although they only ran a few steps and the temperature in the secret room was not high, several people could not help but gasp for breath. Here is not safe either. Hurry up and run forward. Pay attention to see if there are any steps. Remember to slow down if there are any steps. Hoo. What is that place in front? The isolation and disinfection room. The isolation and disinfection room is to walk into a sealed room, wait for the entrance to close, and then disinfect the whole body before opening the door to the inside of the room. This kind of equipment is usually found in high-end laboratories or hospitals. This kind of disinfection room, and the retro elevator. This infirmary is full of dangers. Yeo Zuhan resisted the urge to gasp for breath and said, "We must stay closer later." We must not be separated again, or we will be defeated one by one. When they entered the secret room in the first week, they were separated because they did not have time to solve the crisis of the initial level, and 2 of them lost their lives. Now it seems that the space in the infirmary is not very large. As long as they stay alert and don't get hit again, they should not be separated. Just as Yeo Zuhan was thinking this, the door of the disinfection room suddenly closed, making a very heavy sound. Then, thick smoke filled the room, blocking most of everyone's vision. At the same time, in a place where the vision could barely reach, a doctor in a white coat holding a syringe filled with green solution pressed his face tightly against the entrance. "Don't run. You are sick. You need treatment." At the same time, a terrified voice came from in front of Yeo Zuhong. "The door in front is open. Run." Yeo Zuhong, who had been panicking for a long time, didn't care to think too much, and held the faculty card and flashlight in her hand tightly, and ran forward with her teammates. After regaining her vision, she found that there was only one teammate left around her. "We are still separated. I knew that there would be no good things after losing vision." The teammate running in front casually said, "Let's go quickly. They want to separate us in many ways. Find a slightly safer place to hide first." Under the constant pursuit of the terrifying doctor behind them, the 2 were quite panicked at this time, and they ran to the elevator door. "Do you want to get in the elevator?" Yeo Zuhang heard the noise coming from behind, gritted her teeth, and took out her staff ID card from her pocket. "There's nowhere else to go." The teammate didn't waste any words, and reached out to press the elevator call button. The old-fashioned elevator descended very slowly, and the door opened and closed even slower. But the doctor's roar behind her was already clearly audible. Yeo Zuhan was extremely anxious. She looked at the doctor with a hideous face coming over with a needle, and her fingers kept pressing the door closing button. She was almost about to curse in her heart. Why won't this broken door close yet? Looking at the slowly closing fence door and the doctor getting closer and closer, she felt the emotion of anxiety to death for the first time. Finally, at the moment when the doctor ran over, the elevator door finally closed, and the elevator finally started. No matter how frantically the doctor slapped the button, the elevator would not open the door again. Yeo Zuhong, who had escaped death, turned around at this time and glanced at her teammates who were squatting in the corner of the elevator and breathing heavily. "Let's go to the morgue." The doctor confirmed that it is dangerous. The morgue should be safe. "Okay, let's go to the morgue." Well, Yeo Zuhang nodded and turned around, but suddenly a bad intuition arose in her heart. She thought about it for 5 or 6 seconds, and suddenly realized the source of this weird feeling. No, why does this voice feel strange and familiar, not like her 3 teammates? Familiar. Wait, this voice is the voice of the 5th person. Yeo Zuhong, who was cold all over, turned around stiffly. A pair of black eyes appeared behind her at some point. The terrifying monster wearing her teammate's costume laughed. "What's wrong? Aren't we going to the morgue?" Yeo Zuhang sat on the ground with tears instantly flowing from her eyes. Woo woo wow wow. Chapter 329 Mr. Yang's Troubles. Woo woo woo. Ha 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 ha. Look at Yeo Zuhang's expression. Ha ha ha. This clip will be edited into the main program of the variety show, right? It would be a shame if it is not edited in. It must be edited in. This is the biggest highlight of the 3rd episode. Okay. In a very large room, the table was full of snacks, and snacks were readily available on the bar next to it. Several people were half lying comfortably, watching the live broadcast of the variety show while laughing wildly. This kind of unedited, original jokes are the most interesting. After the first week of the variety show, in order to have a better viewing experience, Yang Ruoqian urgently had someone build a larger and more spacious viewing room with a high definition screen. The previous small room could only accommodate a few people, and Yang Ruoqian, Chang Ziking, Xiaoyuki and Cheng Fei were already a little crowded. But escape room is so much fun, and only a few people share it together, which is a bit too wasteful. Moreover, watching variety shows in real time is a waste of time. Sitting in a room where there are snacks on the table and drinks can be reached by hand, it is difficult to work. Now employees of Kuiguang Group can take out 1 hour during working hours to watch the variety show in detail in various rooms to delay work time. Of course, what General Manager Yang said must be to learn from Kinzin and the program team's creativity. Anyway, as long as they can delay their work at hand, it's fine. Of course, in order to avoid embarrassment for employees, there are several such rooms. No matter what kind of personality General Manager Yang has, employees will still be terrified when facing the boss, and the effect is not good. The people sitting in the same room with Yang Ruoqian are either the top partners of Kuiguang Group or the company's middle and senior management. It is really embarrassing for ordinary employees to sit at the same table. At this time in the room, Miss Secretary Kim Yu looked at Yang Ruoqian helplessly and said earnestly, "General Manager Yang, the company has urgent matters waiting for me to deal with." Before she didn't work at Kuiguang Group, Kim Yu had heard a lot of rumors about the company. It was not until the day of her interview that she realized that many of these rumors were untrue. At the same time, she also had a stereotype of the boss of Kuiguang Group. But after becoming Yang Ruoqian's secretary, she gradually discovered that her stereotype was not entirely true. For example, Kim Yu had temporarily taken over most of the company's affairs because of President Yang's unusual interest in variety shows. As a result, just today, Yang Ruoqian called her down with a phone call and asked her to watch variety shows with other employees and other executives. As for who would handle the remaining affairs of the company, how to handle temporary handover tasks, and other important matters, Yang Ruoqian did not mention them at all. Alas, it seems that my boss is a little willful. Although this variety show is really fun, Kim Yu couldn't help laughing when he saw Yeo Zuhang crying. "What are you afraid of? We are such a big group. There is no situation where we can't move without someone." Yang Ruoqian lied with his eyes open. "You have been busy with so many things during this period. You must learn to combine work and rest to improve your work efficiency." Cheng Fei, who ran to Kuiguang Group every time she went to work during this period, interrupted. "Yeo Zuhang. TSK, this person's fans are very strong. Mr. Yang, are you sure you are ready?" Yeo Zuhang, who is the main character of The Perfect Goddess, sings well, has good acting skills, and has a good academic background. In many variety shows, she appears as a crisis solver. When was it like this, being fooled by the program team at the beginning, and getting lost in a maze-like corridor? When was Yeo Zuhang deceived so badly by the program team, followed the NPC disguised as a ghost all the way, entered the same elevator, and finally suffered a murderous attack in the elevator, and even lost her composure, and sat on the ground and cried? On the screen, Yeo Zuhang, who was crying, was taken away by the NPC, and locked in the morgue, waiting for her teammates to rescue her. Isn't it Yeo Zuhang's fault that she didn't live up to expectations? Yang Ruoqian retorted. The doctor was so kind to save Yeo Zuhang, and even didn't give up after she was taken into the elevator by the NPC. What happened? Yeo Zuhang didn't know how to appreciate kindness. In fact, the analysis of Yeo Zuhang's team was very close to the truth. The voice of the fifth person was indeed malicious, and the way out was indeed in the infirmary. However, the team needed to seek the doctor's shelter, and the morgue was the most dangerous place in the entire infirmary. Yeo Zuhang was obviously frightened by the doctor's slightly unfriendly image, and subconsciously followed the fifth person who had disguised himself as a teammate, but was taken all the way into the elevator, and was caught in the morgue, losing a life. You make the friendly NPC look like this, and no one would dare not run away when he appears like this, right? Cheng Fei asked. Seeing someone like this rushing towards me, I would definitely run away if it were me. A tall, ferocious looking doctor, with a syringe in his hand, rushed over while roaring that he wanted to treat people. He doesn't look like a friendly NPC at all, does he? Yang Ruoqian shook his head. The program team has already given them 2 chances. The first chance was that when they found out that the map was wrong, they only had to return to the safe zone immediately and buy intelligence from a friendly NPC, and they would be able to find a way to take a detour. The second chance was when Yeo Zuhang's team explored for the second time. They found a classroom. As long as they could search the classroom carefully, they would be able to find clues related to the infirmary and determine that the doctor was the friendly NPC. We didn't arrange any hostile NPCs to chase them in such a large area, so we've left them enough opportunities. Unfortunately, they were too panicked and too nervous, and they chose to turn around and run away. As a result, they had to suffer badly in the school infirmary. Cheng Fei couldn't help but complain, "Mr. Yang, although you didn't arrange any hostile NPCs, you're always hinting that, if they don't leave, hostile NPCs will come over. If you release this explanation, not only will it fail to calm the anger of Yao Zuhang's fans, it may also have a counterproductive effect, right? This kind of hint is much more frightening than direct intimidation and pursuit. Besides, who would give up the task decisively and return to the safe zone when they didn't even encounter danger and just had a little doubt? The guests participated in this variety show to win and to fight for the precious resources of the top 3. If you are undecided and stay in the safe zone, you will not only waste precious time to hang out in the safe zone, but also make your team's progress far lower than other teams. Now is the second week. The second week of the competition is gradually heating up. Doing nothing is equivalent to eliminating yourself, and other teammates in the team will definitely not agree. But Yang Ruoqian's thinking dimension is obviously not at the same level as Cheng Fei. Will such publicity have a counterproductive effect? If it were an employee of Chenggai Media who asked this question, Cheng Fei would definitely give a positive answer, but at this time, she saw that Yang Ruoqian was not so sure, so she was more conservative. Then I understand. The two bosses chatted while watching the live broadcast of the variety show, but Kim Yu, who was standing next to them, was getting more and more confused. Didn't she just apply to General Manager Yang to return to work quickly? How come the two big bosses changed the topic again when they were halfway through the conversation and the things were not finished? The secretary held the documents in her arms and waited for Yang Ruoqian and Cheng Fei to finish chatting before she said with a bit of despair, Boss Yang, there is something here that requires you to make a decision in person. Things that require the boss to make a decision in person are either the identity of the other party or involve a lot of interests or reputation. Although it is fun to watch the stars break through the defense and collapse the personality in the secret room designed by themselves, losing money must be put first. Yang Ruoqian nodded gently. It shouldn't be a confidential matter, just say it here. Those present are either partners who wear the same pants, or managers who can participate in the company's highest decision making. There is indeed no need to avoid it. Seeing that he could finally get back to work, Kim Yu breathed a sigh of relief and pulled out a document in his hand. Mr. Yang, there is a workplace talent show, and their program team hopes to invite an executive from our company to participate. A workplace show? Yang Ruoqian asked curiously. What kind of workplace show is it specifically? Kim Yu turned to the next page of the document and continued. It's a recruitment one. For example, people from our company are in the guest seats, playing a role similar to ours, and job seekers come up from below and introduce themselves. Similar to blind date shows, this job search is also divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the company's selection process, that is, the guests choose whether to recruit the job seeker and give corresponding treatment. The second stage is the opposite. If several companies want to recruit the same job seeker, the job seeker can use this opportunity to ask for a higher salary and choose the one he likes most from several companies to join. After listening to Kim Yu's words, Cheng Fei on the side suddenly interrupted. This program has actually been held for several years, and Chenggai Group also participated once. Xiao Yuki, who had been eating and watching the live broadcast and was too lazy to pay attention to so many things, suddenly interrupted and said, I remember. Gao Group also sent a leader there that time, and our 2 companies fought quite fiercely. As 2 giant companies in basically the same ecological niche, they were on the same show, so it was inevitable that they would attack each other. Yes, and then the job seeker didn't go to either side and chose another company. Cheng Fei nodded, obviously also had a deep impression of that variety show. At that time, both families were quite embarrassed. Yang Ruoqian didn't care much about this kind of thing. He asked, what is the level of these job seekers who come to apply for the job? Since there are 2 more experienced people here, Yang Ruoqian is not polite and just asks for the answer directly. So far, no matter which method is used, the recruitment of Kuiguang Group can be said to be going from one failure to another. Online recruitment, large-scale social recruitment, campus recruitment, Yang Ruoqian's personal point-to-point direct recruitment. Almost every time, it can accurately tap various talents, adding another stroke to the already over-profitable financial report. Recruiting for the show is a path that has never been imagined. Maybe we can find some talents that meet the needs of the Kuiguang group. Mr. Yang, who is eager to recruit talents, has no time to watch the variety show. These job seekers have been carefully selected by the program team. Cheng Fei answered directly. There are absolute talents with high education, strong ability and rich experience, and there must be half-baked people found for the effect of the show. Xiaoyuki also added, basically there are all kinds of people, capable, high-scoring but low ability, high-minded but low-skilled, low-minded but high-skilled. Anyway, there is only what you can't think of, and there is no one that the program team can't find. Kim Yu nodded. However, for the sake of watching the show effect, the attributes of these people are basically very clear. You don't have to worry about not being able to judge. In fact, the purpose of the company guests responsible for recruitment is mostly to advertise their own companies and promote their own company culture. Kim Yu's attitude towards whether or not to recruit people is actually very simple. It doesn't matter at all. For things like recruiting, as long as the promotion is in place and the salary is in place, how can you not find the talents you want? What's more, the biggest talent of the Kuiguang group is Yang Ruoqian himself. The Kuiguang group itself is well known enough. Now is the time to publicize the company's image and change the stereotypes of outsiders. However, Kim Yu always remembers her identity as a secretary assistant. She just set it in place. The specific choice depends on Yang Ruoqian himself. I think I can participate. Yang Ruoqian was excited when he heard that such a small recruitment program could gather so many monsters. Now our group is developing towards the whole country and urgently needs talents. Okay, Mr. Yang. Kim Yu nodded gently. Do you plan to go there as the boss or send a company leader? Forget about going there yourself. It's okay to take some time to go to the show venue to take a look, but it's still a bit too troublesome to appear as a participant who should be selected to represent the Kuiguang group in this program to recruit the talents that Yang Ruoqian wants most. According to the thinking of ordinary people, it must be the person with the strongest ability and the one who can bring the most benefits to the company. You have to choose someone who is more obedient and has fewer opinions. If you let someone like Xiaoyuki go, Yang Ruoqian might set up another shelter company. After eliminating all the candidates, the final candidate is clear. Ruoqian, who was poached from the 4S store when buying the car, is now in charge of the company's human resources department. So far, she is the most obedient and one of the employees that Yang Ruoqian has the least worries about. She has basically never done anything too bad. Yang Ruoqian immediately decided, let the director of the human resources department be responsible for human resources matters. Please help me call Ruoqian over. Chapter 330 Unprecedented Magnificence. Ruoqian, who was called out of the office, got on the elevator with a confused look on her face and came to the floor where the viewing room was located. Knock, knock, knock. Ruoqian knocked on the door of the viewing room, her tone and face full of confusion. Boss Yang, are you looking for me? At this time, she was confused not because the boss was looking for her. After all, she was also a senior executive of the company. Even if many daily affairs have been handed over to Kim Yu to handle, some important matters still need to be communicated directly with the boss. She was confused because she had clearly finished her daily 1-hour viewing time more than 20 minutes ago and returned to the office to continue working. But before she even had time to sit in the chair, Boss Yang called her back again. This back and forth wasted at least half an hour of work time. Yes, come in. Yang Ruoqian's voice came from the viewing room. The company has a very important task to give you. Very important task? Ruoqian, who had just opened the door, slowed down her steps a little and felt a little uneasy. Although Ruoqian is almost the most experienced employee of Kuiguang Group, she joined Kuiguang Group almost when President Yang started from scratch and then worked her way up from the front desk to her current position. But she is still very clear about her position. Compared with other executives, Ruoqian lags behind in terms of personal strength. For example, Wang Zikin, the operations director who runs the company in an orderly manner, and Shaoyuki, Yang Ruoqian's true confidant and advisor, who has won countless major projects for Kuiguang Group. One can handle so many things every day with ease and without mistakes. The other is completely in line with the boss's brainwaves. Now one of the huge cash flows of Kuiguang Group is the shelter company. The acquisition of this company was strongly advocated by Shaoyuki. These two generals, one runs the successful projects of Kuiguang Group in an orderly manner and is a talent for maintaining the status quo. The other helps Kuiguang Group expand its territory and is the sharpest knife in President Yang's hand. But what about Ruoqian? She is only the director of the Human Resources Department. This title does sound very powerful, but it can only manage grassroots employees and some middle-level management, and has little impact on the entire company's upper level. Moreover, Yang Ruoqian often has his own ideas and will go out to recruit on campus or in the society. Even if Ruoqian is in charge, the final verification steps must be handed over to Yang Ruoqian. After helping Yang Ruoqian recruit suitable candidates again and again, Ruoqian has gradually adapted to this kind of work. She only needs to screen out a part of the vast number of candidates and hand over the diversified candidates to Mr. Yang, and he will naturally make the right choice. But now, Mr. Yang said that he wanted to tell her a very important task. What is a very important task that other people in the company cannot perform and must be handed over to her? Although she knows that her ability is mediocre compared to other company veterans, she has been a salesperson after all, and she will not back down because of a task. Ruoqian immediately regained the feeling of hard work and challenge when she first joined the company. She raised her head and said, "Mr. Yang, you say, recently, a workplace recruitment program has invited our company. Do you know about workplace recruitment programs?" Yang Ruoqian asked. "Don't worry, I've seen some similar programs when I was in school." Ruoqian nodded gently. "Do you want me to represent the company to recruit new employees on the show?" "That's right." Yang Ruoqian clapped his hands. "I have a lot of things to deal with in the company. Since you are the director of the Human Resources Department, you will go to participate in this recruitment program." Ruoqian blinked. "Boss Yang, you let me participate in this program. Are you planning to take this opportunity to promote the company's image, or do you really want to recruit the employees you like on the show?" In fact, judging from the full recruitment mailbox of Kuiguang Group and its popularity, Kuiguang Group can recruit any talent it wants to find within 3 days. There is no need to go on any recruitment program. If it wants to promote, Ruoqian may need to find some employees in the publicity department to work together to develop some plans. Originally, Shaoyuki was responsible for the publicity of Kuiguang Group, but as the noise he made became bigger and bigger, and his contribution to Kuiguang Group became bigger and bigger, Boss Yang had no choice but to transfer him from the publicity department to the project research and development department. No need to do any publicity. Yang Ruoqian immediately waved his hand. "Just be a normal guest and go up to look for applicants." Ruoqian nodded. "Boss Yang, what type of employees do you need to recruit? Are there any basic requirements?" "The requirement is to find someone who is very special at first glance." Yang Ruoqian couldn't tell him to find him some ugly people, so he reminded him tactfully, "It's the kind of person whose shining points are hidden very well, and other companies haven't discovered it." Ruoqian was confused for a while. She really couldn't figure out who would hide their shining points on a recruitment program in the public eye. What are the benefits of doing this? And it has to be that other companies haven't discovered it. Meaning, only when other companies turn off all the lights and refuse to accept this recruiter, Ruoqian can make a move. Only those who other companies don't want can pass the preliminary selection of Kuiguang Group. Ruoqian was just surprised for a moment and immediately retracted her unnecessary doubts. "Okay, Boss Yang. If I find such a person, how should I further judge whether he should be recruited into the company? Hey, worthy of being the most obedient human resources director. It doesn't even take much effort to fool people." Yang Ruoqian showed a mysterious smile. "Just go against your intuition." Now Yang Ruoqian found that if he deliberately looked for bad employees who met his requirements, it would easily backfire. Most of the time, these people just looked bad, or they were not good in some abilities. After being recruited into the company, they immediately shined and stabbed Mr. Yang in the back. Now, Yang Ruoqian highlighted the randomness. Choosing a random recruit from so many eliminated applicants, there can't be any problem, right? As a graduate of a top university, Mr. Yang firmly believed in the power of probability. And, the opposite of intuition? Ruoqian repeated blankly, feeling that what Mr. Yang said was indeed very mysterious, but she still remembered it all in her heart. Okay, Mr. Yang, do you have any other requests? That's all for now. I'll arrange someone to contact the program team for you. Just pack up and prepare for the business trip. By the way, remember to take our company's private plane. Just tell the flight attendant what you want to eat on the way. If you have any temporary requests, please contact me at any time. It's okay. If I have time, I might go to the scene to take a look. Your best job, program team. At this time, the board program team employees were in a simple room, surrounding a projection display. Have the companies we invited responded? Some agreed and some refused. If there are vacancies, we can invite some other companies. It's not a big problem. Yeah, anyway, we have a big company like Yufu Group this time. The Lineup is enough. Can you two stop talking about work? We have been working overtime for so long to get such a little rest time. Watch the variety show well, and don't always bring up things that spoil the fun. Xiao Shang, run away. Your mother is going to cry because of your stupidity. Woo woo woo, I can't bear to watch it anymore. I always thought Shankai Anayu's personality was silly, but now it seems he is really a little stupid. Hard to say. What's the point of watching little girls being bullied all day long? Let's take a look at Zhang Wei, the funny man in this variety show. Hahaha. The NPC pretending to be a little ghost asked him if he wanted candy, and he actually said seriously that this kind of thing should be said by an uncle like him to a little girl. Hahaha. This person is too abstract. The production crew of You Are the Best Job watched the variety show of Kuiguang Group, eating snacks and discussing happily. In fact, many of their employees have worked as staff members of various variety shows. For them, most variety shows have lost their appeal. When a hobby becomes a job that makes money, when a hobby begins to constantly put pressure on people like a death warrant, then the hobby is no longer a hobby. Until they saw Kuiguang Group's escape room. Even though they know that the secret room is full of special effects, and that the NPCs inside are all pretending to be people, they are still scared, and get goosebumps from time to time. Whether it is the director responsible for photography, the designer who designs the secret room level, or the field control who sits behind the scenes to adjust the secret room at any time, they are all first class. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday, they will be in front of their mobile phones or tablets on time, waiting for the latest episode of Escape Room to be broadcast. I have to say, this variety show is the most entertaining and fun I have watched in recent years. This secret room is really too realistic, and there are endless details. Kuiguang Group has spent at least 300 or 400 million on this variety show. It's all worth it. The agency fees alone are enough for them to make back their investment. A young and joking employee found a chair and sat down, pretending to sigh. Alas, just looking at the number of views, our show is going to be beaten by the other side. I remember that Kuiguang Group was still a super mini company, and then I chose to become a colleague with you. TSK, how unlucky. This episode has only been released for a few minutes, and the barrage and comments are so full, and it is obviously all real people. I can only say that it is really amazing. What are you afraid of? Anyway, our program schedule is completely staggered with this, and the traffic will not be affected. Just watch ours. Just as several people were chatting, the screen suddenly went black, and the originally dim secret room was barely illuminated by several rays of light. Don't say anything yet. Look quickly. Yao Zuhang's team seems to have a big problem. I saw it. I used to be a temporary staff member of a variety show. Let me tell you the truth. Yao Zuhang's all-round personality is packaged by their team. She herself actually doesn't understand a lot of things. Tut tut. That's normal. Who here hasn't worked in the production crew of various variety shows? Stop showing off. Keep watching. What is this? Is it a ghost wall? Why are the places she goes back and forth to different places every time? No, doesn't Yao Zuhang claim to be all round? How could she miss such obvious clues? I'm so mad. It's nothing. If you were in that kind of atmosphere, you might not do as well as Yeo Zuhang. While chatting, one of the employees was suddenly startled and shouted, "Fuck. This wall of flesh and blood behind the infirmary, this head and these eyes. I can't stand it. I'm scared even looking at it through the screen. If I went in, I would definitely be the first person to be eliminated. Oh, if the secret room is not demolished, we brothers will buy all the tickets and let you feel the horror and weirdness of modern civilization. Fuck, this wall can move. What the hell is this? This face is put together. My sanity is about to fall off. This scream, and so many baby organs. The mental state of the person who designed this thing is a bit problematic." While exclaiming with emotion, the camera suddenly turned to show Yeo Zuhang and her teammates running into the bank in a panic under the pursuit of the doctor. Then, the camera was given to Yeo Zuhang, who thought she was safe. Then, countless viewers across the country saw Yeo Zuhang being caught by the ghost pretending to be a teammate and taken to the morgue. By the way, they were severely frightened and sat on the ground and cried. This look that can definitely be made into an emoticon made everyone stunned for a while. Then a burst of laughter broke out. Fuck, she's really crying. My almighty goddess, how come she cried even harder than Feng Eluo last time? Ha 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 ha. What the hell? They actually arranged for a ghost to pretend to be a teammate and waited for Yeo Zuhang to hide in the elevator and scare her when she had no way to retreat. This designer has such bad intentions. No, this is Yeo Zuhang, who has the highest fan base. The Kuiguang group really didn't give her any face and made her cry. That's brave. It's not her own fault. Feng Eluo has been caught before, but she managed to escape with her own ability and the cooperation of her teammates. Speaking of this, two other stupid fans, they will just give in when you reason with them. There's nothing to say. Recently, there are more and more scoldings on the Leopard app. It's normal. If someone I like was stuffed into this secret room and forced to live there for 3 weeks, I would also scold the Kuiguang group. Well, most people don't scold the Kuiguang group, but attack each other. For example, Feng Eluo's fans attack Yeo Zuhang for being fake smart, hypocritical, and cocky. The other side scolded Feng Eluo for not having the image of a lady and so on. Once there is danger over there, the fans on the other side will gloat over it. TSK. On the contrary, the reputation of this variety show is still quite good. TSK, there are not many people who dare to directly scold the Kuiguang group. You have to pick on the weak. A middle-aged employee suddenly turned half his body and asked uncertainly, "Hey, speaking of the Kuiguang group, it seems that our program team has invited them this time. Do you think they can come?" "Who knows? I don't think they will come. They have no shortage of employees or fame." Before he could finish his words, an assistant hurriedly ran in from outside and knocked on the door. "Good news. We just received a confirmation notice that the Kuiguang group has agreed to participate in our show. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." What does chapter 331 mean? Don't give up. The people watching the Kuiguang group's show were stunned for a moment, and the laughter in the small room stopped abruptly. Kuiguang group actually agreed to their invitation? Isn't the recruitment standard of this company to emphasize madness? After a short silence, the program planner immediately realized the commercial value of this. He slapped the table and said excitedly, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Another employee stood up from the sofa. "Yes. Aren't there many people who want to apply for the Kuiguang group now? Now the people from the Kuiguang group will come directly to the scene and directly display their recruitment conditions. The ratings will definitely go up. Who is the person from the Kuiguang group? Is it Yang Ruoqian himself? How is it possible? Yang Ruoqian is busy with his variety show now. He definitely has no time to take care of our trivial matters. It feels like at most he will send a senior executive from the human resources department. That's not bad. As long as we release this gimmick, it doesn't matter who comes. As long as he can represent the Kuiguang group, it's fine." I don't know when it started. When many people mentioned Kuiguang Group, they thought of traffic and wealth. As long as you follow the Kuiguang Group, even if you get a little bit, it means success. If people from the Kuiguang Group are willing to come to the program group as guests, then this job search program can be declared a success in advance. After calming down a bit, the chief planner of the program team paused the playback of Escape the Room with the remote control and said, "Besides, UFO Group will also come to participate in the program this time. Aren't the two sides particularly at odds? It feels like there will be something interesting to watch." After that, he turned his gaze to the person who passed the message at the door. "Come and sit down and tell us in detail who the person from Kuiguang Group is, and what do they ask for? For example, money? Or do they want advertising space and naming rights?" The person from Kuiguang Group is their Director of Human Resources. The reporting employee was a little excited. He is an old contributor who joined the Kuiguang Group almost when it was first established. Now he can hold such an important position in human resources. He must be the third in command level of the group. An old guy who joined the Kuiguang Group just when it was established. And he has already sat in the position of the head of the Human Resources Department. There are so many outstanding talents in Kuiguang Group. No one would believe it if they said it had nothing to do with this director of the Human Resources Department. This person must be a top boss who is deeply trusted by Yang Ruoqian, has outstanding work ability, and is in a high position in the company. We have never heard of this person. Compared with other people, he seems to be much more low-key. Like Shaoyuki, he is also a big boss of Kuiguang Group. He has countless achievements, but he is also more flamboyant. People in the circle have known his name for a long time. Low-key is just because he doesn't want to be in the limelight. This person's status is definitely enough. We can't neglect him. Such a low-key person actually came out because of our program. It shows that we did a good job in talent selection before. Indeed, Kuiguang Group is willing to send such a heavyweight person here. It must be because the talent they need appeared in the previous program. You are quite proud to say this. You are recognized, right? Ha ha ha. The person in charge of the program patted the table. Don't laugh in a hurry. This time we are eating other people's traffic, and we have to pay some price. Let's listen to what conditions the Kuiguang Group has offered. After that, everyone turned their eyes to the employees reporting their work. Well, it seems that they agreed directly without any conditions, and then hung up the phone. The chief planner who was waiting for the Kuiguang Group to make various conditions was stunned again. He was still waiting for the Kuiguang Group to make a huge request, such as how much lost work wages would be required, such as reserving an advertisement space in a prominent position, or even requiring the host to read the advertisement when the program was broadcast. The director of such a large company left the company to participate in the program, and his work at hand would definitely be delayed. It is reasonable to compensate for the loss. But, agree directly? Without any conditions? Exclamation mark. Did they forget? Others are waiting for us to make conditions. The chief planner slapped his head and understood immediately. Many other companies have already agreed when they called, but Kuiguang Group is different. They are entertainment companies. Although they may not be the largest in scale, they have a lot of traffic and they certainly cannot follow the conventional contract. So, we have to take the initiative to make conditions. Although UFO Group is also an entertainment company, the people who come here are not as famous as Ruoqian, and secondly, they are not as popular as Kuiguang Group. Even now, many people in the industry are analyzing that with the current development speed of Kuiguang Group and the decline speed of UFO Group, it will only take 2 or 3 years for Kuiguang Group to replace its position and become a giant in the entertainment industry. UFO Group and SYNOPSIS Group, which were once two giants, are now one of them. One is frustrated everywhere and is about to be replaced. The other has also put down its airs and started to seek cooperation. For example, this time escape room, there are artists from SYNOPSIS Group participating. Therefore, the stock price of SYNOPSIS Group has risen slightly. Moreover, although Kuiguang Group's current market value and scale are not as good as UFO Group, they have social media in their hands. Not long ago, the number of active users of Leopard app officially entered the top 10 of all social media, and its influence in the entertainment industry is very high. If your best job can invite Kuiguang Group to join, It means that it can also get the traffic brought by Leopard app. These are hidden resources that can bring huge advantages. It is understandable that Kuiguang Group maintains a relatively detached attitude towards their program team. What price should we offer? The employee in charge of advertising frowned. In fact, if we offer a higher price, if the Kuiguang Group is willing to participate in the program, we can also naturally ask other advertisers to pay more money. After all, the wool comes from the sheep. How about giving them an advertising space on the homepage? It's not worth it to be named. The problem is, does the Kuiguang Group have any special products that need to be put in such a conspicuous advertising space to promote their artists or their restaurants? Most of their products seem to be fan-oriented, and they don't really need this kind of advertising resources. Then give them the money directly? I feel that the financial report will be a little ugly. Let's set some conditions for the advertising space for them first and see how they respond. Even if they don't want it, they will definitely see our sincerity. Okay, I'll contact them. Almost at the same time, in the president's office of the Kuiguang Group, Mr. Yang, a master of making money, was looking at his mobile phone with a grim face, flipping it up and down. The new episode of Escape the Room has been released. As expected, it only took a few hours for the hot searches on Weibo, Leopard, and other platforms to be filled with discussions about the new episode. Sister Feng Eluo has completely given up on herself and has become the only female superhero in the secret room. Do you know what a dignified and elegant goddess is? Tactical retreat. Hahaha. The deadly trap set by the program team was actually proved by Sister Feng Eluo's strength, and she ran away. Hahaha. The staff member who plays the ghost is not as physically fit as her. I'm almost dying of laughter. I was so scared that I didn't dare to go to the bathroom, and I was laughing so hard that I had cramps. Help. Have you seen Yuan Heo? Where is the tough guy he said he was? How come he only remembers to eat and not to be beaten? He was dragged out of the dormitory again. This time he was just confused. He actually ran away to the dormitory during non-rest time. Isn't this tantamount to pushing himself to death? Okay. I like to see everyone, except group number 1 suffer. The more miserable they are, the happier I am. I won't pretend anymore. Except for group number 1, all other groups will be eliminated. Can the program team target other groups more? Group number 1 has Xiao Shang holding them back. I suggest they balance it out. Can you send more NPCs to deal with Yeo Zuhong, this green tea? I've wanted to say this for a long time. She puts on airs every day and stands in the middle of the team. What's the point of being omnipotent? Stop pretending. I've wanted to say this for a long time. She pretended to be the backbone of the team, but what happened? She was the only one who was fooled and taken to the morgue, forcing the other 3 teammates to find ways to save people. That's right. She had so many important equipment with her. The faculty and staff ID card, walkie-talkie, and money were all left with her, and then she gave them away. It's so damn unlucky to be in a team with her. Can the program crew see my comment? Quickly increase the intensity of people like Yeo Zuhong and let her be eliminated quickly. Push me up. Thank you everyone. No, how did my goddess offend you? Is she sick? She's talking like someone deliberately wanted to be captured. That's right. The ghost was wearing the clothes of other guests and had a similar body shape. The situation was so critical at the time. It's normal to be deceived, right? Who could have known that the ferocious doctor would be a friendly NPC? The keyboard warriors themselves act like this. How dare they criticize others? If you can do it, go ahead. Yuan Heo's mom fans have spoken out. I can't stand Yeo Zuhong either. She keeps up her personal image, but it's obvious that she's the one holding back. Brother Yuan Heo was targeted by an insider and was in danger several times in a row, but he still managed to pull through. As a diehard fan of Brother Yuan Heo for 10 years, others directly called on everyone on Weibo not to attack the program crew. This is the situation. This is a tough guy. Yuan Heo should be eliminated as soon as possible. I just need Sister Feng Eluo to qualify. What level is Yuan Heo? Is he worthy of touching my goddess Yeo Zuhong? The above 3 are all boastful. The real awesome one is Shankai and Yu. It's better to eliminate them all and let Xiao Shang take up all the resources. Anyway, she is also an artist under the Kuiguang Group, so it's considered making the best use of her resources. Yes, why should the resources of the Kuiguang group be distributed to outsiders? I suggest that Xiao Shang win directly and suppress everyone else. Forget about Shanghai and Iu. Not to mention her acting skills, her performance in variety shows is a complete drag. Have you seen that? Your Yao Zuhang. She's crying more than I've peed, and you still have the nerve to talk about Xiao Shang. Whose dignified and elegant goddess looks like this? I'll punch you, and you'll have to go to hell. I don't know if I'll go to hell, but a tough guy like Yuan Heo shouldn't be able to take this punch, right? Yao Zuhang's fans are just that kind of people. Can the clown please stop talking? Fans of Feng Luo feel inferior. Brother, let me just say it straight. I skipped the clips of Sister Feng Luo suffering, and I watched the clips of other people suffering over and over again. Hey, out of sight, out of mind. Me too, but I'm happy to see your violent girl being punished. Yang Ruoqian looked at the verbal battle among these fans, and confusion gradually emerged on his face. He clearly remembered that in the previous episodes, people on the forum were still attacking the program team and the Kuiguang group. How come in this episode, everyone's firepower has gradually shifted? Why did they suddenly start attacking each other? No, did these fans get something wrong? It was obviously the program team that was full of malice, and it was obviously the Kuiguang group that was messing with people's mentality. As common victims, the fans of the stars should unite and attack the program team, right? How come the program team was internally divided after just a few days of attacking and started fighting each other? Yang Ruoqian flipped through several pages and didn't even see a single comment cursing the Kuiguang group or the program team, as if everyone had forgotten about it. Originally, he planned to increase the intensity of tormenting the guests, so that the fans of these stars would start to boycott the variety show, thereby lowering the ratings. But now, to say that this goal has not been achieved, it seems that it has been partially achieved. Judging from the comments, many people will skip the scenes where their own stars suffer. But to say that the goal has been achieved, that is definitely not the case. Many people are now twisted in their hearts. Although they don't watch the scenes where their own stars suffer, they are very happy to watch other stars suffer. Not only did the ratings not drop, but they increased. Not only were they not boycotted, some people with twisted hearts also hoped that the program team would increase their efforts. They only watch the scenes of other stars anyway, harming others and not benefiting yourself, right? What kind of people are these? Yang Ruoqian strongly condemned the twisted hearts of this generation of netizens. Now they are directly attacking each other's guests. Who will attack me? Can there be fewer people who are just having fun? This made Mr. Yang lose the mood to watch the live broadcast of the variety show. After cursing, Yang Ruoqian put his phone aside and sighed. Forget it, wait until more guests are eliminated, and there will be fewer people watching the show. By then, the ratings should drop. At present, it seems that the variety show is unlikely to die suddenly, but there is still a great hope that it will start high and end low. Mr. Yang, there is something you need to decide. Just when Yang Ruoqian was a little worried about the ratings of the variety show, the secretary's voice sounded from outside the door. The production team of You Are the Best just called us. Do you have time to talk to them about the remuneration for participating in the show? Or can you give a standard, and I will arrange someone to negotiate? Chapter 332 What kind of advertisement is this? Exclamation mark. Remuneration. Yang Ruoqian smiled knowingly. Yes. Look at my memory. I almost forgot that. If I want to participate in other people's programs, how can I not pay for it? For example, many second and third tier stars who are not so famous and need to rely on the traffic of the Kuiguang group want to participate in survival in the secret room, and they need to pay a little entrance fee more or less. Of course, Mr. Yang himself actually doesn't want to collect it, but in order to avoid the system's negative operation judgment, he can only do so. It's okay to spend money to invite first tier stars, but others must also collect money according to industry regulations. Mr. Yang is not a workplace rookie and knows how high the current market value of the Kuiguang group is, but he also knows that the Kuiguang group is definitely not a giant now, and its status is still a long way off. With the current status of the Kuiguang Group, if they want to recruit employees on such a program, it is not a problem to pay a little bit of money. The variety show Survival in the Secret Room has begun to show signs of being out of control, and it may not be able to lose as much as expected. We must find some other ways to make up for it. Kim Yu, who was standing next to Yang Ruoqian, paused for a moment before saying something, and then kindly reminded him, "Boss Yang, what the program team means is that they can give us some invitation fees or other resources in exchange for the traffic we bring to them." Yang Ruoqian's expression froze, and he looked at Kim Yu and asked, "What I mean is, I send someone to participate in this program, and I have to charge money?" Although the secretary was a little puzzled why Boss Yang had such an expression, when he heard that he could charge money, she still explained diligently, "It doesn't have to be money, it can also be other resources. For example, a more conspicuous advertising space, or we can add some money and directly get the exclusive title sponsorship. If you really don't have any needs in this regard, they will choose to pay." Yang Ruoqian listened and keenly grasped a key point. "Wait, you just said that we can add a little money and get the exclusive title sponsorship of you are the most valuable?" Kim Yu nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, but although our group has many physical industries, most of them are fan-oriented or internally consumed. The promotional effect of advertising space may not be great. For example, peripheral products related to the esports industry are generally only purchased by die-hard fans who play games and pay attention to esports. Even if these products are not hung on the advertising space, fans will not refuse to buy them. Vice versa, even if these products are marketed crazily, other people who are not in this circle will not spend even a penny on them. Apart from these physical products, the only high-end restaurants that Kuiguang Group can use for publicity are those few high-end restaurants. However, the main consumers of these restaurants are company dinners of other companies, such as Chenghai Media and Gaoia Group, which is diametrically opposed to them. Due to the leading role played by these two giant companies, many companies in Jinhai City have now defaulted to choosing the Shengra Characters restaurant and the Kuiguang Group as a dinner spot. Whether these people come to the restaurant for dinner will not be affected by the advertisement. Therefore, Kim Yu's view is that there is no need to accept the advertising space of the Your Best Job program group, and it is enough to directly ask for some cash flow. If it is really not possible or too troublesome, this advertising space can also be transferred to other companies at a suitable price. If Kuiguang Group uses it itself, it will hardly have any effect. No, that's not right. Yang Ruoqian immediately criticized Kim Yu's not advanced thinking. Kim Yu, you need to open up your mind. Good man, you can spend money to buy an advertising space, put your own product on the market, and the effect is very poor. Isn't this a godsend opportunity to lose money? How can you miss it? As for the effect of the placement, the worse the better. Kim Yu immediately showed apology on his face when he heard it. "Mr. Yang, I'm sorry, do you have any other decisions?" Although the administrative secretary assistant is only responsible for handling trivial matters and can only make suggestions on important decisions, he still needs to apologize after saying something wrong. Even after working for so long and coordinating with other executives for so long, I still couldn't fully grasp the logic of Mr. Yang's decision making. Yang Ruoqian took the tea from the table and moistened his throat. Don't fall into a dead end of thinking logic. No one in this world stipulates that physical products must be put on the advertising space, right? Kim Yu was stunned and then suddenly realized, "Mr. Yang, I'm really sorry. Are you going to use this advertising space to promote the Leopard app? Now you can see many app advertisements on many variety shows and sports advertisements. For example, some job search apps, some shopping apps, etc. As the most important media of Kuiguang Group, the Leopard platform can reverse the direction of the entertainment industry to a certain extent. The more users it has, the stronger the soft power of Kuiguang Group in the entertainment industry. Just a scoring system has a huge impact on the reputation of a person and the work. Now even if the Leopard app does not make money, it does not affect its importance to Kuiguang Group. As long as Leopard exists for one day, as long as Leopard still has a large number of loyal users, Kuiguang Group will be invincible in the field of public opinion. But who would have known that Yang Ruoqian would immediately shake his head and reject it, and started talking nonsense. No, I'm not advertising the Leopard app either. This app doesn't have any paid items. The only VIP upgrade is just a slight improvement to the user interface and community fonts. Even if it is promoted, the profit margin will not be particularly large. Now, even if you are not a loyal user of Leopard, when you hear the word rating, you will subconsciously think of Leopard, and that's enough. There is not much point in doing more promotion. Kimu was stunned for a moment. Then what product of the company do you plan to put on the ad space? Not a product, but our variety show. Yang Ruoqian smiled. We don't advertise physical products, nor do we advertise virtual products, but use their ad space to promote our variety show. Variety show. Variety show. With the current popularity of Survival Room, is there any need for any promotion? Kimu had recovered by now. She took a breath without leaving a trace, and kept a decent smile on her face. Yes, Mr. Yang. How do you plan to promote our variety show in the advertising space? The secretary also realized the truth that many old employees have realized at this time. At certain times, don't think too much when talking to Mr. Yang. Just execute what Mr. Yang says. It's easy to burn your brain if you think too much. First of all, we must get this exclusive title position. We can add money. Anyway, there is no publicity effect. Yang Ruoqian is quite unscrupulous. We either don't take our advertising space, or we have to get the best. Kimu nodded gently. If someone bids, what is the highest you plan to bid? After all, it is a workplace program that is sure to have good traffic, and there must be many companies who want to get the exposure of the exclusive title rights. If there are multiple competitors, they need to bid against each other, and bidding always needs an upper limit. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand and said, there is no such thing as a maximum. As long as others don't give up bidding, we will keep raising the price until others stop bidding. When the company was just starting out, Yang Ruoqian might have made excuses for his behavior. But now there is no need for that. As long as Yang Ruoqian said something, his employees would naturally come up with a suitable reason to excuse him. Kimu wrote down Yang Ruoqian's request and asked, how do you plan to put the advertisement on their show? The variety show Escape Room Survival was put on a job hunting show. It seemed a bit strange, no matter how you looked at it. Let's not talk about whether it would work or not. Just the fact that the two could be put together was not right. Photos. Yang Ruoqian had already thought about it. Don't we have videos of those stars suffering in the secret room and their expressions collapsing? Select a few classic ones, and it would be better to select more photos related to first-line stars, and then splice these ugly photos together, and hang them on the advertising space of You Are the Best job. That's about it. You should contact the program team as soon as possible and complete the process as soon as possible. After the variety show Secret Room Survival is over, it will be close to the end of quarter settlement time. Now spend as much money as possible and save as much process as possible. Before the filming of the variety show Secret Room Survival, Kuiguang Group and the guests signed a contract during the variety show. As long as there is no illegal or irregular footage involved, Kuiguang Group has the corresponding portrait rights and short-term operation rights. In other words, Yang Ruoqian can directly use the ugly photos of these first-line stars and make them into advertisements and put them out. Of course, these stars must have made some preparations in advance, since they are participating in a variety show that focuses on scaring people. It is normal for the program team to take some photos of them being scared. Using these photos as a gimmick to attract attention and popularity is also a normal operation. Yang Ruoqian just increased the intensity of the investment a little bit. Kimu nodded. Okay, Mr. Yang, then I will arrange it like this. Go ahead. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand and turned to look at the various fan groups that were now attacking each other. Whether it is Leopard or Weibo, all fans are now crazy and bite anyone they see. In order to let the audience shift their firepower to himself, to make as many enemies as possible, and to let all enemies unite to stop infighting, Yang Ruoqian has taken great pains. Isn't it selectively ignoring the viciousness of the program team? Then the Kuiguang Group will directly show the viciousness of the program team on another popular program. Isn't it selective to watch variety shows and skip them once the stars you promote suffer? Then Yang Ruoqian directly put all the stars on a promotional poster this time. Can this be skipped? Can it still be selectively ignored? Yang Ruoqian watched Kim Yu walk out of the office and close the door, and sneered complacently, haha. If you want to fight me, you are still a little young. A few days later, the Count Your Best Job program crew squeezed into a small room to watch the star-suffering variety show as usual. The laughter in the room can be described as one after another. Ha ha ha. Zheng Fangai is so miserable. She lost her last life and was eliminated. That can't be helped. It's because Sister Feng Eluo's strength is only enough to take 2 people away, and Zheng Fangai is the farthest away. Is Feng Eluo now associated with the word power? It seems that the persona she worked hard to create has completely collapsed. What do you know? Have you seen how much discussion is now about Feng Eluo, whose popularity had already begun to decline? Have you seen how many endorsement advertisements have come to her? Let me put it this way. Even if Feng Eluo is eliminated on the spot and fails to get the final prize, she is still one of the biggest winners of this variety show. Indeed. Yao Zuhang's group also eliminated one person and was tricked to death by other groups. Tits. The competition between these 4 groups has begun to heat up now. I think Yao Zuhang is quite miserable. She insisted on maintaining the persona of a perfect goddess in such a place. As a result, tits, her screaming clips have now been made into GIF emoticons. Ha 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 ha. That's nothing. The scene of her screaming has become the most widely used ghost animal material on Bilibili in recent times. Yao Zuhang's legal team sent a lawyer's letter to the person who made the video, but it seems to have had the opposite effect. What's the use of a lawyer's letter? Can she really sue? Indeed, I think we can be more generous, and it's no big deal to change a character. Look at Feng Eluo now. I feel like she's not pretending at all, and has completely let herself go. I originally had no feelings for Feng Eluo, but now I've become a fan after watching her. I think you've overlooked Zhang Wei. He really has a talent for comedy. There was a person from another team hiding under the bed, and he actually followed him in and asked what others were doing. Help. Ha 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 ha. This is scarier than an NPC. Whose side is he on? The team with the most complete strength now has only 3 people left at most, and there's even a 2-person team among them. This is too miserable. Yeah, half of the members were reduced before we even got to the principal's office. It's a bit pitiful. By the way, after watching for so long, who do you think is a traitor? I feel Feng Eluo is definitely not one. You can see that she's working really hard. I think there's an 80% chance that Xiao Shang is the traitor in group 1. Sigh. It's hard to win with this kid being the traitor. Who said that? I think Zhang Wei is also a possibility. Why does it have to be Xiao Shang? If that's the case, Feng Eluo is actually also a suspect. He works so hard, who knows if he's just pretending to be a good guy? You know, he's a professional actor. What about other groups? It's hard to tell for now. The traitor probably hasn't made any effort yet. Just as everyone was having a heated discussion about the latest episode of the variety show, the phone on their desk rang. The caller ID showed the number of the Kuiguang group. Here they come. The program crew immediately shifted their attention. Let's hear what their conditions are for participating in our show. Chapter 333 Self-Entertainment Award. After saying a few words, the chief planner quickly hung up the phone, turned around and turned off the monitor screen. Ah. No. Brother Chen, what are you doing? I just had fun watching it, and I'm not satisfied yet. Stop it. Yao Zuhang will be in trouble in a few seconds. Can you let me watch it for another 3 minutes? Okay. The program planner frowned. What are you doing? Is it time to watch variety shows now? It's time to do business now. If you want to watch variety shows, you can go back and watch them. Let's talk about business now. There are only 4 months left until the end of the year. Don't you want to think about your bonus? Don't you want to see what big gift the Kuiguang group has brought us this time? Big gift? The employees stopped wailing at this time and surrounded them with a little curiosity. What big gift can the Kuiguang group give them? They had analyzed it before. With the current business projects of the Kuiguang group, they should not be interested in advertising space. The program team used high-value advertising space as an invitation, showing sincerity rather than really wanting to make this deal. Most likely they will just give a sum of money to mix up the traffic brought by Kuiguang Group. Did Kuiguang Group agree to let us exchange advertising space for their resources? The employee in charge of advertising in the program group was a little curious. Maybe they will transfer this advertising space to someone else? Several people in the program group held a small meeting and felt that even if Kuiguang Group would accept the advertising space, it would most likely transfer the advertising space to several of their business partners. It was not transferred to others. The chief planner's tone was a little unstable. Not only do they want advertising space, but they also want to buy the exclusive naming rights. That is, the name of Kuiguang Group. They will not transfer it to others. Kuiguang Group wants to exclusively name our program? The employee in charge of advertising seemed to be listening to some Arabian Nights fantasy. They want exclusive naming? Do they have any new products? The chief planner shook his head. There are no new products. They just put a name on our program group. Just a name? A company name? The employee in charge of advertising was still a little confused. They don't have any products. Just a company name? How can they realize the profits after the advertisement is released? Others don't know what products they have, so they can't pay them, even if they want to. The program planner waved his hand indifferently. You don't have to worry about the decision making of Kuiguang Group. It's meaningless for us to guess what level of enterprise they are. Just do it. If you can guess what the ultimate purpose of others doing this is, you can also go to Kuiguang Group to get $1 million annual salary. That's right. Yang Ruoqian is a man who can do anything magical. After more than a year, many of Yang Ruoqian's deeds have been dug out by interested people, and some people have even compiled a special document for this purpose, introducing and analyzing Yang Ruoqian from his school days. Now he has more than 200,000 fans on a certain video platform. Even when many people give examples of teaching others how to do business, they will take out Yang Ruoqian's various operations to prove their logic and correctness. So those magical operations are no longer a secret now. However, most people only use Yang Ruoqian as an example and dare not really touch him. The legal department of Kuiguang Group is scary enough, but Yang Ruoqian himself is even scarier than his legal department. The story of a success guru who made a big talk in a hotel and was exposed by Yang Ruoqian on the spot has been circulating on the internet for a long time. The person who boasted that he could give others 2 million yuan casually and that his business could make hundreds of millions of yuan turned out to be a deadbeat. A person who can't even pay back this little money can actually teach others how to succeed. If someone can really make so much money, he would be so busy dealing with affairs every day that he would have no time to shoot short videos every day and no time to give speeches everywhere. But if they don't do this, how can they make money? So, it's better not to mess with Yang Ruoqian, the big bad star. Okay. The employee in charge of advertising was convinced, and he nodded. But this exclusive title position is still very valuable. How much does Kuiguang Group plan to compensate? The program team only planned to use a more conspicuous advertising position to complete the resource exchange with Kuiguang Group, but the value of an exclusive title is far greater than a sponsor's advertising position. We can give Kuiguang Group a discount, but we have to make up the difference. After taking into account the deduction of advertising space, Kuiguang Group's actual bid is higher than that of all other sponsors, and it is the highest sponsorship fee of all our programs in the past few years. The chief planner said, no matter what, we must do this business. We must do it. Maybe this time we can set a peak in ratings, revenue, and topic. After the variety show on the big screen stopped, many people gathered around and looked at the tablet in the chief planner's hand. After Kuiguang Group won the exclusive naming rights, it must send some documents over, such as what kind of logo needs to be made, what kind of posters need to be hung, and even a video may need to be made. Exclusive naming is not as simple as just reading the name and hanging an advertisement. No matter when, where, or in which shot, Kuiguang Group must be able to be seen relatively clearly but not abruptly. This is a qualified exclusive naming. According to industry standards, Kuiguang Group's Secret Room Survival variety show, this exclusive naming is completely unqualified. However, according to industry insiders, the exclusive title fee charged by Kuiguang Group is not high, so it is understandable that the effect is not good. Others, don't be idle. Come and learn how the top companies design advertising content. Art, don't be dazed. Come here. You must be humble and learn how to absorb other people's technology to make progress, get a promotion and a raise. Understand? Here it comes. The internet speed in the company is not very fast. After struggling for about a few minutes, the program chief planner finally downloaded the file. Thinking about it, they suddenly realized that Kuiguang Group did not seem to have any decent advertising. Most operations are big data push buying. Even their own leopard poo app, there is not much publicity. This is the first time that Kuiguang Group has run such a high value advertisement. It must learn their advanced technology well. With great respect, the chief planner turned on the big screen again and projected his tablet screen on it. A few seconds later, the advertising screen sent by Kuiguang Group was presented to everyone. The background of the picture was in a secret room that they were very familiar with. There was a picture of Feng Luo, the powerful King Kong, fighting against 100 people alone, Yao Zuhang's ferocious face, and other celebrities in various shapes and sizes. The program team members' brains short-circuited for a moment. No, why does this picture look so familiar? Isn't this the secret room survival they were watching just now? Exclamation mark. Isn't Yao Zuhang's appearance like this the place where the picture was paused just now? Exclamation mark. Didn't we agree not to watch variety shows anymore and to learn more about how Kuiguang Group advertises during the break? Why is it this variety show again? The art, who had originally calmed down and was ready to learn humbly, was stunned for a moment and then touched the chief planner's shoulder. Brother Chen, did you make a mistake with the file? The chief planner was a little embarrassed and quickly operated the tablet and quickly turned off the picture. However, after the chief planner confirmed that the file was correct again and again and opened it again in full view of everyone, the picture that appeared on the big screen was still the previous secret room survival. What's going on? The planner was confused. He had been doing the program for so long, but this was the first time he encountered such a thing. Did the Kuiguang Group send the wrong file? As if the planner had heard the planner's doubts, the employee in charge of the connection at the Kuiguang Group sent a supplementary message. As soon as this question came out, after inspection, the file is correct. Please check it. When the file is correct, I think, is there such a possibility? At this time, the art finally interrupted. Is this the content of the advertisement that the Kuiguang Group wants us to make? The whole room fell silent again. In this deafening silence, the planner finally couldn't help but made an unbelievable sound. Kuiguang Group wants to use this picture as an advertisement and put it on our program? Kuiguang Group, President's Office. Yang Ruoqian glanced at Kim Yu, who had just finished reporting his work and was now sorting out documents not far away, and asked, how is the program team of you are the best job? Has there been any accident with our exclusive naming rights? Will the program team directly refuse to cooperate after seeing the documents sent by him? In this case, wouldn't such a large sum of money be unspendable? Kim Yu stopped what he was doing and replied, Boss Yang, there were no accidents, and they agreed. Okay. Yang Ruoqian nodded slightly. This quarter is almost over. Does our company have any major projects scheduled for the next quarter? Unknowingly, it was almost the last quarter again. After being busy for nearly a whole year, Yang Ruoqian made a few $100,000 from this broken system. The survival room variety show now seems to be a little beyond his control. I hope this wave of advertisements can save something. The long-term success has made Yang Ruoqian a little numb. In the past, if he saw that he had worked so hard for so long and still made a lot of money in the end, he would definitely break down. Now he seems to have gotten used to this situation. Kim Yu glanced at the documents in his hand and said, Boss Yang, you have only one major plan for the next quarter so far, which is the top 3 rewards for survival room and the movie The Richest Man in Jinhae City. Do you need to make any other arrangements for the next quarter? Well, Yang Ruoqian plans to use all the props for this movie reel to increase the cost as much as possible. But considering the current profitability of the Kuiguang Group, this movie may not be enough. Yang Ruoqian glanced at Kim Yu and stroked his chin. Except for the award at the last Shucheng Film Festival, have our group's artists received any other awards? Kim Yu knew the group's artists very well and shook his head without thinking much. Almost no awards. Well, after the Black Robe Inspection Team, Shanghai Anayu won a few small domestic awards, but you also know that these awards basically have no gold content. Rather than saying it is an award ceremony, it is better to say that they want to take advantage of Shanghai Anayu's popularity. But with our company's works today and the box office, there is a high probability that we will win the award. Do you need to operate it a little bit? Operate it? The secretary lady's words are so nice. Yang Ruoqian smiled and shook his head. No, I was thinking, can our group also get its own award? Doesn't Weibo have one? Can't we do it too? Others can comment, and Leopard App can also comment. Isn't it just an award ceremony? It's like no one can't award it. Kim Yu thought for a moment and said, Boss Yang, although our group has great influence, it may not be authoritative enough to award movies and actors, and other people may not buy it. It's right not to buy it. It's right not to be authoritative. Yang Ruoqian has never thought of creating any authoritative awards. No need to buy it. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. Our award focuses on a strong subjectivity. We don't invite any media to participate in the selection. We only select within our company. Just make the prizes better. If it is too authoritative, it may become the soft power of the Kuiguang group like the Leopard app. Although it doesn't seem to make money, it actually brings huge hidden benefits. It's better to have a whole self-high award. Award it to whoever you want, and throw the group's endless funds and resources to these winners. An award with low authority and high prizes, isn't it killing two birds with one stone? Prizes, make them better? Kim Yu didn't quite understand. Mr. Yang, what kind of awards do you plan to set up, and what kind of rewards will they give? This is to be determined. Let's recruit a selection committee first. Yang Ruoqian thought for a while. Find some in the company, and some outside. Aren't there a lot of people clamoring for us to expand recruitment now? This is a good time to recruit more people. Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll contact the Deputy Director of the Human Resources Department and ask him to implement this matter as soon as possible. Kim Yu quickly made a memo. Do you have any specific requirements for this jury? Do they need to have professional film review experience or professional directors and actors? No need. Yang Ruoqian didn't care about professionalism at all and flatly refused. Directors and actors can be recommended from within our company, and those recruited from outside only need to be movie, TV series and variety show enthusiasts. Don't be too in-depth. Too much depth and too strong professionalism are not good. Just recruit some outsiders who watch movies and TV series. Kim Yu nodded. Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll arrange it right away. Okay, you arrange it. Yang Ruoqian glanced at his watch, reached out to turn off the computer, and left the office before Kim Yu. I'm going to watch the live variety show first. If it's not an important matter, you can decide for yourself. Now I've taken a look. This book has nearly 1.2 million words. It's amazing. This is the first time I've written such a long article. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 334. The last week. When Yang Ruoqian came to the spacious viewing room, the guests on the screen were dealing with the biggest crisis in front of the principal's office. Just as Yeo Zuhang had guessed before, the secret room in the second week was no longer a passive trap, but a danger would come to the door. There was even a comprehensive crisis against everyone in the secret room. The various actions of the inner ghost began to gradually surface, and the intrigues between the teams intensified, to the point of direct conflict. Yang Ruoqian sat on the sofa and sighed. Alas, I seem to be late. What is the situation now? Cheng Fei glanced at the screen and briefly explained. Team number 1 and Yeo Zuhang are left alone, and now they reluctantly agree to cooperate with team number 1, at the cost of a part of the prop coins. Since the guests were forbidden to attack each other directly, Yeo Zuhang was not afraid of being knocked down by Feng Eluo, the Hercules, with his strength, and robbing everything on his body, and throwing it to the hostile NPC in the secret room. But after all, the other party was outnumbered, and it was still simple to find a way to trap Yeo Zuhang to death. Therefore, handing over part of the money in exchange for the possibility of cooperation is a win-win behavior for both parties. Yang Ruoqian glanced at the screen again and asked in confusion, why can't I see Zhang Wei? Has he been eliminated? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be the case. With Zhang Wei's ability to turn a horror variety show into a funny variety show, it would be difficult for him to be eliminated in the early stage, unless he was jointly targeted. Now one guest has been eliminated from Group 1, leaving only Shanghai Anayu, Feng Eluo and Zhang Wei. Among them, Shanghai Anayu and Zhang Wei are traitors, and Feng Eluo is also jointly targeted. No one was eliminated. Chang Ziking on the side threw over a small bag of melon seeds and explained. The 3 surviving insiders discussed it and felt that the 2 insiders in Group 1 should not expose themselves obviously to protect the remaining insider. So Zhang Wei volunteered to be the team's rear guard and Shanghai Anayu ranked 3rd in the team. When they reached a place where the light was not too bright, Zhang Wei secretly left the team, creating the illusion that he was harmed by Shanghai Anayu. They can play psychological warfare like this. They are really good at making things happen. Yang Ruoqian suddenly realized and asked curiously, then why does Shanghai Anayu look a little aggrieved now? Didn't she prepare to expose herself? And she is indeed an insider. Who knows? Chang Ziking laughed. Maybe she feels that she can't get the best resources for the company? Feel that she has let the company's resources flow out? Exposing the identity of the insider can indeed increase the possibility of the insider team winning to a certain extent, but this means that Shanghai Anayu's identity is exposed. Even if she wins in the end, she will most likely only get the 3rd ranked resources. Yang Ruoqian watched the screen as Group 1 narrowly avoided crisis after crisis and entered the principal's office. The 3 people were on guard against each other, and he couldn't help laughing. In that case, she shouldn't agree to this proposal. Xiao Shang has realized the limit of her ability. Chang Ziking said, jokes aside, Shanghai Anayu's performance in this variety show is indeed not top-notch. Even if the Inagos group wins in the end, she can only get 3rd place. Yang Ruoqian nodded in understanding. So, since we are all 3rd anyway, why not increase the group's chances of winning? That should be it. Chang Ziking nodded gently. Now this week's variety show is about to end. Why don't you ask her when she comes out? This week, Group 1 got a pair of gloved hands and a body tied with iron chains. Counting the head that Feng Eluo brought from the 4th floor before, Group 1 now has 3 key props to leave the secret room, and the possibility of winning is very high. Group 1 is also a group that is almost controlled by the inner ghost. Now there are 3 inner ghosts. If we don't consider the ranking, the possibility of winning together is very high. Shanghai Anayu's choice is not surprising. Getting the 3rd place is better than losing in the end. Although Group 1 is the strongest on paper, Feng Eluo, the extremely powerful Hercules, cannot actually be considered a teammate, and the other groups have already formed an alliance. This advantage is definitely not a winning advantage. More than half an hour later, Shanghai Anayu dragged his tired body, said a simple goodbye to his teammates, and came to the viewing room as usual. Yang Ruoqian looked at the expression of this little fool and joked, "What's wrong? Your mental state is so bad. You didn't have a good week?" Shanghai Anayu looked at the full house of acquaintances in the viewing room, a little embarrassed and annoyed, and said stubbornly, "I'm just tired. There is no such thing as a bad mental state." Now she felt a bit embarrassed, as when she was in elementary school and performed on the stage and was watched by parents and teachers in the audience. After talking hard, Shanghai Anayu's tone softened immediately, and he looked at Yang Ruoqian pleadingly. "Boss, do you have any clues? What are those body parts used for? How can I use them to get out of the secret room? If you don't tell me, at least put the clues in the canteen and sell them to me." After the weekend break, it will be the final week of the final showdown. As an artist under the Kuiguang group, Shanghai Anayu did not receive any care from the program team from beginning to end, except for the 10 yuan he was given to eat at the beginning. Find it yourself. This kind of key information related to the final clearance cannot be bought in the canteen. Yang Ruoqian coldly rejected Shanghai Anayu, then looked down at the time. "It's still early before the end of get off work. I have something to tell you." Cheng Fei pointed at herself. "Can I listen too?" "Yes, it doesn't involve company secrets." Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. "There is nothing confidential about the Kuiguang group." Yang Ruoqian had already exposed all the secrets during the interview, but it turned out to be completely useless. No one believed it at all. Even if someone believed it, they would not put it into action. Cheng Fei suddenly became curious. What's the matter that has to gather so many people? Mr. Yang, can you tell me? It's not a big deal. Yang Ruoqian handed Shanghai Anayu a bottle of water. It's just that Kuiguang Group plans to use the name of Baopuap to design an entertainment industry award that belongs to us. What do you think? Your own award? Cheng Fei was stunned for a moment and said, is Mr. Yang's ambition so big? This may require a lot of preparation, including publicity. In order to improve the style of this award, it would be best to invite some celebrities. What ambition? I have no ambition. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand, indicating that Cheng Fei had misunderstood him. It is a wild award that is completely decided by us. There is no fairness at all. It is simply to increase the topic. Oh. Cheng Fei nodded, and she was not surprised at all. After all, the Leopard platform is a social app, and it is normal to have more topics and discussions. Then what do you mean, Mr. Yang? Yang Ruoqian said, I plan to invite a jury to draw up a list of winners in early November every year. The jury will be divided into two parts, permanent and invited. Permanent members are employees I recruited from outside. If I plan to invite some well-known directors and celebrities in the industry to participate. Although it's just a game between myself, it can't be completely without any value. Hearing this, Cheng Fei understood. Are you planning to invite the directors of Chenghai Media to participate in the selection? Yes. Yang Ruoqian nodded. Of course, you can come and vote if you want. Anyway, it has no gold content. Just treat it as a fun thing. Seeing the two bosses talking about an award, as if it were a joke, Shanghai Anayu, who was originally in low spirits, became more and more interested as she listened, and the frustration on her face soon disappeared. After the two finished speaking, she couldn't wait to interrupt. Boss, didn't you just say that you would invite celebrities to participate in the selection? Which celebrity will be invited to be a judge? Can I receive this award? After asking the question, Shanghai Anayu not only did not get an answer, but was looked at with strange eyes by a group of people in the viewing room. Shanghai Anayu was shocked by the look. Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you the only star here? Cheng Fei couldn't help but sighed, and helped Yang Ruoqian. The meaning is not very clear. You can be a judge. Ah, I'm a judge. Shanghai Anayu was stunned. Then, can I give myself an award? No. Yang Ruoqian directly wiped out Shanghai Anayu's fantasy. You can't give yourself an award if you are a judge. Yang Ruoqian was going to give these resources away, and then they were sent to his own people. This must not be allowed to happen. Okay. Shanghai Anayu was a little disappointed, but soon he was energetic again. It's okay. It's not bad to give awards to others. Boss, what awards do we have in total? What rewards are there? Yang Ruoqian looked down at his phone. Kim Yu had already sent him a document at this time, detailing what the mainstream entertainment awards around the world include. The secretary's work efficiency is high. Opening the file, Yang Ruoqian took a look at the concise arrangement and read it directly. First of all, there must be several top awards. The first is the best film, the second is the best actor, the third is the best song, and the best director. There are no restrictions on these awards. All works, actors, and singers who meet the requirements of the year can participate. Of course, the works and actors under the Kuiguang Group will be excluded. Shanghai Anayu thought that he could present awards to these people, nodded excitedly, and asked, yeah. It sounds great. What else? Yang Ruoqian turned the page of his phone and continued. There are also small awards such as the Best Newcomer Award, Best Screenwriter Award, Best Supporting Actor Award, and Best Group Performance Award. Cheng Fei listened and suddenly felt that something was wrong and asked, why is there only the best? What about other awards, like the Best Creativity Award or awards other than the grand prize? Just like the Water City Film Festival, there is the largest Golden Lion Award, and there will also be the second-class Silver Lion Award. There must be a second prize at least. Yang Ruoqian smiled and shook his head. There is no second prize. In our award, the winner takes all. Only one movie can win the same type of award. In fact, Yang Ruoqian also knew that there would often be two equally matched works in the entertainment industry. Some small awards are specially set up for this purpose. Two equally matched works will definitely have their own fans and opinions. No matter which one is chosen as the best of the year, there will be people who will not accept it and will propose conspiracy theories. So many times the solution is to let the slightly better work win the grand prize and let the other small awards be won by the other work. This can ease some of the contradictions and demonstrate its fairness and authority. The document given by Kimu actually included awards like this second prize, but Yang Ruoqian selectively ignored it. Is that so? The award of Kuiguang Group does not give a second prize at all? The winner takes all? Are you really not afraid of being besieged? I can only say that he is worthy of being President Yang and Kuiguang Group. Although it is not possible to become an authoritative award now, if this model can be adhered to, it may not be impossible to stand out in the future. After all, what is the current situation of domestic awards? Anyone who pays a little attention to the entertainment industry knows it. Cheng Fei nodded gently. Okay. Although Mr. Yang said that he was entertaining himself, he is actually very courageous. I just don't know what prizes Mr. Yang plans to set for these awards. Yang Ruoqian had already thought about it. The winner of the grand prize can get a gold cup for the movie, a golden microphone for the singer, and a golden man for the actor. The trophy itself will be made of pure gold. At the same time, the next movie of the film production company can obtain the publicity resources of our company, the actor can obtain the starring qualification of our group's film, the singer can obtain a series of resource packages such as publicity, song production, etc. Keeping these resources in the company is a disaster for oneself, and it is the right thing to give them to others quickly while taking advantage of this award. Cheng Fei's face has been completely turned into astonishment. Mr. Yang, are you going to give away all these resources? How precious are the resources of Kuiguang Group? Even if there is a clear price, countless people are scrambling for them. Mr. Yang directly awarded them to other people who have nothing to do with him. Good works and good creators should be supported by more resources. Yang Ruoqian said in a pretentious manner. The same is true for the best newcomer or even the best ensemble. They often have enough ability, but they just lack an opportunity. In this case, I will give them this opportunity. I agree. That's how the boss got me here. Shanghai Anayu nodded vigorously. Yang Ruoqian looked at the silent crowd and smiled again. I haven't finished yet. My award is not only for the best, but also for the worst of the year. Chapter 335. The child has grown up, so he should go out and find food for himself. The best, the worst award. After saying this, everyone who was about to start praising Yang Ruoqian for his selfless contribution to the development and progress of the entertainment industry opened their mouths, not knowing how to answer for a moment. The worst award. In the end, Shanghai Anayu asked first, boss, who should be given the worst award? Why should we give it to them? Yang Ruoqian said, I think the memory of the internet is a bit poor now. When many people watch a work, they often ignore the black history of the director and actors, and continue to have all kinds of unrealistic fantasies, and then they are poisoned again. Many money-making bad movies, if they change the director or the actor, they will definitely not sell such high box office. Isn't it a bit too wasteful to let such works occupy the already scarce resources in the film and television industry? I think we need to deepen this impression, so that directors who make bad movies and actors with poor acting skills will have more scruples. However, we can't judge this kind of award based on subjective feelings. We must strictly speak according to the data, and the data must be presented when the awards are presented. Which work is the best can be subjective, but which work is the worst must be objective. I plan to name this award the Golden Mop Award. However, in order to prevent some people from deliberately making bad movies to win awards for profit, this trophy itself will not be as valuable as the best award. Shanghai Anayu thought about it and asked another very important question. But boss, if we give this kind of award to others, will they come to receive it? It doesn't matter whether they come to receive it or not. Yang Ruoqian, who was originally going to get the self-entertainment award, didn't worry at all. We can just give it to him. If he doesn't come, the position will be empty. Even though she was used to the magical operations of Kuiguang Group and Yang Ruoqian, Cheng Fei couldn't help but feel confused at this time. She asked, "Boss Yang, are you going to set a prize for this worst award? Since it is an award, of course there must be a prize, otherwise how can it be called an award?" Yang Ruoqian smiled. "All these bad film winners can get a movie resource package from the shelter company. When it comes to badness, our Kuiguang group is also a good hand. If it's mediocre, it's not qualified to be our worst candidate." Imagine a funny scene, where one side of the award ceremony is in full swing and the winners are interviewed with physical awards, while the other side is empty and all the prizes are placed on the table. The show effect is simply full, and the effect of this program will not bring any profit. Cheng Fei looked at Mr. Yang, who was talking non-stop, and suddenly clapped her hands twice. "I understand." Others, including Yang Ruoqian, turned their eyes and waited for her to speak. Among them, Yang Ruoqian was the most confused. What did Cheng Fei understand? He himself didn't understand it very well, so how could others understand it? Mr. Yang's ambition is really big. In fact, you have already laid the foundation for the territory of the Kuiguang Entertainment Empire. Cheng Fei's tone was full of emotion. No matter how well you make a work, the right to evaluate it is in the hands of others. No matter how popular it can be said to be a commercial work, without depth, just to make people laugh. But if you only control the media, you can influence the evaluation to a certain extent, but many people will also see that there is something shady. Now the various awards in the entertainment industry are the best proof. They have almost become awards for this small circle to entertain themselves, and they have no credibility. Now, Mr. Yang has set up his own awards, and awarded awards to movies other than his own, just to grab the credibility of the current entertainment market. For a movie, if the Kuiguang group says it is good, and if it says it is bad, it is bad. In fact, the Leopard app itself has partially assumed this function, but it is still immature, unsystematic, and limited to the public perspective. No matter how high or low the score is, it is not authoritative. Now, Mr. Yang plans to transform this influence into the official influence of the Kuiguang group, an entertainment empire involving live broadcasts, movies, variety shows, singing, all projects, and even mastering the evaluation rights. What a grand blueprint is this? Even these sections include the production and evaluation of bad movies. If President Yang succeeds, Kuiguang Group will definitely surpass any previous company and become a real supergiant in the entertainment industry. Maybe, Kuiguang Group can really move towards the international market and compete with those global entertainment empires. President Yang's vision is definitely not limited to the domestic market. After Cheng Fei finished speaking, everyone in the viewing room was shocked. It turns out that a small award is such an important piece of the puzzle in Kuiguang Group's grand blueprint. Although everyone present heard the words grand blueprint for the first time, thinking about what Cheng Fei said and thinking about the development of Kuiguang Group over the past year, they believed it without a doubt. Chang Ziking looked over in confusion. So thoughtful? Why can't I see that this person is so ambitious at home? He actually wants to enter the international market? Yang Ruoqian was also a little confused. Was Cheng Fei talking about him, or was she talking about Kuiguang Group? Why did it feel like she was describing a completely stranger? But comparing her description with his own, it seemed that judging from the results and facts, she was not wrong. It was obviously a company that just wanted to lose money at the beginning. So how come it has now become a grand blueprint for a supergiant in the entertainment industry? It has been so crazy to hold a self-entertainment award. Will it become a boomerang that hits itself in the end? No, that's not right. I can't let Cheng Fei lead me astray. Mr. Cheng, what you said is true. We haven't thought about it that far yet. Yang Ruoqian calmed down and said, this is just an ordinary award, nothing more. Mr. Yang is good in every way, but he is too modest. Cheng Fei recalled the various cooperations between the two sides in the past year, shook her head and sighed. At the beginning of the cooperation, I doubted Mr. Yang's project, and Mr. Yang was full of confidence and guaranteed me a profit. Now, it has become me who is full of confidence and Mr. Yang is modest and cautious. This is the attitude of not being arrogant when winning, and not being discouraged when losing. Don't make up your mind anymore. The smile on Yang Ruoqian's face was almost unable to hold back. Is that not being arrogant when winning, and not being discouraged when losing? It is obvious that a series of successes completely shattered Mr. Yang's original confidence in losing money, causing him to doubt himself every time he starts a project. This project is so outrageous, can it really make money? It is normal for a rookie to be more confident. When he is hit enough by the success in society, a modest and cautious character will be developed. It has nothing to do with temperament. Yang Ruoqian just recognized the reality. Boss, apart from other things, your mentality, vision, and pattern are indeed solid. As a college classmate, Shoyuki rarely praised him. When I was in school, others always presented awards to me. This time it's finally my turn to present awards to others. Ha ha ha. But, will others come to receive it? Shankai Anayu, who finally got to sit in the judge's seat as a judge for a while, was a little worried. Our award has just been established, and it's not very famous. Cheng Fei turned to look at Shankai Anayu with a complicated tone. Xiao Shang, you have worked in Kuiguang Group for a long time, and have used too many of Kuiguang Group's resources. It is normal that you don't have a corresponding concept in your mind. When you see so many first-line stars who would rather destroy their own personalities in order to compete for the resources released by President Yang in the variety show, even if they are tricked, they quickly post dynamics to clarify their thoughts. Haven't you realized anything? The resources that you have enjoyed casually in the past year, in the eyes of others, require all your efforts to have a hope of competing for them. Your acting skills and the speed of improvement are obvious to all, but this resource is actually very precious. So precious that it is hard to come by. Think about it. You are the leading actress in the Black Robe Inspection Team, which has good box office, and won international awards. You are also the leading actress in The Wandering Blue Star, which is almost sure to be the box office champion this year. How many actors' goal in life is to be able to participate in such a work? As long as they can get the results of such a work and maintain it in the future, the status of a first-line star can be said to be within their reach. And as a fledgling new actor, you have won it twice within a year. Boss Yang also saw this situation, so he has recently begun to spread the resources of the group outward. Xiao Shang, you have already reaped a lot of dividends. This is what it means to be in a blessing and not know how to appreciate it. Many actors will never get resources in their lifetime, but she got them twice in a year. In fact, Shankai Anayu has not experienced setbacks. She has also been an extra for a long time, struggled hard, and was forced to cry by Yufu and Shai Anayu. It's just that in the end she met Kuiguang Group and succeeded. How many people have the same experience as her, but in the end they can't succeed, no matter how hard they try. Shankai Anayu was a little shocked when he heard this. He looked at Cheng Fei and then at Yang Ruoqian. Boss, it seems to be true. If you look at the results, it is indeed true. Yang Ruoqian thought about his original intention of making those movies, and his tone was a little complicated. Xiao Shang, you don't have to be nervous. These resources if you don't use them, not many people will use them at that time. The Black Robe Inspection Team was not favored by the market. This was investigated before filming. Judging from the results afterwards, this resource is certainly precious, but at that time, even many people were not willing to be the leading actor. If it weren't for the successful cooperation in the past, the director might not be willing to take this job. However, Xiao Shang didn't know these things. She thought about the resources she had consumed during this period of time, and suddenly felt a little ashamed. Boss, I said before that I would take some advertisements to repay the company, but you didn't agree. Are you repaying? You are taking revenge. Yang Ruoqian thought about it and felt that the child was really grown up and it was time for him to leave home and go out to fight for himself. The main reason is that Yang Ruoqian kept Shankai Anayu in the company to use up resources in the past because he wanted to let the 18th tier star use up garbage resources and successfully complete the closed loop of losses. Now Shankai Anayu is almost a queen, and the company's resources are no longer garbage resources. The original closed loop of losses has become a virtuous cycle. Continuing to completely bind Shankai Anayu to the group, using only group resources, and not external resources, is already an outdated strategy. Shankai Anayu's traffic and ability will raise the quality of the group's resources, and the quality of the group's resources will, in turn, further strengthen Shankai Anayu's traffic and exercise her ability. Now we should find another way out. Shanghai Anayu goes out on her own and cooperates with other producers on behalf of the Kuiguang group, and maybe she will get a bad movie. The Kuiguang group, like now, will spread out resources as much as possible, and as long as it can get lucky and meet a not so good actor, it can lower its reputation. Of course, all this is voluntary, and Yang Ruoqian will definitely not force Shanghai Anayu to deliberately make a bad movie. The past is the past, and the present is a present. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand, but you don't have to take advertisements. It won't help you much in your career advancement. Oh, then I'll go out with Sister Wen to look for resources. Shanghai Anayu nodded. Alas, I've never been out to fight. I'm a little nervous. If you go out to fight, it should be others who are nervous. Yang Ruoqian corrected. You should have some idea of your current status. Shanghai Anayu has a high status, but when she is not acting, she clocks in at work, slacks off after get off work, eats and sleeps. In the company, she is basically positioned as a street urchin, and has almost no contact with other people in the entertainment industry. Most people in the entertainment industry can only analyze her based on those works and this variety show. In the eyes of others, Shanghai Anayu is the most mysterious, the most terrifying, and the most difficult to serve person, and the sign board of Kuiguang group. Now that this sign board has suddenly appeared, it will naturally make many people nervous. Shanghai Anayu sighed. Oh, am I so awesome now? Also, you have to remember that you represent the Kuiguang group. You are the face of the group, and the group is also your backer. Yang Ruoqian reminded him in detail. Don't be afraid of failure. You don't need to start from scratch. Shanghai Anayu nodded seriously. Remember, boss, if you encounter the same thing you encountered in Anayu and Yufu, you know what to do, right? Yang Ruoqian was deeply impressed by Shanghai Anayu's previous tragic experience, and still reminded him with concern. Don't be stupid and take it on yourself. Just tell the group directly. The group will help you solve it. Understand? Oh, I know. Shanghai Anayu was a little ashamed. I was not bullied when I was nothing before. Who can bully me now? After chatting, everyone finally dispersed. Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking also got in the car and prepared to go home. Yang Ruoqian sat in the passenger seat as usual. Well, we need to publicize the award ceremony first. Let's ask Chenggayu Media for help. When can you drive the car yourself? Well, it's almost the same, whether you drive or I drive. Yang Ruoqian perfunctorily said to Chang Ziking, and flipped through 2 pages in the address book. Find a manufacturer to customize the trophy. Chapter 336. You don't have the way to get it. One day later, on the weekend, on the roadside not far from Kuiguang building, Sister Feng Luo, the assistant, carried a lot of bags and helped open the door of the special car. We are already in the top 8 now, and we will succeed if we hold on for another week. Feng Luo got in the car, and the elegant aura on her body faded a lot. She said casually, it's a pity that I can't watch the clips of the variety show during the break, otherwise I would have a better chance of winning. The assistant whispered, no one will know if you watch it secretly. If you don't want others to know, you must not do it yourself. Feng Luo shook his head, and it's completely unnecessary. And I'm basically sure, now that Shanghai Anayu is the insider, and the identity of the insider in another group has been confirmed. The only thing left is that the last one is still well hidden. There are still 8 guests alive, 3 of whom are insiders, and most of their identities have been exposed. The overall situation can be said to be evenly matched. In addition to the ranking competition, and winning more and losing less, the competition between the 3 insiders is not fierce. But the 5 good guests have to compete for 3 qualifying places, and they may not be able to cooperate sincerely. So even if they have the advantage in numbers, they are actually evenly matched at most. I'll analyze it myself after I get back. Feng Luo stretched. These 5 days of high intensity exercise are really tiring. Sister Feng Luo, even if you really don't make it, you've made a lot of money from this variety show. Seeing that Feng Luo didn't look particularly confident, the assistant comforted her. Your popularity is now higher than at your peak. Can this be considered consolation? Feng Luo certainly knew that the decline in popularity caused by shooting bad movies for a year was completely reversed in this variety show. But thinking about those exaggerated emoticons, thinking about the image she had painstakingly created for so long. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't be happy. It's okay, it's more down to earth. The assistant smiled. Compared to the previous image, everyone obviously likes your current image, Sister Fengaluo, and the old fans haven't left. Returning to the peak, but with the image of Hercules. Is this the price? Fengaluo had a headache. Okay, let's not talk about this. This variety show is about to end. Do you have any other arrangements or consultations recently? If Fengaluo can get the first place in the variety show, it will be easy to say. Next month, she will definitely prepare a movie for Kuiguang Group. But if she doesn't get the first place, but only gets the resource package for the second or third place, she will have to prepare for other things. Being in the entertainment industry, if you don't want to be out of fashion so quickly, you have to always increase your exposure and keep yourself in the public eye at all times. Even if there is nothing at all, you have to force yourself to make some news, to be on the hot search. Otherwise, even if you just disappear for a few months, it is likely to cause a sharp drop in popularity. I seem to have heard that a new entertainment industry award is being prepared. The assistant looked at the memo. Maybe the first award will be given in a few months. Fengaluo nodded indifferently. No matter what award it is, see if you can help me get one, and then promote it, and stir up some heat. A newly established award will definitely need some big name stars to support the scene. Stars don't need this kind of award to prove their gold content, but this kind of award needs to be awarded to first line stars to prove its gold content. Sister Fengaluo, this award may not be that easy to get, the assistant said with some embarrassment. Not so easy to do. Fengaluo was stunned for a moment. This is a newly established award, right? How can it be difficult to do? The assistant explained. Because there is a channel that spreads the news that this award is sponsored by the Kuiguang Group. Oh, the award ceremony sponsored by the Kuiguang Group, then nothing is strange. No, even if it is sponsored by the Kuiguang Group, it is strange. Okay. Now Fengaluo's thoughts are almost led astray, as if anything is related to the Kuiguang Group, then nothing is strange. Don't say it is sponsored by the Kuiguang Group, Xianai Yufu Kuiguang. All tied together, it should have no gold content or no gold content. Fengaluo immediately expressed his doubts. Did they invite many old and famous names in the industry to host it? But the Kuiguang Group is said to be an entertainment company, but it is incompatible with the entertainment circle. It can be said to be self-contained. What old and famous names can they invite? They didn't invite any old big names, and even the award presenters are their own people. The assistant swallowed his saliva and explained. From the news released now, the prizes are a bit scary. Maybe even better than the first place in this variety show. The prizes are a bit scary. I can only say that it is worthy of the Kuiguang Group. In this case, even if the recipients don't recognize the value of the award, they can't make such a statement for the sake of the prize, and even have to pinch their noses to admit that the organizer is fair and objective. If even the recipients themselves don't admit it, doesn't it mean that they are not that good? Although this award seems to be Kuiguang Group's self-entertainment, judging from the actual benefits it can bring, the stars are afraid that they will rush to receive it. Ordinary people don't have this way to receive it. Moreover, Kuiguang Group holds the huge traffic platform of Leopard app, so they are not afraid that no one will watch the award ceremony. With traffic and recognition from big names, alas. Fengaluo also knew that it was unlikely that he would be able to compete with others based on the bunch of bad movies he had made this year, so he could only sigh. Is this good for the Kuiguang Group? Are they going to give most of the awards to their own people? Although it was a bit self-praising to give awards to their own people, no one could find any fault with the box office and word-of-mouth performance of the Black Robe Inspection Team and the Wandering Blue Star. Even the internationally renowned awards have recognized it, and Kuiguang Group can't say anything, even if it gives it to outsiders. No. The assistant shook her head. They will exclude their own works from this award. Exclude yourself? Fengaluo seemed to be listening to a fairy tale. What it means is that they have to allocate a lot of resources to other people every year, to other actors and companies that have nothing to do with them. The top 3 awards of survival in the secret room are rich and the resources are attractive. She can understand it. After all, it is the first time that the Kuiguang group has held a variety show, and it needs to give up some resources to increase its influence. This kind of variety show may not be available for several years, and may not even be available in the future. The resources provided by the Kuiguang group are only given once, but this award is given every year. What benefits does it bring to the Kuiguang group itself by giving this award? Not bad. Feng Eluo was shocked, but on the surface he barely maintained his former elegance. Ah, not bad? Yes. Fortunately I didn't offend Shankai Anayu much in the variety show. Feng Eluo put on big sunglasses and took a sip of coffee, otherwise I would have no way to receive this award. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Think about how I should win the last week of the variety show. At least keep the top 3. Time passed quickly, and the weekend was over. In the Kuiguang building, the 8 guests who had not been eliminated gathered 8 guests, 4 groups, and 3 people were still alive in group 1, which means that there was only 1 person left in one group. The difficulty and intensity of competition in the second week's escape room can be imagined. As in previous episodes, Chief Planner Kinzin walked onto the stage before the guests entered the secret room and began the final round of speeches. Dear guests, after 2 weeks of hard work, you are very close to escaping the secret room. The crisis in the principal's office has been resolved by you. Although there have been a small number of casualties during this period, the result is good after all, isn't it? In the 3rd week, the secret room will change again. I believe that the guests have discovered in the exploration in the first 2 weeks that the friendly NPCs in the safe zone also have their own calculations. During this period of time, when they are about to leave the secret room, they will also have their own actions. Due to the re-unsealing of the mysterious power in the secret room, as long as the number of guests gathered exceeds 3, extreme terrorist incidents will occur. Please be sure to pay attention. I believe everyone has also discovered that the information from the previous week will be partially invalid in the next week. The same is true for the 3rd week. Guests, please be careful of the information in your hands. Try to find the exit of the secret room, meet your destiny, or get rich rewards. Finally, be careful of the people around you. After Kinzin said the last sentence mysteriously, the door of the secret room was slowly opened, revealing the darkness that had terrified the guests for 2 weeks. Now some of the eliminated guests have posted their recent situation online. Some guests are very careful when eating, and some guests always hear movement under the bed when sleeping. Some guests even have to find someone to accompany them to the toilet at night. The feeling of looking up in the middle of sleeping and seeing the head of the abandoned teammate hanging on the forehead is too terrifying. Even the audience finds it scary, not to mention the guests who have experienced it in person. Everyone, please. Watching the guests walk into the secret room with trembling hands, Kinzin couldn't help but feel a little emotional. After this week, the variety show has ended successfully. In fact, it's not just the guests. He, the chief planner who was forced to go up by Yang Ruoqian, has been very nervous during this period. He wants to watch the ratings and the audience's comments every minute and every second. If the variety show is not done well, he, the chief planner, will definitely be fully responsible, and the job he finally found may be ruined. For this variety show, Mr. Yang invested 9 figures. But now it seems that everything is going very well. Even if the worst case scenario is that the performance of the last week of the variety show is not satisfactory, he will definitely not be fired by the company based on his performance in the first 2 weeks. I just don't know what the group will arrange for me to do after the variety show is over. Kinzin watched the guests walk into the secret room, turned around and walked towards the backstage, feeling a little uneasy. Let me plan and arrange the next variety show. Just as he was about to go backstage to monitor the secret room screen in real time, he suddenly saw Yang Ruoqian standing not far away looking down at his phone. Kinzin hurriedly greeted him. Good morning, Mr. Yang. Yang Ruoqian raised his head slightly, indicating that he was not polite. You should hand over the work on hand to others first. Come to the viewing room. I have something small to tell you. Small things. Kinzin instantly became nervous. Generally speaking, in this environment, when the boss speaks in this tone, it will not be a small matter. Mr. Yang, I'll be right over. After spending more than 10 seconds to arrange the work, Kinzin followed Yang Ruoqian into the viewing room with mixed emotions if he guessed correctly. This conversation was about his future arrangements in the company. In the viewing room, the executives of Kuiguang Group sat around the table as usual, eating snacks and watching the live broadcast. Sit down, don't be nervous. Yang Ruoqian patted the sofa and smiled. I asked you to come here, to discuss with you later. Sure enough, Kinzin became more nervous. Boss Yang, I'll listen to you. What do you think after the variety show is over? Yang Ruoqian asked directly. Are you going to be a staff member of other variety shows in the group, or to prepare for other variety shows next year? Can an employee decide this kind of thing? Kinzin was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, Boss Yang, you can arrange it. Yang Ruoqian glanced in the direction of the secret room and asked, what do you think will happen to this place after the variety show is over? In order to build this giant secret room with full special effects, full mechanisms, hidden cameras, and even various secret doors, which can be dislocated and moved in a small range, Kuiguang Group has invested a lot of money. The maintenance cost of such a secret room is also a huge number. Logically speaking, this secret room should be demolished after the variety show is finished. Kinzin thought for a while and asked tentatively, the operating cost of this escape room is so high, it should be demolished, right? It would be a pity and a waste to just tear it down like this. Yang Ruoqian shook his head. I have an idea. Kinzin sat up straight. You say. It is definitely impossible for our company to only shoot such a variety show. Yang Ruoqian smiled. At least we have to shoot a big variety show that is not inferior to escape room survival every year. I plan to keep the venue of the variety show for 1 year after each variety show is over, as a theme park for everyone to visit, until the variety show starts next year. What do you think? This way, there will be a different theme every year, and it will be different every year. It can maintain a certain level of popularity after the variety show ends. After saying this, Mr. Yang silently said in his heart, the so-called theme park is simply a perfect excuse to maintain huge operating expenses after the variety show ends. Kinzin was stunned by what he said. Boss Yang, will it cost too much? It doesn't matter. If the cost is high, we can charge admission fees. Yang Ruoqian took out his phone and looked at it. Now I see in the comment section, aren't there a lot of hardcore players who want to play in this escape room? How could those tourists afford such an escape room? Kinzin, who was eager to save money for the company, wanted to say something, but saw Yang Ruoqian waved his hand and ordered, it's decided, you and your production team will be in charge of this project from now on, until the next variety show is held next year. Chapter 337, Boosting the Economy. Kinzin didn't expect that his makeshift team could actually be responsible for this secret room to the end, and even continue to operate it for a year after the variety show ended. Boss Yang, the operation of the secret room is also handed over to our program team. Yang Ruoqian looked at Kinzin with a strange look. Of course it will be handed over to you. The program in the past 2 weeks has proved your strength. Kinzin, who finally thought he had jumped out of the 9-digit project, suddenly learned of this bad news and was dumbfounded. Boss Yang, but variety shows are variety shows, and operating secret rooms are operating secret rooms. They can't be confused. Have you forgotten that Mei Ziyang is also in our program team? She even had to operate her own 2 acres of land and went bankrupt. Isn't it a bit beyond her ability to let her run such a large secret room? The reason why Mei Ziyang was able to get into the program team was because she made her secret room too shady and destroyed the customer's game experience in various ways. She even set up a ruthless elimination mechanism so that many new customers who just wanted to play almost didn't play anything and were eliminated in the early stage of the secret room. It's okay for such a person to design a secret room for a variety show. After all, many people who eat melons, or the audience who are unhappy with other stars, don't care about the game experience of the guests, they just want to enjoy it. But if there is no change, and the customers also experience the same difficulty, they may not enjoy it. However, Yang Ruoqian did not waver at all. Young man, it is normal to fail a few times. You must know that failure is a blessing, and you should not be ungrateful for your blessings. If you completely deny her ability just because she failed once, isn't it too arbitrary? Listening to Mr. Yang's speech, Kinzin was a little dumbfounded. He was reasoning with the boss, hoping that the boss would not spend too much money on him, and the boss directly started to give him chicken soup and preach. Well, then okay. Mr. Yang. Kinzin, who had no experience at all, was a little distressed. Then do you need to do some publicity for this theme park, or organize some activities related to variety shows? When asking questions, Kinzin was also a little pessimistic about his future fate. Is he going to walk on thin ice on 9-digit projects in the future? He really doesn't have this ability. Why doesn't Mr. Yang believe it? Yang Ruoqian has great faith in the abilities of Maisie Yuran and Kinzin. He believes that, even if they can get the variety show off, they will definitely be able to ruin the secret room. There will be publicity and activities, so you don't have to worry about it. The Kuiguang group will definitely provide enough resources in this regard. Now it seems that this variety show is unlikely to lose money, but the present is only the present, and there is still a lot of room for loss in the future. Okay, go and prepare. I'll arrange the publicity and activities. After Kinzin left, Yang Ruoqian waved to Kim Yu, who looked a little anxious not far away, and asked her to come over. Boss Yang. Kim Yu, who was forcibly pulled over to watch the live broadcast, was relieved when he saw Yang Ruoqian calling him over. Do you have any plans? Please help me contact someone to place an event advertisement in the Leopard app. Yang Ruoqian said, let's warm up the event with prizes. Starting tomorrow afternoon, the top 10 users who can predict the ranking of this variety show can get a free experience in the secret room. If you don't need this qualification, you can also choose discounts or free orders from other businesses under our company. Each ID number can only be guessed once. Yang Ruoqian did not plan to publish this event on other apps. After all, that is the platform of other companies, and Kuiguang Group cannot grasp the real name information. Without the real name information, it is easy for someone to open a lot of small accounts, exhaust all the possible rankings, and force the prize. There are not so many troubles in holding this event on the Leopard app. Anyway, each real name can only be guessed once. Yang Ruoqian thought for a moment and added, if you don't understand anything, you can consult Dong Fanqiu, and then show me their suggestions and I'll make the decision. Dong Fanqiu escape room chain store got the exclusive naming rights for this variety show at a low price. Not only did they contribute to this variety show, they were also happy to help Kuiguang Group answer some questions about commercial escape rooms. When the time comes, Yang Ruoqian can just accept all the suggestions. Kim Yu nodded. Mr. Yang, I'll arrange it right away. In a rental house, the young couple who were crazy about the updates of escape rooms still squatted at home on time, eating snacks while squeezing their heads to watch the stars break down. Oh my god. Someone followed the teammate's locator to find his teammate, but the destination turned out to be a ghost nest. Now even the equipment bought with money is not necessarily reliable. The most important thing is, NPC seems to be able to hack into the walkie-talkie. Didn't you notice that the use of the walkie-talkie is time limited? But this time the interval is obviously smaller than the time limit. So scary. Who should I trust now? The confrontation is at its peak. Someone actually followed other teams secretly, trying to trigger extreme events with too many people gathering. The negative effects of excessive use of the elevator are here. Damn. The NPC directly opened the maintenance door of the elevator and climbed down from the elevator. The camera movement is also powerful. It's right against the face. It's a pity that it can't scare me. Haha. Come on. Your palms are sweating, and you're still stubborn? That's your sweat. Ding dong. Just when the young couple was blaming each other, a message suddenly came on their mobile phones at the same time. What message? Go check it out. The boy sneered. Why, are you afraid of ghosts sending text messages to your phone to scare you? As he said that, he picked up the phone and looked at the newly sent information. It's Leopard, the official event preview from the program team. The boy brought the phone a little closer. Let me see. There is a prize guessing event. What do you think will be the ranking of the 3 surviving guests in the 3rd week? The guessing event will start in the afternoon. The first 10 lucky viewers who guess successfully will receive a 3-day experience qualification for the same escape room as Escape Room Survival X1. If you are afraid, you can also exchange the reward for coupons and discount coupons from other industries under the Kuiguang group. Don't regret it. If you want to experience the escape room, but didn't guess successfully, the program team decided to keep the escape room for a year after the variety show ends. During this time, everyone can come and pay to play. After reading this dynamic, the young couple looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. They had a little regret before, thinking that it was a pity that such a sophisticated design, completely disregarding the cost and only considering the immersion, would be demolished after the filming of the variety show. Now the program group told them that the secret room would be kept for a whole year after the variety show ended. Even if the young couple were not fans of the secret room, they couldn't help but be tempted. Now the design of many commercial secret rooms is relatively rough. In order to make a profit, they can't make the secret room so precise, otherwise the cost is too high and no one will come to play. Whenever there is a goof shot, it will greatly destroy the sense of substitution and immersion. Moreover, most of these secret rooms are the type that trigger traps. It is really rare to see a secret room like the variety show, which is full of traps on all sides, and has surprises hidden in the stairways and elevators. Not to mention the senior fans of various secret rooms. Even many viewers want to experience it in person. Isn't this more exciting than finding a grave to spend the night? Even if they know that they are likely to be scared, or even perform worse than the guests on the screen, many people can't help but try it. The 4 words 1 year limited alone are attractive enough. If I don't experience it within this year, I may never experience it in my lifetime. That's perfect. Isn't there a 7-day holiday coming up? Why don't we take this opportunity to go to Jinhae City for some fun? I heard that they have many other industries of the Kuiguang group over there, so let's go experience them together. Sure. I heard that the area around the Kuiguang building is almost forming an entertainment industry circle, so we can go and have a look. Jinhae City itself has many attractions, so we can go and have some fun together. It's a 7-day holiday, so there should be a lot of people, right? Will it be too crowded? Have you decided to go? If you have, hurry up and grab the tickets. I'm afraid they'll be sold out if it's too late. Don't worry, let's watch the variety show first. Guess first. The young couple's reaction was okay, but when heavy escape room players saw this message, their group chat exploded. Fuck, don't sleep. Have you seen this message? Message forwarding. It's a bit cretaceous. Did you just notice it? After I've already guessed it? I've decided I must go during the 7-day holiday. Is there anyone who wants to team up with me? I've bought the tickets. Whether you go or not, I'm definitely going this time, okay? But in 7 days, this secret room can only be opened 3 times at most, and can accommodate at most 50 or 60 people. Can we get tickets? The long holiday is so short, many people flock to it, and there must be a lot of people who want to experience the secret room once, let alone only 50 or 60 people. What should we do if there are too many people and too few tickets? It's simple. Isn't there a guessing game? There must be someone who guessed it, right, but can't go for various reasons. I can just buy the ticket from them. The price of this second-hand ticket can't be low. He just quotes the price and I just pay. It turns out to be Brother Fu. Sorry to bother you. Brother Fu V50. Come on. The official ticket price for this kind of secret room can't be that low. You'd better prepare the money first. Otherwise, when you go to Jinhae City and get the ticket purchasing qualification, you will find out that you didn't bring enough money, which would be a big loss. It's okay. I can wrestle the ticket purchasing qualification to someone else. You're overthinking it. How could the Kuiguang group give you this loophole when selling tickets? Have you forgotten about their last concert ticket sales? It must be bound to your ID card. If you don't want it, the qualification will flow back into the big pool and you won't be able to wrestle it. What should I do then? The man known as Brother Fu continued to speak. It's okay. I don't have to go to work anyway. I've already booked a hotel in Jinhae City for 30 days. I don't believe that I can't buy tickets for 30 consecutive days. I envy Brother Fu for another day without having to go to work. I think it's hard for me to get a ticket. This prize guessing contest is also quite mysterious. I might as well take a few days off to avoid the peak. It's a pity that our company can't take time off. I can only try my luck. If it doesn't work, it's also nice to play around Jinhae City. Hahaha. I'm an employee of Kuiguang Group. I can take time off at will. The proof of work is here picture. Oh my god. An insider has appeared. Insider, please give me some inside tickets and inside information. Can you get some tickets for the brothers? Kuiguang Group employees should play a role. I'm not an insider. I'm in charge of the company's live broadcast section. I have nothing to do with the variety show team. I can't get an internal ticket, so I can only try my luck like you. But I have vacation time. Hahaha. Having vacation time is enough to make people's faces twisted with envy. I feel like your company is planning something big. I feel like with this wave of event announcements, the tourism economy there will be boosted a lot. An internal employee of Kuiguang sent a horrified emoticon of Feng Luo. There's no need for this event. People who live here can clearly feel that the economy has been boosted. The shop rents have increased a lot. Really? Is there a lot of traffic jam on your way to and from get off work? There is traffic jam most of the time. I heard that our boss wants to buy a helicopter and put it on the roof of the company building. The word envious has been said too much. Let's not go off topic. Weren't we just talking about the escape room? Who can tell me a 100% strategy to buy a ticket? I really want to play in this escape room once. Who can understand how I feel? Why is it only reserved for 1 year? Can you persuade your boss to reserve it for a longer period of time? I'm really afraid that I won't be able to grab a ticket in a year. Even the company's internal employees are unreliable, and you still want 100%? You can only try your luck. At worst, you can come back later. Anyway, the escape room lasts for a whole year. The ticket price is so expensive, it's impossible that you can't get a ticket all the time. I'm thinking too much. I heard from my colleagues in the variety show that the group spent at least 9 figures to set up this escape room. Do you understand what that means? Do you know how high the operation and maintenance costs are? The boss opened it for you for a year because he saw that you wanted to play so much, so he went against all odds and opened it. Don't say any more. Help me convey my thanks to President Yang. Don't worry, isn't there a guessing game with prizes? Instead of worrying here, you might as well analyze who will win and who will be eliminated. If you can predict it right, you don't have to pay for the tickets. Isn't it a double happiness? I think Shanghai and I will be eliminated soon. Feng Luo should win. Zhang Wei should win too. I've made my choice and will wait for the results in a few days. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Winner. 1 week before the 7-day holiday. Originally, the day before the holiday should be the busiest and the last quiet moment before the carnival, but in Kayanda Plaza near Kuiguang building, it is completely different. At this time, the mall is bustling with people, and many people are sitting in front of a large screen, staring at the screen intently. Today is the last day of survival in the secret room. The secret room will no longer be reserved, all positions will be open, and the guests will try their best to escape. The first 3 guests to leave the secret room will be regarded as the winners. At the same time, the answer to the prize quiz will be revealed. In just a few days, the prize quiz of Kuiguang Group has been swiped crazy on the internet. Even foreigners have gone through a lot of trouble to ask for help on the Leopard app after seeing this secret room, hoping that someone can tell him how to play this secret room once and how much it costs. Now it seems that this foreigner is already preparing for visa-related matters. It seems that they have seen business opportunities. Even though the 7-day holiday has not yet begun, many tour groups and travel bloggers have begun to post travel guides for Jinhae City on video websites. Among them, entertainment projects around the Kuiguang Group are particularly mentioned. Almost every related video has at least 100,000 views, and some even reach millions. By the way, doesn't the Kuiguang Group never let people work overtime? Will they operate as usual during this 7-day holiday? I heard that they adjust the rest period at a ratio of 1:2, and the salary will triple during the long holiday. So many people are looking forward to playing in the Kuiguang Group's industry during the long holiday. Who wouldn't make money if there is money to be made? Now that the Kuiguang Group has more employees, Yang Ruoqian also feels that this kind of company system is not a secret that needs to be kept, so he lets the employees discuss it on the internet. Therefore, there will be a lot of insignificant inside information that is often said. Don't take it for granted. Experts have calculated that with the high labor costs of the Kuiguang Group and the high operating costs of the escape room, the direct vacation will lose less money than the operation. Then why do they have to open the escape room at this time? Are they trying to get money? You don't have the vision of others. Do you understand influence? Look at how much attention has been attracted to the entertainment industry now, and how many tourists have been attracted. Yeah, according to what you said, there is no need for the Kuiguang Group to organize such variety shows and spend money to invite others to enjoy the resources of their own company. For example, this is equivalent to investment. You can't look at how much money others lost when investing, but you have to extend the time to see how much benefit this investment can bring to him in the future. Makes sense. I'm not actually a local of Jinhae. I just came here because I was curious about these industries. I heard that they also have some customized entertainment business. Even if you can't play the escape room, you can still try this. Why do you care whether they make a loss or not? The Kuiguang Group is almost losing money and becoming the leading enterprise in Jinhae City. You bunch of keyboard warriors, stop analyzing what the big company bosses are thinking and hurry up and watch the variety show. It's the most tense and exciting episode. When the chattering people talked about the variety show, they immediately became excited. I've always thought that the danger in the elevator was that there would be monsters climbing down from above, but I didn't expect that there were such important clues hidden here. Yeah, the key to passing the level is to press the elevator buttons in a certain order, 2413, and finally press 1 again. The elevator will go up without listening to the command, and then come to a place that has never been opened before. It's so powerful. Who designed this secret room? Is it someone from Dongfangqiu? I think they have the exclusive naming rights. How could those people be at this level? I've been to their secret room and it's just so-so. There are often mistakes and it's very distracting. It's worlds apart from this one. Fuck it. A person suddenly stood up from his seat in shock. Did you see that when the elevator stopped on the 3rd floor, the maintenance door above moved? It definitely moved. No, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? I saw it too. It obviously moved, but the guests in the elevator didn't seem to notice it. Get out, my baby. A girl who was obviously a fan of this guest wailed, the elevator door is going to close. Wait, I remember this guest should have been confirmed to be the traitor, right? Does he only have one life left now? Hiss, if that's the case, if this guest is killed in the elevator, doesn't that mean there are only 2 traitors left? No. Brother, I beg you, look up. I bet you can qualify in the 2nd place. If you are eliminated, won't I have a chance to get a ticket to the secret room? Run. I bet on the 123rd place traitor. Don't get eliminated like this. The elevator door is closed. It's over. No, why don't you look up? Woo. When it came to the most critical and tense plot, almost everyone held their breath. Then, a shrill scream echoed in everyone's ears through the loudspeakers in the mall. At this time, many viewers had already moved their eyes away and shook their heads regretfully. This guest could be announced as eliminated the moment the elevator door was closed. By the last day of the last week, all the guests had already run out of money and had spent almost all the money they had saved in the previous 2 weeks. One guest was so cruel that he didn't even need to save that little money in order to ensure the health of the guests. Although eating costs money, as long as they are not as stupid as Shanghai Aniu, this expense is only symbolic. Oh no. Now the ratio of traitors to good people has reached 2:3, and it's hard to say who will win. I think the good guy should win. Shanghai Aniu's identity among the traitors has been exposed, and the remaining one doesn't have much room for maneuver. Who said that? Not being exposed is the biggest trump card, right? What's the difference now, whether it is exposed or not? The good guests are suspicious of everything and use exhaustive methods to warn everyone. It doesn't matter. Stop talking. Look. Not long after, the guests found the corpse of the guest in the elevator, took the elevator tremblingly, pressed the corresponding number button, and came to the new area on the 4th floor full of dangers. After a lot of hardships and dangers, and losing another teammate, they finally came to the last level. In front of the last door, there was a huge human-shaped altar. The screams and the little light that penetrated from the door told them that this was the final destination, to leave the secret room. At this moment, 2 NPCs in the safe zone appeared here at some point. The NPC in the store shouted, "Put the bodies you collected in the altar quickly." The NPC who issued the task held him down and said coldly, "Don't put these things on the altar. He is lying to you. Use the torches in your hands to light the fire and throw these things in to burn, so that the ceremony can be stopped and the weirdness in the secret room can be completely eliminated. He is lying to you. He is lying to you. Think about what you have experienced before." After that, the 2 NPCs stopped tearing and looked at the last 4 surviving guests with a grim look. At this time, not only the 4 guests, but all the people who were watching this variety show fell silent and stared at the screen intently. Who should we believe? Countless memories surged up from their minds, and everyone was analyzing who to trust. I think we should trust the NPC in the canteen. The locators sold by the NPC in the canteen to their teammates can locate ghosts. Isn't it definitely a wolf? We must trust the NPC who issued the task. But sometimes the tasks issued by this NPC are no different from committing suicide, and he deliberately concealed some important information. Isn't it also very suspicious? I think we should still trust the NPC who issued the task. Not telling the information and deliberately selling fake props to harm people are completely 2 different problems. Well, it's obvious that the NPC in the canteen is a ghost. I also think that putting that pile of human body parts into such a wrong altar is obviously problematic. It's more like lifting the seal for a certain existence. Burn it. The guests in the secret room obviously found relevant information in their memories. Just like the judgment made by the audience outside, Feng Eluo and Niu Heo also thought that these things should be burned. This walkie-talkie and this teammate locator, should they be your goods? How do you explain the various fatal failures they have? The NPC in the canteen said, as a matter of course, I'm not omnipotent. If the props I sell can 100% isolate the influence of it, wouldn't I have escaped by myself a long time ago? But you never gave us a warning. Niu Heo pointed out the loophole in his words very calmly. Because I don't know it myself. Okay, no need to say, vote. Who do you choose to believe? Niu Heo looked at the remaining 3 people in group 1 and felt a little emotional. The NPC who issued the task. Me too. Okay, unanimous approval. Niu Heo nodded and then asked, then there is one last question now. Who will carry out this last step? You know, among the remaining 4 guests, there are still 2 insiders. They may not follow the normal operation. Feng Eluo ignored Shanghai Anu, who was aggrieved on the side, and said to the remaining 2 people, how about this? We choose 2 people from the 3 of us to operate, so that one of them is definitely not a traitor. If someone has an unusual operation, the other person can stop him directly. How about it? No problem. I agree. Then let's decide it by playing rock paper scissors. Rock paper scissors. After the result of the rock paper scissors game came out, it was Zhang Wei and Niu Heo who took the last step. Zhang Wei came to the altar with Niu Heo carrying his backpack, lowered his head, and put down his backpack, and said to Niu Heo indifferently, you come. Okay. After a brief exchange of opinions, Zhang Wei put all the components such as the head and arms in the bag into Niu Heo's hands. Knowing that he was not a traitor, Niu Heo breathed a sigh of relief. When he was about to throw the things in his hand into the fire pit, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Zhang Wei still looking for something in his school bag. No, didn't he take all the things? At the moment, when Niu Heo was confused, Zhang Wei quickly picked up the school bag and put the things inside on the altar one by one. The hairpin on the head, the gloves on the arms, the clothes on the body. At this moment, the air in the whole secret room became cold. With all the things in his hands, Niu Heo, whose vigilance was completely eliminated, was completely confused and subconsciously asked, what did you put in? However, Zhang Wenyi did not answer him, but bent down and ran towards the door that was slowly opening. What did you do? How dare you? The two NPCs roared angrily and immediately put aside their previous grudges and grabbed an Yuan Heo who was closest to them. At the moment, when an Yuan Heo used his life to hold the two NPCs, Feng Eluo and Shanghai Anayu also stood up and fled out of the secret room. However, Xiao Shang's athletic ability was not at the same level as Feng Eluo's. Even though she had made peace with Zhang Wenyi beforehand and started half a second faster than Feng Eluo, she was still overtaken by Feng Eluo in the end. 1 second before the door was closed, Shanghai Anayu finally escaped from the secret room in the third place. The audience in the mall was already going wild. What the hell? Is this prop the key? Are both NPCs untrustworthy? No. Shanghai Anayu obviously knew that Zhang Wenyi was going to do this. Since Shanghai Anayu is a traitor, then Zhang Wenyi is also a traitor? Two traitors in one team. Actually, I suspected this when there were only 4 guests left, but I didn't expect the program crew to be so cruel to put 2 traitors in one team. This is trapping Feng Eluo to death. Hahaha. I feel sorry for my sister Feng Eluo. Her team is full of traitors, but she still got second place in the end. Maybe not second. It seems that the traitor team has won. Maybe they have to rank the traitor team now, and then rank the other surviving guests, which is Feng Eluo. That pile of clothes is actually the key prop. I didn't notice it at all. What do those 2 NPCs mean? Why did they all mutate in the end? Does it mean that neither of them are good people, or that they are both good people, but were trapped by the traitor? Don't worry, the organizer will definitely have an analysis of the plot later. At this time, the camera turned to the stage. Chief Planner Kinzin pushed 3 trophies towards the last 3 survivors and applauded. Let's congratulate the last 3 survivors. Congratulations to Zhang Wenyi for first place, congratulations to Feng Eluo for second place, and congratulations to Shanghai Anayu for third place. Cursing the exaggerated program team for giving him to insiders, Feng Eluo, who was panting, was stunned for a moment, pointed at himself, and asked in disbelief, "Me, I'm second place. Now it seems that the insider Linoop has won. Shouldn't it be Zhang Wenyi first, Shanghai Anayu second, and her third? Why is she second?" Chapter 339. Why are there so many people? In fact, Feng Eluo didn't understand until the end why the 2 NPCs suddenly attacked. Kinzin invited the 3 people to the podium and said with a smile, "Since you have found so many suspicious points about these 2 NPCs, why don't you think of another possibility? Both of them have problems. The one with more suspicious points is the bad guy. The one with less suspicious points is the good guy. In fact, both of them have ulterior motives. Whether you choose to throw those limbs into the altar or burn them in the fire, it will trigger the bad ending. You escaped, but the weirdness in the secret room was also released." Feng Eluo felt more and more wrong. Wait, aren't Zhang Wenyi and Shanghai Anayu the inner traitors? In that case, they should find a way to put things into the altar or into the fire pit. The hidden task of the inner traitor is to deal with the good guests and try to trigger the bad ending while escaping. The way to trigger the bad ending is to listen to any of the 2 NPCs. Doesn't that mean that as long as Zhang Wenyi does nothing, he can successfully win? The last surviving group of 4 originally planned to burn all the mission props, meaning what they triggered was actually a good ending. No wonder the 2 NPCs suddenly went crazy. Zhang Wenyi and Shanghai Anayu were even more dumbfounded. As the 2 insiders, they were calmer than the good guests and felt that the program team didn't need to deliberately put so many props on every limb. You know, these things are the key to escaping the secret room. So when others weren't paying attention, they secretly removed the props from the limbs, waiting to use them at the most critical moment. Could it be that these key props are used to trigger a good ending? They worked so hard for so long, harming other guests and playing a double act, but in the end they forcibly created an irreversible good ending? What kind of reverse turnaround plot is this? Kinzin looked at the 3 confused guests, shook his head and said, "Yes, you triggered the good ending. You missed important information when you were in the principal's office. This information will tell you that the clothes on the body are the real important props. So, at that time, everyone in our program team judged that the good camp was basically finished and it was impossible to achieve a good ending. Kinzin said, and couldn't help laughing. Who knows the inner ghost? Haha, because the inner ghost didn't get this information either, and they intuitively realized that these props might play a significant role, so they used them at the last minute. So, the good ending was forcibly achieved. Feng Eluo thought about it and asked, if that's the case, why didn't I get the first place? Kinzin handed the second place sign to Feng Eluo and reminded him, have you forgotten the rules of the variety show? What are the conditions for the inner ghost to win? As long as there are less than 3 good guests in the end, it is considered that the inner ghost camp wins. But because the entire guest group achieved a good ending, and the guests who escaped in the end were both inner ghosts and good people, we decided to rank the variety show according to the order of escape this time, otherwise it would be too chaotic. Feng Eluo glanced at the sign in his hand, and nodded in understanding. I see. Kinzin smiled. Then please ask our award-winning guests to give a speech. Let's start with Xiao Shang. Shankai held the third place sign, his face still a little confused. Am I third? I feel like I haven't done anything. What have I been doing these 3 weeks? Kinzin's face froze for a moment, and he decided to skip this little fool who might embarrass the group. He walked up to Feng Eluo and asked with a smile, Sister Feng, can you also give a speech to express your gratitude for the award? Feng Eluo, who had left the secret room, had now restored her original dignified and elegant image. She took the microphone very reservedly, with a perfect smile on her face. I can win this award thanks to the mutual help of my teammates. Everyone's efforts. Originally, she wanted to say some polite words, but thinking about her so-called 3 teammates, one of whom was eliminated early, and the other 2 were traitors who wanted to kill her at any time, she was a little speechless. I believe everyone has seen my performance in the secret room, but please don't misunderstand, fans. People will burst out some of their potential when they are extremely scared. Many of my performances are subconscious reactions of people's survival instinct. Finally, I'm very grateful to the program team for giving me such an opportunity to spend an unforgettable 3 weeks in such a tense and exciting secret room. Thank you everyone, and I hope we can meet again in a certain program in the future. Kinzin nodded. Okay, then please invite our biggest winner, Zhang Wei, to give a speech. Congratulations on winning the first place. You now have an opportunity to sign an agency contract with Kuiguang Group, and you can also star in the group's next movie. Congratulations. Not far from the scene, Yang Ruoqian looked at the screen and said to Chang Ziking beside him, in fact, it seems that the biggest beneficiary is undoubtedly Feng Eluo. Yes, I heard that many film producers are ready to contact her. Chang Ziking nodded, but whether she can take this opportunity to make a good work and consolidate her position is still unknown. The traffic brought by variety shows may not be so stable. Many passers-by fans were attracted by Feng Eluo's performance in the secret room, and their stickiness is not that high. If there is no outstanding movie to retain these fans and convert them into loyal fans willing to pay, Feng Eluo will slowly return to her original position after a period of time. The traffic has arrived, and it depends on whether she can catch it. But she has nothing to do with us anymore. Yang Ruoqian shook his head. The second place resource package is just traffic. TSK, others really want to sign a contract with our company. How many times have they tried? Yang Ruoqian laughed. To be honest, Feng Eluo has outstanding personal abilities and her style has taken shape. Signing a contract with our company may not be the best development for her personally. That being said, the two chatted and soon return home. This quarter is almost over, and it's time to wait for the quarterly settlement. In fact, seeing that variety shows are so popular now, President Yang also knows that this so-called collapse of the character setting has caused fans to boycott and basically declared bankruptcy. Some fans will boycott or even criticize the program team. Such voices have not completely stopped until now. But more fans will completely give up after breaking their defenses and choose to boycott partially. They will not watch the suffering scenes of their own stars and only laugh at the suffering of others. This will have almost no effect on the ratings, except that the completion rate will be slightly lower. In fact, because of the escalation of the verbal battles between fans, the popularity of the variety show has remained high, causing many people who don't pay attention to the entertainment industry to come in and take a look. People who like to play fun don't follow any specific stars. As long as they see someone suffering, they will give good reviews. Even more evil people have sent emails to the program team to provide their own prank ideas. In short, in the end, the traffic attracted by the variety show is much more than the fans who boycotted the variety show. A week later, the third quarter of this year finally ushered in the settlement. What are you doing? Why don't you come in and sleep? Tomorrow is a long holiday. Wait a minute. Wait a few minutes. Yang Ruoqian lay on the sofa and perfunctorily said to Chan Ziking, "I'll come after watching this video." Although he said he was watching a video, Yang Ruoqian had actually called up the system panel. Maybe it was because he was numb, or maybe it was because he was too naughty, but at this moment, his mentality was indescribably stable. The feeling of being eager for quick success and quick loss before was much less, and he had a more fun-loving mentality. Let's see how much money he can make from his creative ideas this time. Company's profit and loss this quarter. 190,674,120.05. The company's profit was stable this quarter, and the host held a variety show that had never been tried before, and it was an unprecedented success, which is worth celebrating. Congratulations to the host for completing the long-term task, owning an office building that belongs entirely to the company. Long-term task reward. In order to facilitate the host's product launch, the host company will obtain the international review and approval rights for various programs and activities, provided that they comply with local regulations. Congratulations to the host for completing this quarter's optional task, entering an entertainment industry that has never been touched. Optional task reward. Considering that traffic jams may affect the host's work efficiency and delay important trips, the system will reimburse the host for a private helicopter. Based on the profit ratio of 1/10,000, the host will receive a commission of 19,067.41, which has not reached the standard of the surprise. Grand prize. Please continue to work hard in the future. Rewards are being distributed. Private helicopter. Yang Ruoqian, who has suffered from the maintenance of supercars, complained, "Can it be recorded in the company's name? Don't give me such harmful rewards again. This thing is not something he can afford." Recording it in the company's name and recording it in his personal name are completely two different concepts. The last supercar incident also cut off Yang Ruoqian's fantasy of assigning his assets to the company. What's more, this thing is different from a car. It is not easy to sell. Heh, you gave me a reward, but I didn't even wait for me to claim it. Unless I find a buyer and can make a seamless transition, I will never claim this thing. This system is really malicious. As for the commission of less than 20,000 yuan, Yang Ruoqian chose to ignore it directly. Anyway, he already has millions of yuan in his bank account, so this little money is nothing. But this long-term reward is a bit interesting. After Yang Ruoqian finished complaining, he sighed heavily. Is this encouraging me to move towards the international market? Although the current Kuiguang Group is not yet the industry leader, it is at least in the first echelon, and it is the first echelon with the greatest hope of challenging the two giants. In addition to the slightly insufficient production capacity, Kuiguang Group can be said to be at the top level in China in terms of film quality, reputation of celebrity artists, and various IPs. But the problem lies in this insufficient production capacity. In terms of celebrities, there is only one quasi Queen Shanghai Anu who can really hold the scene. Although the movies are popular every time they are made, Kuiguang Group has only 2 movies in total. To put it bluntly, even if the Kuiguang Group doesn't continue to produce hits every year or even every quarter as before, it will naturally become a giant just by keeping its current business and slowly developing it for a few years. What it lacks is time to settle down. So, are we ready to enter the international market now? Yang Ruoqian smiled and shook his head. It just so happens that we have acquired the shares of a foreign game company. When the game is made, we can give it to our company's game anchors to play. There are currently 2 projects in the 4th quarter of this year. The first is the movie The Richest Man in Jinhae City, and the second is the Kuiguang Entertainment Annual Award. Under the hype of Chenghai media, although this award is not yet known to everyone, the celebrities and companies with faces are basically aware of it. I don't have any clues about the international project yet. Let's talk about it next year. After making preliminary plans, Yang Ruoqian swiped down the system panel to see if the system had issued any new tasks. Starting from the fourth quarter of this year, current profit and loss status. The current first long-term task has been completed. Long-term task 2.0 is now released. Although the host's company has made remarkable achievements in each field, the accumulation in each field is not deep. Please ask the host to make at least one more movie with high topicality, cultivate at least one second-tier actor and increase the company's influence in the entertainment industry. No limit on methods. Optional tasks for this quarter. Another year is about to pass, and the host's performance this year is remarkable. Try to hold an event to summarize this year. Yang Ruoqian glanced at the tasks and nodded. Almost all of them are what I do. High topicality does not mean that you can make money. As for Zhang Wei, he does have some potential, but this time we must plan the route carefully, and we can't cultivate another Shanghai Aniu 2.0. The last task, the Kuiguang Entertainment Award, should be considered a way to increase influence. The optional tasks are even simpler. Yang Ruoqian would never miss such an opportunity to spend a lot of money at the end of the year. The task is relatively simple. I hope the reward can be better. It would be better if I can get money directly instead of negative assets. After reading all the content on the system panel, Yang Ruoqian stretched and went back to his room to sleep. Tomorrow is the first day of the 7-day holiday, so I have to relax. The next day, Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking got up at 10 o'clock in the morning and came to Kyanda Plaza next to Kuiguang building. It happened that the people in the operation department planned a new restaurant here, and Yang Ruoqian planned to try it out. He knew that there would be a lot of people during the long holiday, so he booked a private room in the restaurant. Then, after finally squeezing through the surging traffic, Yang Ruoqian and the others plunged into the crowded shopping mall. Although he booked a private room in the restaurant, he did not book an elevator in the mall. How can the queue for the elevator be so long? Mr. Yang pulled Chang Ziking's hand and asked blankly, were there so many people last year? No. Chang Ziking shook her head. Then why are there so many people this year? Is there any relevant tourism policy here? Chapter 340. We do not advocate revenge consumption. Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking have both been on international stages to receive awards, and their images are not mysterious. But even though it is an international stage, many people who are not deep fans will not pay attention to the award ceremony. At most, they will see related reports in some news information. They are not stars, so they naturally receive much less attention. At this time, message reminders popped up on their mobile phones at the same time. College classmates group. Yang Ruoqian glanced at Chang Ziking. Your side too? Yes. Chang Ziking nodded. Let me see what they are talking about. The two opened the college classmates group. While waiting in line, several familiar names came into view. Wu Zizheng, at ALL staff. I'm in Jinhei City again. Is there anyone to greet me? Gu Jiwen, at Yang Ruoqian, at Shao Yuki, at Chang Ziking. I'll be there tomorrow too. Big boss, rich second generation, beautiful lady, do you have any plans for this year's long holiday? Shao Yuki, there are too many people. I don't want to move. You can ask them. Yang Ruoqian looked at the message on his phone and asked curiously, why do you all want to come to Jinhei City to play suddenly? Is there any good news about tourism here? Or are there any new projects? Yulanan, isn't it just the various new projects you have launched? You ask us? Do you want to see the promotional video? Who wouldn't be confused after watching it? Shao Yuki, the boss is like this. You just get used to it. By the way, are there any vacant positions to benefit old classmates? Don't dream. At this time, Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking just got on the elevator. Their minds were in a mess. What promotional video? Where did the promotional video come from? He didn't remember who he asked to make what promotional video, nor did he remember Kimu reporting related matters to him. Do you know what a promotional video is? Yang Ruoqian turned around and looked at Chang Ziking in confusion. Did you ask someone to do it? Chang Ziking shook her head. I will definitely tell you about the company's decision making. What is that? Yang Ruoqian quit the classmate group and opened the group for employees who adjusted their vacation time. In order to maximize the cost, Yang Ruoqian sent a notice to the company before the holiday, which means that on a voluntary basis, if any employee is willing to adjust his vacation time, he will receive a lot of compensation. First of all, the 7-day long vacation can be exchanged for 14 days of paid vacation in any period of time, which is equivalent to doubling the vacation time while adjusting the vacation, and the arrangement is more free. And employees who work during the long vacation will have their wages doubled during these 7 days. Then, only half an hour after the announcement was sent out, the secretary received applications for adjustment from almost all employees. The competition was so fierce that it was beyond Yang Ruoqian's imagination. Even Kim Yu himself applied to Yang Ruoqian for adjustment. Finally, with many people dissatisfied, the adjustment quota was considered to be allocated. Employees with strong working ability like Kim Yu naturally could not get a quota. Fortunately, some people are at work. Now that there is a problem, at least they can ask in the group. Yang Ruoqian at all the staff in the group of employees who were on leave and asked, I heard that a promotional video was made recently. Does anyone know about it? Send me the link. Soon an employee replied, Mr. Yang, the promotional video was not made by our company, but many scenes were shot here. In order to attract customers, the travel agency edited many things in Jinhae City together, including our company's projects. Video link, you can take a look. By the way, Mr. Yang, I have received a lot of calls here. Should I handle it myself, or let you handle it? Yang Ruoqian, who was about to click on the video link, keenly realized that the matter was not simple, and immediately asked, what call? What is it about? The employee replied, many travel agencies have contacted us, hoping to get tickets for some projects at low prices at group purchase prices, such as private customization. Some high-end travel agencies want to pay a high price for a batch of tickets for escape room survival. The price they offer is much higher than the market price. They hope to use the gimmick of 100% probability of playing the escape room to bring some glory to their travel agencies. Do you have any suggestions? Yang Ruoqian didn't even think about it and gave a negative answer directly. Don't pay attention to them. All projects of our group emphasize fair competition. Whether you can buy tickets depends on luck. The ticket price is the official guide price that cannot be changed. Okay, Mr. Yang. After forcing himself to work overtime and arranging his work, Yang Ruoqian breathed a sigh of relief and opened the video link sent by his employees. As soon as he entered the interface, he saw more than 3 million views, which was very eye-catching. At this time, the elevator just arrived on the 3rd floor. Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking hurriedly ran out of the elevator, left the noisy flow of people, and came to the restaurant private room. After the door of the private room was closed, the two finally felt a little quiet. Come, let's take a look. Chang Ziking leaned her head over. I'm also curious about that promotional video. Yang Ruoqian gave one of his headphones to Chang Ziking and clicked the play button. On the screen, you can clearly see Jinhae City from an aerial photo. There is Jinhae University, historical sites, theme parks, and of course, the very conspicuous high-end office building in the city center, now the Kuiguang building. After the video briefly introduced the attractions that almost everyone has heard of, the reciter suddenly changed the subject, with a hint of mystery in his tone. Next is Jinhae City's special entertainment, which is unique in the country and even the world. If you don't come to experience it, you may regret it for the rest of your life. As the first sentence of the introduction that whetted people's appetite ended, the screen went black, and then Yang Ruoqian saw many familiar scenes. Chang Ziking was stunned and pointed at the screen. Isn't this the scene of our variety show? A face suddenly grew on the wall, a flesh wall with a head and arms chasing after it, and an elevator that requires pressing buttons in a certain order to enter the corresponding floor. Various mechanical special effects, highly immersive pictures, and a layout that is far more sophisticated than all commercial chambers. The reciter continued to introduce, this is the most distinctive chamber in Jinhae City, the largest, most invested, and most realistic chamber in the world. Here, you can experience all the plots you can only experience in horror novels, and this chamber is only open for 1 year, and you will never see it again next year. The timid should be careful at this time. Countless comments have floated on the screen of the promotional video. Although the Chamber of Survival is very popular, its audience is still limited to the 3 groups of celebrity fans, variety show enthusiasts, and Chamber of Mortals enthusiasts. In fact, many people don't like or hate chambers, so they may not come to watch variety shows, and they may not be able to understand this super chamber that is limited to 1 year. Consumers may not know what their needs are. The long holidays will make many people who want to travel start looking for travel guides online. As long as they see this promotional video, they will immediately know what they need. Fuck. I can't even imagine how fun this escape room is. Stop talking. Book a ticket. I can't find a place to buy tickets. Urgent. Urgent. I want to play. I want to play. After introducing the escape room, the video screen changed again and came to the private customization shooting site. Several movie scenes turned, and the reciter continued to introduce. Here, you can customize the plot and various characters freely. All the stories serve you alone, and you can live the addiction of the movie protagonist doing whatever he wants. If you want, the movie can even be released on major platforms. At least on this day, the whole world revolves around you. After a fulfilling day, the food in Jinhae City can also make people linger. Take a look at this food street. If you want to experience a different dining environment, we also recommend this restaurant, affectionately called Uncommon Characters Restaurant by the locals. Not only is the dining environment here good, the dishes are cheap and affordable, and there are many buried stories waiting for you to discover. If you are lucky, you may even meet the legend of Dragon and Phoenix singing here. Yang Ruoqian looked at the introduction of the travel agency and was a little stunned. Chang Ziking laughed directly. This is not a Jinhae City tourism promotional video. This is the industry promotional video of Kuiguang Group, right? Other introductions including amusement parks and various classic attractions did not account for 10% of the total video playback time. No, I didn't give them any money. Yang Ruoqian turned off the video and angrily clicked on the ordering menu. While ordering, he complained, "Why do you have to add so many elements of the Kuiguang Group in the promotional video?" Chang Ziking also scanned the ordering code on the table with her mobile phone and said with a smile, "Whether you pay or not has little to do with their announcement of promoting you. As long as such a promotional video can attract tourists to Jinhae City for tourism, they can make money. Whether they will let you make money with them when they make money is actually not a very important thing. And this is also a good thing. It costs a lot of money to build that escape room, and it's good to have more tourists come to make up for the loss. Escape rooms charge a high fee. Tourists who are willing to pay for it will definitely experience other surrounding projects. Many of our restaurants have both high consumption and low consumption. These customers come here and will definitely experience a high paying projects. It's a good thing. Look at these barrages. Basically, they have prepared tens of thousands of tourists and will not stop until the money is spent. Nowadays, as long as many things are labeled as limited edition, countless people will pay for them. This secret room is not only limited edition, but also of excellent quality. It is normal that so many people come here. The only pity is that the ability to receive tourists is relatively low, but since we have other businesses, it's not bad. Chang Ziking said as she ordered what she wanted to eat. After glancing at the menu, she asked curiously, "Why don't you order?" Yang Ruoqian didn't care about ordering at this time. He directly opened the group chat and sent a message to the employees, "Hurry up and make an announcement to tell the relevant passengers to calm down and not to consume impulsively." At an airport somewhere, Gujuan looked at their mobile phones and then at Yang Ruoqian and the classmates group. "Boss, do you have any extra tickets to the escape room? It looks quite interesting." Yu Lanan patted his hands. "Okay, don't influence other people's company decisions. Just go and see the fate. The reception capacity of the escape room is not enough. Your old classmate wants a ticket and my old relative wants a ticket. The business can't be done." "Oh, it's just a joke." Gujuan checked his boarding pass. "We guessed the specific ranking of the variety show, and the guessing results will be announced soon. Maybe we can get the tickets, if we are lucky." Don't think too much. Anyway, we are just going there for fun. Yu Lan'an said, and sighed again. Alas, it's only been less than 2 years, right? It feels like things have changed a lot. The class reunion more than a year ago was still very impressive. The cheerful atmosphere, singing nursery rhymes, were much purer than the stereotyped class reunions of most of them. At that time, Yang Ruoqian was still the boss of a small company, Shaoyuki was still a rich second generation with a poor family, and Chang Ziking was even an outsider who got in from another class. Now, Yang Ruoqian's small company has become a local giant enterprise. Even local tourism related policies have to revolve around his company. Hey, how nice would it be if we had joined the Kuiguang group at that time? Gu Jiwen found a chair in the terminal and sat down. Wouldn't we be able to get a middle-level management position? There's no point in caring about this, just keep a good relationship. Yu Lan'an shook her head. Why not think about what to do this time? This time we have enough funds, so we need to relax. Just as the two were chatting, a message came from the official backstage of the Leopard app. Congratulations. You have guessed the final ranking in the Escape the Room prize quiz. Now you are awarded a free ticket. If you don't have time to experience it, you can also exchange it for other rewards. In order to facilitate the arrangement of tickets for other time periods, please fill in the ticket time you wish to book as soon as possible. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Announcement. It's not easy to make money. Please think twice before traveling and consume rationally. Gu Jiwen was surprised and turned to look at Yu Lan'an. I received the notification. Did you receive it? Received. As for the announcement, they were directly ignored by the two. Sure, I'm lucky. Gu Jiwen laughed. Not only can I experience the escape room, but I can also save the ticket money. I wonder if Boss Yang can take care of us, like he does to their artists, and secretly give us 10 yuan when we enter the venue. They say don't bother others because of this kind of thing. Before he finished speaking, a new message suddenly came from the classmate group. Yang Ruoqian, I just asked someone to check. You won the prize guessing contest. No extra tickets are needed. Oh. Sorry for the trouble. Just a joke. Yang Ruoqian, by the way, have you booked the hotel? Have you made the plan? I'm telling you, don't make revenge purchases from me. Chapter 341 Revenge Consumption. Revenge Consumption. The two looked at each other and suddenly felt that, although Yang Ruoqian had become the boss of a large group, he was not too arrogant. Sometimes, the unfamiliarity brought about by the change of status is inevitable. Yu Lan'an sent an emoticon package. Ha ha ha. Boss Yang is still as joking as before. Gu Jiwen also sent a message. Don't worry, even if we want to do revenge consumption, we don't have the ability. In fact, the two of them did plan to do revenge consumption in Jinhei City this time. If it weren't for the winning this time, the 2 tickets for the escape room alone would cost at least several thousand yuan, and including the privately customized tickets and hotels, it would cost at least tens of thousands. If this is not considered revenge consumption, what is? But this little money is really nothing for a big boss like Yang Ruoqian. Kuiguang Group is now able to drive the economy of a city to some extent. Sitting in the restaurant, Yang Ruoqian, who hadn't eaten a bite of food yet, felt a little complicated. Judging from the tone of the two people's conversation, they were definitely here for revenge consumption. Chang Ziking took a bite of food and asked, what's wrong? No time to see old classmates? No, forget it. Yang Ruoqian shook his head and put down his phone. Let's eat. Now that Kuiguang Group has become so big, it is no longer short of these 3 melons and 2 dates. Even if the 2 old classmates don't come to consume, there will be others to take this position. The problem of Kuiguang Group is that its production capacity is too low. Even if this customer leaves, the next customer can fill it at the speed of light. It doesn't matter who pays. Look at the people outside. There are so many. Chang Ziking looked out the window while eating. Fortunately, Cheng Fei bought the surrounding industries and gave them to us before our business developed. Otherwise, if we buy them now, I don't know how much more money we will spend. Yang Ruoqian. When Yang Ruoqian and Cheng Fei just started working together, Cheng Fei felt that he was really taking advantage of too much. Considering long-term cooperation and exchange of interests, he took the initiative to buy a bunch of surrounding industries and gave them to Kuiguang Group. and this so-called exchange of interests has always been a big worry that Kuiguang Group cannot get rid of. Yang Ruoqian recruited a wave of new employees to manage the business, and the business got better and better, so that it has now become an entertainment industry chain covering half of the city. It would have been fine if he hadn't said it, but Yang Ruoqian felt it was a bit absurd. Who knew that the few stores at the beginning would become like this after just a few years? A carelessness and a fluke mentality at the beginning may very likely become a cancer that can never be removed in the future. Let's eat. After dinner, when Yang Ruoqian took out the black card that was limited to one in the world to pay the bill, he felt a little warm. After wandering around the mall in boredom, Yang Ruoqian looked at the crowds and really couldn't muster up any interest in playing. He said to Chang Ziking on the side, "I feel that there are too many people here. There is nothing fun. Why don't we go home?" Chang Ziking was about to agree, but suddenly her eyes lit up. "Did you see that there are so many people gathered in front? It seems that a celebrity is doing some kind of autograph activity." Celebrity autograph activity. This is also quite normal. After all, the surrounding area is full of entertainment atmosphere. When people put Jinhae and entertainment together, the first thing they think of is Kuiguang Group. You care about these? Aren't you a fan of celebrities? Yang Ruoqian just glanced at them. "I see that every time you see information about a celebrity, you block that account directly." "Not always." Chang Ziking smiled slightly. "If it's information about a small business, I will still take a look, although they are generally outrageous. Let's go." With that, the two went against the crowd, took the elevator back to the underground parking lot, and hurried back home when there was not so much traffic outside. Alas, a good vacation has become like this. Yang Ruoqian lay on the sofa and sighed unconsciously. "I can't go out to play at all. All long vacations are like this. It's not the first time." Chang Ziking closed the door. "Just stay at home. You are the boss anyway. You can give yourself a few days off when you want to play. What do you think? How about we go out and play?" Yang Ruoqian, who had been tired for 3 months, certainly didn't want to stay at home during the long vacation. There are so many people everywhere in the country. It's a good opportunity to go out and play. Doesn't our company have a private jet? It's a good opportunity to use it. Chang Ziking peeled 2 apples and asked while eating, "Isn't it too late to plan such a thing now? By the time the visa is processed, the long vacation will be over, right? Don't worry. I spent so much money and hired so many people. They have already handled everything." Yang Ruoqian took another apple from Chang Ziking and said, "Usually so many people ask you for this document and that document. They are applying for business visas. Now many countries' business visa groups have prepared important company personnel, the kind that can enter 10 times a year." Chang Ziking nodded in understanding. "Where are you going? Do you want to take other people from the company with you? It's not about work. Why take other people?" Yang Ruoqian looked at Chang Ziking with a bit of disdain. "Just the two of us going to play. Let's go. Quickly plan where to go. Where are our 2 old classmates?" Chang Ziking blinked and asked again, "Aren't they going to arrive tonight? Aren't you going to pick them up?" "Pick them up? Not only pick them up, but also arrange a luxurious package for them. I guarantee they will have an unforgettable long vacation." When Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking were discussing travel at home, there was an employee of Kuiguang Group who had a serious face and was typing on the computer. The excitement and relaxation outside seemed to have nothing to do with him. The variety show is over, and the movie's leading actors have been selected. Jiuo Rang, who was appointed by Yang Ruoqian as the new movie producer, was busy with the last finishing touches of the script. About 3 months ago, he had the audacity to interrupt Mr. Yang when he was having dinner and told him his idea, and it was really adopted by Mr. Yang. Although the tone set by Mr. Yang was completely different from his own creativity, Jiuo Rang still worked hard and designed a complete plot with other professional screenwriters according to Yang Ruoqian's requirements. In order to maintain his creative state and connect to the variety show as soon as possible, Jiuo Rang struggled with almost all employees in the company to compete for the rare opportunity to adjust his vacation, and finally got a temporary concession to work during the long vacation. The leading actor is Zhang Wei, which is not bad. Jiuo Rang rubbed his sore fingers. If it was a female leading actor, many plots would have to be deleted and modified, otherwise it would be a bit deliberate and abrupt. Since the leading actors of this movie were selected by the variety show, and Jiuo Rang was a newcomer, many media and film critics were not optimistic about the movie of Kuiguang Group. Even LIUB, who has been recognized as the Kuiguang Group, has been constantly posting dynamics, analyzing from casting to subject matter, and finally came to a conclusion: Kuiguang Group itself does not have such a high positioning for this movie. This is obviously a movie for a source exchange and expanding influence. First of all, how to determine whether the leading actor selected by Escape Room is suitable for this role? In fact, the name of the movie The Richest Man in Jinhae City limits the worldview and expressiveness of the film theme. Even if it is filmed well, it is difficult to be as shocking as the Black Robe Inspection Team and The Wandering Blue Star. A restaurant cannot only produce masterpieces, so LIUB calls on everyone to be rational and not to use the requirements of the other two movies to demand this movie. In this environment, where external doubts and internal casting cannot be as good as Jiuo Rang wishes, the pressure he bears is indeed heavy. But Kuiguang Group is willing to give him this opportunity and willing to give him such a big performance stage. Jiuo Rang is very grateful. Jiuo Rang cannot be independent in casting the leading actor, but the funds approved by Kuiguang Group are very abundant, and he can play freely and completely simulate the life of a richest man. Producer Jiuo. Just when Jiuo Rang was fully engaged in carving the script, a screenwriter who also applied for a leave came over. Are you ready for the selection of other roles? In theory, this kind of question should not be asked by a screenwriter to the producer. Even the question itself should not be asked. However, among their preliminary film shooting team, only the two of them successfully applied for a leave adjustment, so they had to handle all the work during these 7 days. A certain degree of confusion was inevitable. Part of it has been confirmed. What's wrong? Jiuo Rang turned his head and glanced at the screenwriter. Is there any new situation? Well, Feng Eluo called the front desk and said that she wanted to fight for an important female supporting role. The screenwriter nodded. What do you think? Feng Eluo. Jiuo Rang was a little confused. He remembered that Feng Eluo won the second place in the variety show and won various resource packages awarded by the group. Why did he suddenly come to get a role in a movie again? This I don't know how to deal with it. Jiuo Rang didn't dare to make his own decision. He picked up his phone and subconsciously wanted to send a consultation to Kim Yu. Now all the company's contacts with Yang Ruoqian himself will go through this secretary. Wait, Secretary Ki is on vacation, right? Jiuo Rang's message hadn't been sent out yet. Suddenly, he thought that Kim Yu should be resting at home now. His finger stopped immediately and deleted the typed text one by one. Fortunately, it was not sent. Then who should I ask? The screenwriter reminded him. Mr. Yang seems to have sent a message in the adjustment group, talking about something about work. Why don't you ask him directly? For such a simple matter, ask Mr. Yang directly. In fact, the senior management of the crew can make their own decisions on the casting issue, but Jiuo Rang knows the positioning of his movie in the boss's mind, so he dare not make his own decision. What if the company's senior management decides to use this supporting role to exchange resources with Feng Eluo? Jiuo Rang hesitated for a while, thinking that Feng Eluo is more or less a first-line star, and his net worth starts at 9 figures. He felt that this matter really cannot be rushed, so he mustered up the courage and opened the chat box with Yang Ruoqian. Good afternoon, Mr. Yang. I'm very sorry to disturb your vacation. There is an important thing I want to ask you. Our crew just received a call from Feng Eluo. She said that she wants to take an important female supporting role in The Richest Man in Jinhae City. Do you have any instructions? In fact, in Jiuo Rang's heart, as long as Feng Eluo's salary is not too high, he is still willing to let her play an important female supporting role. After the end of the variety show Survival Room, Feng Eluo's image has begun to lean towards a comedian. The essence of The Richest Man in Jinhae City is also a funny and imaginative movie, and the two are very compatible. Feng Eluo is now very popular, and it can also bring a lot of heat to the movie itself. I just don't know why Feng Eluo wants this supporting role. A few seconds later, just when Guo Rang was thinking about it, Yang Ruoqian's reply came directly. You should discuss the crew's choice with the director. Don't ask me. I won't interfere. Don't worry about not having enough pay. If the crew does not have enough funds because of the pay, just apply to the finance department directly. You are already a mature producer and should learn to judge some things for yourself. I put you in this position, and I implicitly give you the authority to handle such matters. Guo Rang was both terrified and flattered, and quickly sent a message back. Mr. Yang, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to trouble you. It's okay, handle it yourself. Seeing Guo Rang's face changing from good to bad, the screenwriter didn't dare to come over, and could only ask carefully, what's wrong? It's okay, Mr. Yang asked us to judge, and handle it ourselves. Guo Rang put down his phone. I just didn't expect Mr. Yang to give us so much support. He probably didn't have high expectations for this movie. How could it be? The screenwriter was a little unconvinced. Mr. Yang allocated so much funds for this movie. The expectations should be very high. Guo Rang said sternly, these funds may be used for film remuneration or other exchanges of interests, not necessarily for the importance of the film itself. Think about it. For such an important variety show like Survival Room, if the final grand prize is the starring role of a flop movie with small investment, how embarrassing it would be, to say it out loud. The investment is large, and the winner will get a high salary. Even if the final performance of the movie is not good, at least it can be acceptable in terms of face. The screenwriter finally understood a little, so that's it. But strategic goals are strategic goals. Guo Rang took a deep breath, as if to cheer himself up. Mr. Yang's investment is here, and our script is also here. Mr. Yang doesn't care about the tactical success or failure this time, but who says we can't do well at the tactical level? With so much money, we can make a good movie. At that time, we will give a loud counterattack to those media outside, and give Mr. Yang a big surprise. The screenwriter, who is also a newcomer, can't help but get excited at this time. Then, producer Guo, are you going to let Feng Luo join? Let her come. P.S. I counted it. It seems that I owe 4 chapters. It's terrible. My hand is going to be broken. Chapter 342 Win-win cooperation. No losers. Let her do it. This is a bold statement, but Guo also knows that when he said this, the pressure on the entire crew increased. Feng Luo is not just any nobody, and even if it is a friendly price, the salary cannot be low. If a third-tier star is asked to play this important supporting role, the salary to be paid may only be hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. But if it is replaced by a first-tier star, especially a first-tier star who is now in the limelight, it is not impossible to increase this number by 100 times. Can Feng Luo's acting skills and popularity bring so much revenue to this movie? Judging from the fact that she has been making bad movies recently, but fewer and fewer audiences are buying them, it can be seen that the possibility that the answer is no is not low. The screenwriter hesitated. Are you sure? Feng Luo's salary will definitely not be low, right? I think we can really give it a try. Guo Rang had obviously thought it over carefully. Feng Luo's current personality is different from before, and it really fits the overall tone of this movie. The screenwriter didn't dare to make a judgment on such things, so he could only nod gently. Since you have decided so, I will definitely fully support it. But as for the salary, we'd better talk about it. The salary of a first-line star, the money that comes out of a few cuts, is astronomical. Fortunately, the leading actor Zhang Wei himself is not a famous actor, and the highest level of other characters is only second line. With only Feng Luo, Guo Rang feels that the crew can still afford these salaries. Let's find a place to talk. For such a big thing, we need to communicate face to face. Guo Rang, who had never done such a thing, looked very serious. Where is Feng Luo now? When is he available? Just add his work WeChat and ask. I just asked for it. The screenwriter lowered his head and pushed Feng Luo's work WeChat to Guo Rang. Bargaining is a technical job. You must be careful. Don't worry. Guo Rang was quite confident about this. Through the company's channels, he had basically understood that the maximum salary for an actor like Feng Luo to play a supporting role in such a movie was 30 million. Guo Rang's initial plan was to first bargain to 15 million and then gradually increase it. As long as the final price did not exceed 20 million, it would be considered a success. Soon Feng Luo also accepted the friend request. Feng Luo also sent a message directly to the point. Hello, producer Guo Rang, I'm Feng Luo. Do you have any casting that is more suitable for me? At this stage, the script of the movie would definitely not be shown to Feng Luo. But in any case, a movie cannot be without an important supporting actress. Guo Rang picked up the phone and replied, "Hello, Mr. Feng Luo. The crew has an accountant role that supervises the protagonist's spending. We haven't found a suitable actor yet. It should be more suitable for you. It doesn't matter whether the other party is really Feng Luo or Feng Luo's agent. As long as he is a person who can decide the pay, it's fine." Feng Luo quickly sent a message. "Accountant? Do you have a lot of shots and scenes? Things that are closely related to interests should be asked." Feng Luo never hesitates in this regard. "We are all professionals, so we can just talk about business. If we wait until the script is down, or even after filming starts to discuss related matters, it is easy to cause all kinds of unnecessary disputes." Guo Rang replied quickly, "Don't worry, there are a lot of scenes and scenes. If it weren't for the restrictions of the plot, it would actually be comparable to the heroine." Feng Luo's typing speed is also not slow. "Okay, is it convenient to talk about the pay now? If we have negotiated, can you send the script to see it? The discussion of pay is here. As long as the pay is lower, the pressure on the box office will be less." With a pounding heart, Guo Rang typed a line of words in the chat box. "Our crew can offer 15 million yuan for the film. Can you accept it?" Just after clicking send, and the message was still being transmitted, Feng Luo actually sent a message first. "Feng Luo, I know your crew faces more challenges, but no matter what, you must guarantee me at least 8 million yuan in film pay. I believe I can still bring so much value to the movie. Can you accept it?" In fact, as a veteran who has been deeply involved in the entertainment industry for many years, Feng Luo has already figured out her own value. If she faces a weaker producer, it is not impossible for her to ask for a 30 million yuan film pay. Even if it is a very popular role and a very luxurious filming team, it is not difficult to get an 8-digit film pay. But, this time Feng Luo has his own ideas. The budget for a movie is always limited, not to mention this movie used for a source exchange by Kuiguang Group. Feng Luo believes that with the ability of Kuiguang Group, even if the quality of The Richest Man in Jinhae City is not as good as the Black Robe Inspection Team and The Wandering Blue Star, it will at least not be a bad movie. A masterpiece with a box office of more than 700 million or 800 million is definitely a foregone conclusion. But all this is based on the premise of no accidents. If the salary you ask for is too high, it means that the crew must cut other expenses within the limited funds. The costs of other actors and staff will be reduced, the purchase of props and special effects will be more stretched, and the quality of the movie will inevitably decline. The risk of failure of the movie will also increase. Feng Luo is very clear about his current needs no matter what. He must make a movie of decent quality as soon as possible to firmly lock in the traffic that has finally come back to him. But a movie of decent quality, coupled with the attribute of, as soon as possible, is not so easy to find. It's like who wants to make a bad movie. Even the director of a big bad movie can't really want to make a bad movie, but the final product is a bit unsatisfactory. The only movie that has quality assurance will start shooting soon and has a good relationship with Feng Luo is The Richest Man in Jinhae City, produced by Kuiguang Group. Although Feng Luo failed to win the first place in the variety show and failed to get the leading role, there is no rule that stipulates that she cannot join the crew as an ordinary actor afterwards. As for the issue of pay and casting, Feng Luo no longer insists on it. As long as the shots, plots, and pictures are up to standard, and as long as the pay is not so low as to insult people, she can accept it. Instead of taking a pay for this movie, it is better to give up a little pay, let the quality of the movie go up, and rely on this movie to consolidate the reputation that has been won with great difficulty. It's better to collapse the character from an elegant goddess to a strong woman than to be gradually forgotten. Believe that you have made such a sincere offer, and the crew of The Richest Man in Jinhae City has no reason to refuse. At the same time, a message suddenly appeared on Feng Eluo's mobile phone screen. Our crew can offer 15 million yuan for the film remuneration. Can you accept it? Unlike what Guo Rang guessed, Feng Eluo was really negotiating with her mobile phone this time. Whether her career can take off again depends largely on her performance in recent times. It is more reassuring to handle such an important matter in person. So when both sides saw the other party's offer, they were stunned for a moment. It's like a customer wants to pay 100 yuan to buy something, but the boss only charges 50 yuan, which is inexplicably embarrassing. Teacher Feng Eluo, this is not a bit too low? Guo Rang looked at the figure of 8 million and felt a little unsure. With Feng Eluo's status and the strength of Kuiguang Group, it would never come to this price. Feng Eluo looked at the other party's relatively sincere offer and replied, enough, absolutely enough. It was completely unexpected that Kuiguang Group, a fast-growing, resource-rich entertainment company that was not inferior to Youfa Group, would have such an attitude. Thinking back to the past, when Kuiguang Group was still very weak, Feng Eluo had sent an email inviting cooperation. At that time, it was rejected decisively. It was enough to show that Kuiguang Group was not so rare for her. Compared with the pay, she valued the quality of the film more. The budget of the richest man in Jinhae City program group was definitely not as sufficient as the previous two films, and she must not make things worse for the crew at this critical moment. Guo Rang was a little unbelievable. Is it really enough? Teacher Feng Eluo, don't worry, our crew's funding budget is still relatively sufficient. You don't have to complain about the pay. The crew's funds are not ordinary abundant, and Yang Ruoqian just said that, if it is a pay issue, he can add another budget. In this case, is it a bit unreasonable to give Feng Eluo such a small amount of money? However, Feng Eluo's attitude was very firm. No, the extra budget can be invested in the movie, polishing more details and plots, making the pictures and special effects better. Compared with the pay, I want to see this movie succeed more. Guo Rang, who had never seen such a situation, was a little dumbfounded. Now there are two people who can give him an answer. One is Kim Yu, but she unfortunately lost in the competition for the adjustment of leave. Now she is forced to rest at home. It is impossible to contact her during the entire 7-day holiday. The second one is Yang Ruoqian. But President Yang has just told him that, if there is anything, the crew will make the decision internally, and it has only been a few minutes. Disturbing President Yang's vacation, when it has been made clear, is equivalent to telling the boss that he is incompetent, and whether he still wants to work in the company. After struggling for a long time, Guo Rang came up with a compromise plan. Teacher Feng Eluo, how about this? 10 million. This number looks better. How about it? Feng Eluo hesitated. Is it really okay? After bargaining for a long time, the two finally reached a consensus. It's really okay, don't worry. Feng Eluo would not refuse to take a little more money, and was in a very happy mood. Okay, happy cooperation? Guo Rang, who had received an unexpected surprise, was also in a very good mood. Happy cooperation. From Feng Eluo's words and actions, she was quite optimistic about the subject matter of this movie, and was willing to devote herself to this movie wholeheartedly. This undoubtedly gave Guo Rang another shot of confidence. Feng Eluo sent another message. Let's find a place to sign the contract. I also need some time to familiarize myself with the script. Okay, I have time today. How about you? I'm drinking coffee downstairs in your company now, and I'll be up soon. About 10 minutes. After successfully negotiating the cooperation, Guo Rang showed a rare satisfied smile on his face. Feng Eluo is indeed very straightforward, which is in line with her personality. The screenwriter at the side saw the expression on his producer's face and knew that the matter was about halfway done, so he smiled and said, "It looks like the deal has been done." Did Feng Eluo agree to our offer? 10 million was enough. Guo Rang still found it hard to believe. It seems that Feng Eluo really wants this role. TSK, isn't this a win-win cooperation? The screenwriter laughed. The crew saved money, and Feng Eluo got the role she wanted. There was no game, no loser. Why do we have to distinguish between winners and losers? Guo Rang smiled. As long as the quality of the movie is good, everyone is a winner. We can make money, the actors can become famous, and the audience can enjoy watching it. Indeed, While the new movie crew was busy planning the filming, other employees who took leave within the group were also working happily. Although there were fewer employees at work, the work arranged by Yang Ruoqian was basically just to maintain the normal operation of the company, and the workload was actually smaller than usual. Of course, the workload at ordinary times is not large either. Alas, it's basically a holiday in the company. An employee finished his work and was a little bored, so he chatted with his colleagues. Fortunately, it wasn't that difficult to get into the company at that time. Haha, when I joined the company, my family invited all the relatives to dinner. It's called overtime, but no leader cares about us at all. Is there a possibility that, first, the leaders don't care about us much, second, none of the leaders who wanted to apply for a vacation were successful, and now they are all on vacation at home? I never thought that I would have to rush to work overtime. This is the Kuiguang Group. Work hard. What I fear most now is that the company will suddenly disappear one day, and I really dare not slack off. Ding-ling-ling. Just when the employees were chatting for a while, a slight phone ring suddenly came from the front desk. Since most of the front desk employees failed to apply for vacation, they had to let the remaining employees do part-time work at the front desk. The employee who just said not to slack off immediately got up, walked to the front desk, and answered the phone. Hello, yes, this is Kuiguang Group. Who are you? Well, I'm really sorry, we may not be able to make the decision on this matter. We have to wait for the leader to come back. Otherwise, you can add our work WeChat first, and we will notify you when there is news. Oh, our leaders are on vacation now. It seems that there is no way to contact them at the moment. I'm really sorry. It's not tiring. Our work is more relaxing than vacation. Okay, you're busy. After saying that, the employee hung up the phone, added WeChat and returned to his seat. Colleagues who had nothing to do immediately came over and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" A staff member of some bureau said that they want to invite our company to shoot a promotional video or something. Chapter 343 Movie Props. All real ones. The promotional video can only be discussed after Yang Ruoqian returns from abroad. The grand occasion of the industrial chain of Kuiguang Group can no longer solve the problem, so it is better to turn a blind eye to it and wait until the long vacation is over before returning from abroad. Although high-speed Wi-Fi is available on the private plane throughout the journey, it does not mean that Yang Ruoqian will not block everyone's information. Anyway, he will never take another look at what happened in these 7 days. Just when President Yang was traveling with Chiang Kai-shek, several tourists came out from under the Kuiguang building in Jinhae City. Fuck. A person couldn't help but shout loudly after leaving the elevator and getting on the rented car. This is too cool. After so many years, I finally feel the long-lost horror. As hardcore fans of escape rooms, the two of them have played many escape rooms all over the country. But at the same time, their threshold of fear is getting higher and higher, and they are becoming more and more familiar with various scary routines. The excitement at the beginning is becoming more and more difficult to find. Nowadays, many escape rooms are under the guise of horror hardcore, but in fact, they are still the same old routine. Even if many mistakes are made, NPCs will try their best to let players experience the whole process. Without the life-threatening feeling, the sense of immersion will collapse instantly. But it's different here in Kuiguang Group. The two of them really saw someone being dragged out and eliminated alive. Although they had signed a contract beforehand, if someone was eliminated in the escape room for various reasons and did not experience the full content, Kuiguang Group would make a partial refund for this. But who would want a refund if they are willing to spend thousands of dollars to play this escape room? It's so bad to get such a hardcore escape room ticket, but in the end, it's refunded before the experience is over. Just because you are lucky enough to get the ticket this time doesn't mean you will be so lucky next time. If you fail to get the second ticket within a year, or if you get the ticket, but are eliminated halfway like this time, the loss will be heavy. Scream softly, don't get startled. His companions started the car with lingering fear. I'm a little afraid that a headless corpse will suddenly jump out in front of the windshield. No, hurry back to the hotel. My hands are itching, and I can't wait to write a column. How can there be such fun in a secret room? Hurry up and introduce more people to it. It's absolutely worthy of its reputation. As one of the well-known players in the small circle of escape rooms, the two of them even gave suggestions to Kuiguang Group to build a secret room in the early stage. Who knew that the secret room made by Kuiguang Group was even more terrifying than they suggested? Do you think we should ask the publicity department of the Kuiguang Group for some money? The driver joked. We both have a good influence in this circle. Come on, you're still asking others for money. Do you think they will pay any attention to you? The person in the co-pilot seat yawned. They don't have to worry about selling tickets at all. Do they still need us to promote? It's good enough that they don't ask us for copyright fees. Let's find a place to eat. I think a company that can do such a good job of running a secret room shouldn't have a bad place to eat. The main thing is that it's not expensive. The man who had already turned on his phone and started writing a column shook his head. Logically speaking, theme restaurants that are opened in shopping malls and have IPs will be very expensive. A plate of vegetables costs you 48. The prices of restaurants under the Kuiguang Group seem to be quite affordable. There are also expensive ones. I saw someone posted the high-end menu of the Rare Characters restaurant on the internet. If you only pick the expensive ones, a meal will cost tens of thousands. You also know that you only pick the expensive ones. I've seen those ingredients, and they are not low in value. They sell them at this price, basically just to make a profit from the processing fee, which is not expensive to be honest. In other high-end restaurants, let alone whether the ingredients will be so high-end, they will charge you the service fee and processing fee alone. This is the first time I've seen such a conscientious merchant. So others can become giant companies in such a short time. This is the pattern. You see, almost everyone's goodwill is maximum doubt. Hurry up and eat. I'm almost exhausted from running the last level. By the way, if we come up with a strategy, will it reduce the difficulty of the escape room? Even the two of them, professionals who have played almost all the escape rooms in the country, played until their last life to complete the level. Can others withstand this intensity? Coming up with a strategy may allow more people to reach the end of the escape room. Lower your shit. Do you think we are playing the same thing as the variety show Escape Room Survival? This program crew highlights a ruthless person. If you dare to release a strategy today, he will adjust the escape room according to the key points in the strategy tomorrow. Whoever reads the strategy will be unlucky. Then I still have to write it. Ha ha ha. Let them be unlucky. I can't be the only one to be unlucky. Let's eat. Let's eat. At the same time, in a resort hotel that has hosted countless victims. I told you, Boss Yang is generous. Yulanan, who had just gotten off the plane, looked at her private suite. Even though we had booked a hotel, he still booked a room like this for us. If we booked it ourselves, it would cost at least 10,000 a night, right? Guju sighed. Yeah, it's a pity that Yang Ruoqian is going abroad for a trip. Otherwise we would have asked him to take us out for a drink. TSK, it's so face saving to have dinner with the boss of the Kuiguang Group in their property. We can spend any money, but it's mainly too face saving. When Yang Ruoqian picked them up at the airport, he forcibly arranged a hotel, forcibly lent his black card to the two of them, and then went through security on the spot to board the plane and travel abroad. The second generation rich Shaoyiki was too lazy to go out to play when there were so many people. Anyway, he was also a senior executive of the Kuiguang Group, so he didn't have to squeeze in with the crowd at this time. Of course, after all, they were old classmates, so it was no problem to make an appointment to play in their free time. TSK, that's all. Yulanan put away her luggage, sat on the sofa, and turned on her phone. I heard that the first group of people who went to play in the escape room have come out. Let's see what they say. The two had not played in the escape room many times before. They challenged such a high difficulty right away, so of course they had to check the guide first. Although the ticket purchasing mechanism of Kuiguang Group is completely random, it is easy to think that most of the people who are willing to grab tickets on the first day of the long holiday and eat crabs will not have never been exposed to the escape room. It only takes an afternoon for such people to write a guide. Yulanan just typed a keyword and saw the corresponding column. A guide to the same escape room as Kuiguang's A Room to Survive. First edition, exclusive to the entire network. Friends who have grabbed tickets can read it quickly, and no reproduction without the author's permission. It's true. Yulanan exclaimed. People nowadays are so efficient. Take a look, and write down all the key things. Gujiwan also put away his things and came over. Let me take a look. My memory is better than yours. First of all, the plot of this escape room is much more streamlined than the variety show version. This is easy to understand. We only stay in it for 3 days and 2 nights, and the variety show is a full 3 weeks, so the plot will definitely be much less. Secondly, unlike the variety show, the streamlined version of the escape room has groups, but no confrontation. The only difference between groups is the tasks, and there is no limit on the number of people who can escape. As long as you escape, you will be considered to have passed the level. We won't be separated when we go in. The order of the elevator buttons is 21,421. After pressing them, you can reach the hidden level. There are more rewards and more dangers. The specific strategy. When you see the sports equipment room, turn around and run. Run as far as you can. Finally, remember to bring a change of clothes. Although the atmosphere inside is scary, the accommodation conditions are unexpectedly good. As long as you block those hellish filters, it's not inferior to ordinary 5-star hotels. Gujiwan nodded seriously as he read. It does feel scary. Fortunately, our seniors have avoided danger for us. Haha. TSK, and the accommodation conditions are really good. After memorizing all the key information, Gujiwan turned to the comments section of the column. There are quite a few people in the comments section below. Are so many people paying attention to this secret room? Yulanan also opened her mobile phone. I'll come and take a look. Wow, there are actually pinned comments from people who went there together. Let me see. There were 3 days and 2 nights in total. He didn't even spend 1 night and was eliminated? Isn't this too miserable? This guy is just asking for death. Look at his self-introduction. Who was chased into the toilet? Isn't this just looking for death? Well, he said he thought this secret room was like some games, where if he hid in a closet or a toilet cubicle, the NPC would instantly become blind and stupid and let him go. Ha ha ha. Anyway, we will definitely not make such a mistake. We are going there tomorrow. Do you dare to say that you are not nervous at all? A little, but it's okay. Don't we have cheats to pass the level? What are you afraid of? Just when the young couple was chatting happily, a message popped up in the class group. Oh. The two looked at each other. Could it be a friendly reminder from Boss Yang? They quickly opened the group chat. As a result, they saw an old acquaintance with an abstract avatar. Shaoyuki, at Yulanan, at Gujiwan. By the way, are you two going to that secret room tomorrow? Woozes Heng. What? You actually got the tickets? This is not fair. I demand a rematch. Shaoyuki, didn't I give you a coupon? Go eat it by yourself. Yulanan, yes, rich second generation. Do you have any friendly tips for us? Shaoyuki, just a friendly tip. I just saw someone post a column about the strategy of escaping the secret room. I can only say, you just take a look at it. Don't believe it. At least don't believe it all. Gujiwan, has this person been bribed by your company? Deliberately spread false information? Shaoyuki, I'm not in charge of this business, and I don't know whether it's true or not. But I know the nature of those people in the variety show crew. Do you think they won't read this column? Do you think they can't adjust the secret room all the time? Want to pass the game according to this guide? I tell you, you will be cheated. It's not like you haven't watched variety shows before. Even the official reminders you get in the secret room may be tampered with. How can the cheats for tourists not expire? Although I don't care about this, you still have to listen to my advice on this point. It will help your life safety. Gujiwan, who had just memorized the entire guide with great effort, had no time to pay attention to his girlfriend's laughter. He was a little dumbfounded. Then didn't I memorize the guide in vain? Shaoyuki, that's not the case. The program team will consider many aspects. They may change these rules, or they may use some of them. In short, you can't believe them all, nor can you disbelieve them all. Gujiwan, then it might as well be all fake. Shaoyuki, anyway, that's all the hints. I'll go to the filming site of The Richest Man in Jinhae City later, and teach them how real rich people live. Ha ha ha. What's this movie about? I'm a little curious. Commercial secrets, I can't tell you. At the same time, at the filming site of The Richest Man in Jinhae City, there are only 3 pitiful people on the huge filming site: Guo Rang, the screenwriter who has worked countless part-time jobs, and Sheo Yuki. Guo Rang, who has always known that the company's rules are strict, wiped a cold sweat. Boss Sheo, aren't you on vacation at home? Wouldn't it be bad if Boss Yang knew about this? I'm not here to work. Sheo Yuki spread his hands indifferently. Am I working in the crew? No, since I'm not, it's not my job. Since it's not my job, I'm here out of interest. Sheo Yuki suddenly realized that sometimes he could work overtime reasonably, only if he was not assigned work. This can also be regarded as a reasonable use of the company's rulebook. What are you doing here today? Sheo Yuki looked around the empty set. Have you bought all the props? Guo Rang scratched his head. Not yet, but President Yang has approved a lot of funding for us, telling us not to use props and to just buy the real thing like the real rich use. I understand this. Sheo Yuki slapped his thigh. I understand it too well. Tell me, what is the personality of your protagonist, and I will customize a set for you. The other party was also a senior executive of the company, so there was no need to hide the script. Guo Rang said directly. President Sheo, the situation is that the protagonist has obtained a huge fortune, but must lose it all within the specified time, otherwise he will not get the reward later. Losing means you can't give it away, you can only invest it? Sheo Yuki nodded. I still understand a little about this. Let's go. Get in the car. I'll tell you how to act to perform the feeling of a funny now-irish. Guo Rang nodded and got into Sheo Yuki's car with the screenwriter. Thank you for your guidance. Chapter 344. What a coincidence. You are here too? Although Yang Ruoqian did not disclose the identities of Sheo Yuki and his college classmates, anyone with a sharp eye could see that the two were definitely not strangers. Moreover, Sheo Yuki's temperament of never having suffered from poverty since childhood was almost obvious. Most employees who knew the company's senior executives knew that Sheo Yuki's financial conditions were at least not bad. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sheo. The only 2 people left in the crew hurriedly followed Sheo Yuki and got into his car. This is the work enthusiasm of the employees of Kuiguang Group. Even if they are company executives, even if they are from wealthy families, even if they are on a long vacation and the boss has not arranged any work tasks, Sheo Yuki is still so willing to take the initiative to work and solve problems for the company. In the car, Sheo Yuki looked down at his phone and said, if the protagonist is an avo-rish and not a villain, it would be best if he is an artist with some funny attributes. Zhang Wei is a good choice. When discussing work, Guo Rang was no longer polite, and Feng Luo, with her current personality, she should be able to create some good sparks if she plays the lead role of an accountant. Sheo Yuki glanced at the map navigation and nodded. Let's talk about the image of the protagonist first. After all, he is not a villain, so even if he is an avo-rish, he can't be made into an image that makes people feel disgusted at first sight. For example, wearing a gold silk shirt, combing a chauffeur's hair, always wearing a self-righteous smile on his face, likes to show off wealth and social relationships with other celebrities in the most direct way, but his speech and conversation are completely uncultured and tasteful. If it is this kind of image, many viewers probably can't stand it at all and leave after watching for a few minutes. The most annoying thing is that villains succeed. Guo Rang naturally understood what Sheo Yuki meant. Mr. Sheo, so we need a character image that is more immersive and more friendly. An ordinary person from the general public who suddenly gets a large sum of money is the state we want. Sheo Yuki nodded. This is easy. I will help you choose clothes when the time comes. In fact, Sheo Yuki himself is almost this image. Everyone knows that he is a rich second generation, and he doesn't hide it at ordinary times, but basically no one dislikes him. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, the 3 got out of the car and went straight to the high-end clothing store under the leadership of Sheo Yuki. Anyway, Yang Ruoqian also said that if you want to avoid being exposed, the best way is to use all real things and no props at all. Maybe some sharp-eyed audiences can see that the clothes worn by the protagonist are not genuine but props, or that the material is very cheap. Wouldn't this be out of the play? since the boss said so. Guo Rang could only do it. Come, I know this shop. It's definitely low-key and luxurious. It doesn't look ostentatious from the outside, and you can't tell the brand at a glance, but even a layman can feel the high-end feel from the fabrics and designs. It's definitely suitable for your leading actor. It's a pity that he signed the contract with the company too early, and now he is considered an employee of the company, so he has to take a vacation at home. Otherwise he could come here today to try on clothes and prepare for customization. Unlike Xiao Yuki, who is a complete outsider, Zhang Wenyi is the leading actor and one of the most important members of the crew. If he gets involved in filming during the holidays, it would be a serious violation of company regulations. Just as the few people were chatting, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. What are you doing here during the holidays? Xiao Yuki turned around abruptly and saw Cheng Fei walking in this direction. What a coincidence. You're here too? Xiao Yuki took a small step back. I'm choosing props for our new movie. But are you free? Not a coincidence, not at all. There are several businesses of my family nearby. Whenever I have nothing to do, I'll come here to check it out during my holidays. Cheng Fei shook her head and glanced into the clothing store. What kind of props require such expensive clothes? Although Cheng Fei had never bought anything in this store, she knew that the cheapest custom clothes in this store cost 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, and the most expensive ones cost more than 100,000 yuan. Is it necessary to buy such expensive authentic clothes for actors? With Yang Ruoqian's personality, if he had to spend money, he would definitely not just buy the cheapest style. So the boss's movie can be successful. Xiao Yuki said very proudly. Do you know what details determine success or failure? Cheng Fei glanced at the two people next to Xiao Yuki and did not refute, but nodded thoughtfully. I thought that Mr. Yang's movie was not so commercial at first, but now it seems that I must have misunderstood. She is no longer the newcomer in the entertainment industry. Naturally, she can see that a movie that even the leading actor relies on luck cannot be made with much effort. However, looking at this posture now, he is choosing props during the holiday, spending a lot of money to buy clothes, and even letting Xiao Yuki, who is on vacation, come out to choose in person. Is Mr. Yang trying and challenging something different from ordinary people? Cheng Fei has not read the script, but judging from the name of the movie The Richest Man in Jinhei City, she knows the nature of this movie. Letting the rich second generation Xiao Yuki to direct it is definitely the right choice. It is enough to show that Yang Ruoqian really attaches great importance to this movie. It is definitely different from the small-scale assembly line movie that was originally imagined. As a second-generation rich man in the distributor, Cheng Fei immediately felt the burden on his shoulders heavier. The works and preparations of the Kuiguang group came one after another, and Chengyu Media could not fall behind. Since President Yang attached so much importance to this movie and invested so much money and preparation in it, the publicity must not be left behind. Cheng Fei immediately took out his mobile phone and gave the company's employees a simple preliminary instruction. Adjust the priority of the publicity and distribution of the movie The Richest Man in Jinhei City to the highest level, and if there is a conflict with other work, make way for The Richest Man in Jinhei City. If the performance of the two movies The Black Robe Inspection Team and The Wandering Blue Star is used to predict The Richest Man in Jinhei City, this is at least a blockbuster with a box office of 1 billion or even 2 billion. For such a big business, the priority should be ranked as high as possible. After instructing the employees, Cheng Fei walked into the clothing store. I'll help you pick out some. Do you mind showing me the script? Mr. Cheng, that's too formal. Guo Rang had long heard about the story of how Kuiguang Group and Chengyu Media worked together when they were first established, and knew that the two companies were close allies. I'll pass the script to you right away. Cheng Fei walked to the table and sat down, scanning the script of The Richest Man in Jinhei City line by line. As a partner who has seen the skills of Kuiguang Group and benefited greatly from it, she would not make any comments on the script itself. But she could still provide help with some things outside the script. The script is quite interesting. Cheng Fei nodded and couldn't help but praise. You are worthy of being President Yang. That's it. I saw that you have arranged for a helicopter to appear in your script. Do you have any plans? Jiuorang was stunned for a moment and said, "We plan to find a channel to rent a few good-looking helicopters." Shaoyuki suddenly interrupted, "I heard from Kim Yu before that the boss seems to have plans to purchase helicopters directly recently. Why don't you ask him about this? Helicopters are also divided into high and low grades. If you are an Alvorish, you must have a better helicopter. That's the truth." Jiuorang's tone was a little embarrassed, but President Yang said that I can decide everything myself. That's 4 things that don't involve him, so you can decide for yourself. Shaoyuki generously helped his college classmate make a decision. "I'll ask him for you if he has made any arrangements for the helicopter. If not, just do both things together." As he said that, Shaoyuki turned on his mobile phone and sent a message to Yang Ruoqian. "Boss, I heard from Kim Yu that you have been thinking about purchasing a helicopter recently. Okay, wait for a reply." At this moment, Yang Ruoqian was flying to the Maldives. He stretched in the spacious bedroom at the back of the plane and muttered to himself impatiently, "Who is it? You don't have a good rest or play during the long vacation. You send me text messages every day. If you have nothing to do, I suggest you find a partner first." After complaining, Yang Ruoqian still took the phone from the bedside table to see who was so bored. After seeing that the person who sent the message was Shaoyuki, Yang Ruoqian sighed heavily. "It's this guy again. Every time I see him, I always feel that nothing good is going to happen. What's wrong?" Chang Ziking, who was wearing a silk nightgown and watching videos and eating snacks on a small coffee table on the side, turned her head slightly when she heard the words, "Is there something about work?" "No, it's that kid Shaoyuki." Yang Ruoqian shook his head and turned on his phone to see what he was doing. After watching for a while, Yang Ruoqian was a little strange. "Ask me about purchasing helicopters. What does this have to do with him?" After thinking about it, Yang Ruoqian felt that there should be no fraud, so he replied, "Almost, but there is no rush. Why do you suddenly care about this? Do you have an unused second-hand helicopter at home that you want to sell to me?" President Yang learned a lesson and is now extremely determined to use the company's money to buy helicopters. He will never use the free quota given to him by the system. It looks free, but in fact the system is just trying to cheat him out of his maintenance fee. Shaoyuki made a sweaty soybean expression. "No, you didn't read the script of your movie at all, right? Isn't there a scene in the movie where a helicopter appears? I was thinking about using the helicopter you bought as a movie prop. The helicopters that can be rented outside now don't seem to be too high-end, and they don't fit the image of an Alvorish. There is actually a plot about helicopters in the plot of the new movie. This movie itself was thought up by Yang Ruoqian on the spur of the moment, and even the choice of the leading actor was very casual, so he just told Jiuorang a general idea and didn't say how the specific plot would develop. Alvorish, helicopter. There really seems to be no sense of disobedience when these two are linked together. Yang Ruoqian sent a reply to Shaoyuki. "Wait a minute, I'll think about it." After sending it, Yang Ruoqian urgently opened the system panel. "System, if it is for the company's business needs, can I donate my personal belongings to it? If there is no reason for the transfer, the system will not allow it. But now, isn't this a ready-made reason delivered to the door?" Inquiring if it is a company's business need, and it is difficult to solve it through market means in a short period of time, and the host happens to have a solution, the host can transfer the assets under his name to the company. Note, the nature of this behavior will be regarded as the company's purchase from the host, and it will be counted into the company's quarterly expenses. According to the value of the item, please remember that the company's profits and losses depend on operations, and using the host's personal strong assets to support the bottom line is harmful and useless. It actually works. This system that has pitted itself countless times has found its conscience again. Since I can transfer my assets to the company, I can also withdraw the helicopter that the system gave me before. Moreover, doing so will not delay the behavior of losing money and will be counted as an expense item by the system. It's a big profit. Yang Ruoqian was so excited that he immediately sent a message to Shaoyuki. "Okay, no big deal. What kind of helicopter does the crew need? What grade? What configuration? What appearance? Send it all to me." Shaoyuki, "Well, what's the use of making so many requirements? Isn't it to see if others have any for sale? If it's customized, it will probably take at least a year. Can the filming of a movie wait that long? That's because you don't know what the golden finger is. Yang Ruoqian sent a mocking expression. Your godfather and I have channels. Don't worry about these things. Just make any requests. TSK. It's really different when you get rich. You can even find channels for this kind of thing. Why do I feel that your face now is a bit like the protagonist of The Richest Man in Jinhae City? Nonsense. I thought of this theme based on my own experience. Yang Ruoqian ignored Shaoyuki's question. Okay. Speaking of which, isn't it a long holiday now? Why are you suddenly concerned about the script? You've been secretly working overtime, right? Shaoyuki was very arrogant. This is not my job. It's not even a shift. No matter how much I work, it's not overtime. I haven't violated any company regulations. You don't have an excuse to make things difficult for me this time, right? You're just too idle. Yang Ruoqian was too lazy to care about such trivial matters. Is there anything else? If not, don't disturb me from traveling. Shaoyuki, sometimes I really don't know whether you value this movie or not. If you say you don't value it, you are willing to spend so much money and even nitpick on the details. If you say you value it, you don't even seem to have read the script. TSK. Yang Ruoqian was too lazy to explain. You don't understand. This is called a strategic vision. After typing this line, he planned to put down his phone and go to eat breakfast outside the bedroom. At this moment, the last line of information floated on the phone screen. Okay, you are great. You formulate the strategy. Then Cheng Fei and I will help you complete the tactical level. TSK. Yang Ruoqian's hands froze. What the hell? Cheng Fei? What does this matter have to do with Chengyu Media? Exclamation mark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345. What you thought was an assembly line was actually Mr. Yang's brilliant plan. Mr. Yang, who had been planning to put down his phone and enjoy the holiday, had no choice but to pick up his phone again and send a message to Shaoyuki. Chengyu Media? What are they doing? Every time Cheng Fei made a move, there were generally only two results. The project that was originally losing money suddenly stopped losing, or the project that made a small profit made a huge profit. For this suspicious ally with a long criminal record and very worthy of vigilance, Yang Ruoqian had to be extremely alert. Shaoyuki replied with some amusement. What? She is the distributor, and she must vigorously promote your proud project. Aren't your two companies friends for 100 years? Why do you even ask about such things? What the hell is vigorously promoting? Yang Ruoqian didn't understand Cheng Fei's idea at all. His movie clearly stated that it was a small production line, that any actor could play the leading role. It's just that all the props of this small production are real, which leads to huge costs. Is there anything to vigorously promote? Yang Ruoqian asked. My favorite project. Why do you think this movie is my favorite project? Seeing Yang Ruoqian's reaction, Shaoyuki confirmed his guess. You are a little too polite. Who doesn't know your famous name? If it were someone else, this movie would definitely be used to exchange resources. But if it were you, I can guarantee that there is 100% fraud here. You must be experimenting with some new ideas behind the scenes, and you are sure of them. It looks like you are going to shoot an assembly line, but in fact everything is within your calculations. Am I right? Yang Ruoqian looked at this pile of information and was a little confused. Only what kind of logical judgment did you base your conclusion on? Do you want to take a look at what you are talking about? It can't be said that the logic is unclear, but at least it is nonsense. Even the random selection of lucky actors to star in the movie has become a purpose. Yang Ruoqian and unreasonable decision are connected together so that they can skip all the argumentation processes and directly come to the conclusion that this matter is not simple. Now, not only the onlookers outside the company think so, but also the employees and executives inside the company think so. Have even the partners completely given up thinking? This is no different from writing easy to know and easy to prove when you couldn't solve a problem in high school. Kuiguang Media is a well-known company after all, but it would force a conclusion so hastily and violently. Even Kuiguang Media has demonized itself. Shoyuki was very reasonable. It's okay, we won't ask about your decision. You can do whatever you want. We are only responsible for fully supporting you and helping you clear some troubles and obstacles in the details. Yang Ruoqian, thank you so much. No more chatting. Let's go to eat. After typing this line, Yang Ruoqian threw his mobile phone directly on the bedside table to charge and went to eat outside the cabin with Chang Ziking. Anyway, he is not in the company now, and he can't control Kuiguang Media, so it's better to out of sight and out of mind and enjoy the journey. Shoyuki, who had already received an answer from Yang Ruoqian about the helicopter, was not interested in disturbing the young couple. Have fun. Take more pictures. In the clothing store, Cheng Fei watched Shoyuki put away his phone and asked casually, "How is it? What did your boss say?" Shoyuki looked smug. "I talked to the boss in person. What else could he say?" Of course he agreed readily. He asked us to put together a document with the type, model, accessories, appearance of the helicopter we need, and hand it to him, and he will take care of it. Cheng Fei nodded. "But, this matter is resolved. But why do you look so happy?" "This." Shoyuki pointed to the phone. "The boss thought that his unusual operation could be hidden from our eyes, but this time we saw it at a glance. We were a little surprised. Haha." Cheng Fei was not surprised. "Mr. Yang, although we don't know what he is doing specifically, it's not strange to guess that he has other arrangements, right? If she can't even see such a simple thing, what kind of boss is she of Kuiguang Media? It's okay. The boss is good in everything, but he doesn't live a luxurious life." Shoyuki nodded in agreement. "We should arrange the main character's food, clothing, housing and transportation, so that we can interpret the feeling of an avarice properly." As he spoke, Shoyuki looked down at the script, called the screenwriter who was curiously watching in the clothing store, and explained, "Look, this plot and this prop seem a bit out of place. It feels like the emperor is using a golden hoe. Although it is not illogical to apply it to Navo-Rish, the movies shot by Kuiguang Group must be perfect in everything. I'll help you change it a little. Come and watch." Just like that, in the next 2 days, several people were busy for the movie that Mr. Yang had high hopes for, choosing costumes and props, and then choosing shooting scenes. During this period, Shoyuki and Cheng Fei even had several arguments because of their different understandings of various details. 2 days later, Shoyuki and Cheng Fei came to the bottom of the Kuiguang building. "Alas, I have paid too much for this company. You go up later and take a look at our working environment and the swimming pool on the roof." I'm not kidding. Some of the scenes can really be taken in our company. The settings are really similar. Cheng Fei glanced at his watch and asked casually, "Why don't you go upstairs?" "I want to." Shoyuki spread his hands. "But it's vacation time now, and I don't have the right to go upstairs." Ha 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 ha. Cheng Fei couldn't help laughing. A senior executive of the company and a college classmate of the boss can't even get past the security guard when he wants to join the company. Ha ha ha. It just so happens that you are a collaborator, not an employee of the company. Shoyuki ignored the laughter. The company has recently renovated a lot of new floors, and I feel that it does meet the scene requirements in the script. Cheng Fei had heard about the various weird regulations of the Kuiguang Group a long time ago, and was not too surprised. He waved his hand and said, "I'll go and take a look." Shoyuki glanced at the company's gate that was so close but couldn't be entered, sighed, and randomly found a cafe to sit down. During the long holiday, Jinhei City has a huge flow of people, and the economic circle around Kuiguang Group is even more so. It is not as easy as imagined to find a vacant seat. 2 days. My 2 college classmates should be coming out soon. I wonder if they can pass the level? After Gujuan and Yulanan searched for the strategy to no avail, and even knew that it would be better not to read the strategy, they begged Shoyuki before entering the secret room, hoping that he could give some substantial help, even if it was just a consolation of 10 yuan of prop coins like Shankai and Iu. However, Shoyuki who had no authority in the secret room project, said that he could only provide all support except help. Just thinking about it, Shaoyuki suddenly received a message on his mobile phone. College classmates group Kuiguang. Ha. I got out. I actually made it through the level. Ha. Yulanan, how dare you say that? If I hadn't pushed you at the end, would you have won? King collapsed at the last moment. I was almost scared to death. Okay. Are you two done playing? Tell me about your experience. Kuiguang, I dare not say anything else, but I'm sure there must be staff watching the surveillance cameras all the time, fine-tuning the secret room, based on our performance and behavior, which is very damaging. Yulanan, although I'm the only one in the dormitory, I feel it's very lively every night, and it doesn't feel like an illusion, because one day, when we got up to count the people, we found that a dormitory had disappeared. Do you understand that feeling? It's not the people in the dormitory who disappeared, but the entire dormitory disappeared. Kuiguang, it really gives people a feeling of being haunted. But it's fun. But I suggest that people with heart disease don't come to participate. I heard that Ruoqian specially upgraded the company's medical room for this secret room. Shaoyuki took a sip of coffee and sent a message. It's good enough to experience all the contents. The dormitory that you mentioned that suddenly disappeared. I feel that person is just like you. They all read the guide and made all decisions mindlessly following the guide, and then it was all over. Kuiguang, you are really right. It was completely correct to follow the guide in the first few hours. The rest, it was a pure trap, and it was a chain trap. After stepping on the trap, the crisis did not break out at the first time, but waited until people stepped on several traps in succession, before it broke out all at once. It's really scary. Yulanan, we almost believed that damn guide. No, I'll post a comment on that guide column later, to let those who come later be careful. It sounds so exciting, but it's a pity that I didn't get a ticket. It's okay, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Shaoyuki yawned lightly and typed, what's next? Where are you going to play? Aren't there still a few days left in the long vacation? Kuiguang, why is our rich second generation so free today? Shaoyuki replied, the company is going to make a new movie. I can help out. I'm downstairs in the company now. Is there any place you two want to go? I happen to have a discount card. As a benefit for employees of Kuiguang Group, everyone can get discount cards for all Kuiguang industries according to their level. For example, Yang Ruoqian, as the chairman and CEO, has a black card. Shaoyuki, as one of the top managers, has a gold card, and the discount is only a little lower than the black card. Of course, as the largest partner of Kuiguang Group, even if Cheng Fei is not an employee of the company, he also got a special invitation gold card. Kuiguang, wow, this is the treatment of company employees. I'm so envious. Shaoyuki sent a mocking emoticon. Don't be envious. These cards have been issued until now. Basically no one has used them, because the company's internal cafeteria is better. Yulanan, okay, don't say any more. You will really regret it if you say more. Alas, who could have thought of today when we were singing in KTV last time? The three of them had the best relationship during college, so they can naturally joke around without any psychological pressure. Maybe one day Boss Yang is in a bad mood and directly acquires your company. Don't worry. Kuiguang, by the way, why are you so free today? Is there any secret that you can't tell? Shaoyuki, whose little thoughts were seen through, said angrily on the spot. Stop talking nonsense. Come down quickly. Buddy will take you to play. You are playing tricks on Buddy, right? Shaoyuki suddenly became so attentive, and he did have a little thought. Although the group stipulated that he was not allowed to go to work during holidays, it did not say that he could not take other people to the company's industry to play as a classmate. That was just Shaoyuki's personal entertainment, and he just happened to choose the company's industry, and it had nothing to do with work. In order to force himself to participate in the new movie, Shaoyuki was willing to start bugging. Kuiguang, oh, you are so enthusiastic, it makes me feel a little embarrassed. By the way, has Boss Yang arrived in the Maldives now? Has he got off the plane? Yulanan, are you sick? Don't disturb the couple. Just when Shaoyuki was trying his best to find loopholes, the department responsible for overseas projects in Kuiguang Group was rarely busy. In order to reduce work efficiency, Yang Ruoqian referred to the workload of the department to which the employee belonged when selecting employees who could take leave. The more idle the department is, the more leave quotas it can get. The usual work can be completed in 2 or 3 hours, and what can be added by overtime? Isn't it just eating empty salaries? However, just now, a piece of good news suddenly came from overseas. The game company acquired last time recently released several trial places with live broadcast licenses for new games. As one of the major shareholders, Kuiguang Group naturally obtained the right to allocate these places. Kuiguang Group, which started with the live broadcast business, can use these places to completely occupy the live broadcast market of standalone games. This market itself is relatively niche, but the audience is definitely there. If all the viewers can be attracted, it can also bring in a considerable amount of revenue. Ask Mr. Yang. See how to link with the company's live broadcast business. Yang Jinayu, the only group executive who has obtained overtime permission, cherishes every opportunity to work. She is so idle that she is going moldy. Yang Ruoqian, who has arrived at the destination and is taking a seaplane to the hotel, looked at the waves of messages sent on his mobile phone and suddenly felt a little tired. It was sloppy. It seems that the secretary should really accept the adjustment arrangement. It's not easy to go out for a trip. Why are there work messages coming one after another? Yang Ruoqian glanced at Yang Jinayu's message and frowned. The overseas standalone game production company that I invested in last time. A few trial places with live broadcast rights? Suddenly, an idea came into Mr. Yang's mind. Hey, why do I feel like there is some room for maneuver here? Chapter 346. Stop some people to torture them. The 7-day holiday seems long, but the happy and relaxing time is always too short. Soon, the new work life began. Many people have to face the pain of working 7 consecutive days after the long holiday. Of course, in Kuiguang Group, this kind of pain does not exist at all. 7-day holiday? 7 days means 7 days, and there is no adjustment. Even if there is an adjustment, it is 1 day for 2 days, and employees will never be allowed to work for 1 more minute. Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking had just left the airport and were sitting in a special car heading to the company. Do you think that place is fun? Chang Ziking rolled her eyes at him. The first 1 or 2 days were fine, but didn't we just play in the next few days? It's a vacation after all, and the purpose is to kill time. Yang Ruoqian smiled while controlling the steering wheel. Or do you prefer traveling like climbing mountains or visiting scenic spots? Forget it then. Chang Ziking was obviously not interested in this kind of travel. I still like a more relaxing travel. Waking up naturally every day, lying down for a while, and eating whatever I want to feel comfortable. Yang Ruoqian drove the car into the underground parking lot of Kuiguang building and nodded in agreement. Yes, when I was a child, every time I had a holiday, my parents would take me to climb some mountains and watch the sunrise. I usually only need to get up at 6 o'clock to go to school. I finally have a holiday, but I have to get up at 4 o'clock. It's simply my childhood nightmare. At that time, I was thinking that, when I go on vacation, to travel in the future, I must sleep until I wake up naturally and do whatever I want. Chang Ziking nodded. Me too. What I hate most is climbing mountains. My parents didn't allow me to take the cable car before. It's horrible. Oh, we are kindred spirits. The two chatted and laughed as they walked into the office building. As soon as Yang Ruoqian opened the door of the office, he saw the secretary busying around with all kinds of documents. Seeing Kimu so busy, Yang Ruoqian sat down on the office chair and asked casually, "Is the workload too heavy? How about I find someone to assist you?" Kimu immediately looked up and shook his head violently. "Mr. Yang, it's really not necessary. The workload is not that heavy. The workload is indeed not that heavy. The main reason is that there are many strange things to deal with. It's really a bit too tiring. In this case, it's useless to find another person to come." Mr. Yang, who really wanted to recruit another person to collect the salary for nothing, was unwilling to give up. "Really? If you have any difficulties, you must tell me. Recruiting a new person will not reduce your salary. Kimu was a little amused. Mr. Yang, I'm not that kind of person. I really don't need it. The work in the company is actually very easy. Well, tell me immediately if you feel tired. Yang Ruoqian gave up the idea of hiring another secretary with some disappointment and then asked, do you have any work to report? Kimu packed up the documents a little slower and said, Mr. Yang, Yang Jinayu said before that you would discuss the decision about the game anchor with her after you come back. Now she seems to be in a hurry. You can deal with this matter first. As for the new movie, the crew handled it in an orderly manner and the props have been almost resolved. Your helicopter is not in a hurry. It can be in place within a month. When I arrived at the company, an employee told me that the official found us during the holiday. It is said that they wanted us to shoot a promotional video. The specific situation is not clear at the moment. I plan to find out the details later. Finally, it's our company's entertainment award. All the judges are ready now and are selecting the winners of all the awards. If you also want to participate in the selection, I will notify the organizing committee. These are almost the big decisions that need you to make. Yang Ruoqian nodded and said, ask Yang Jinayu and security captain ZHU Kifan to come over. Kimu was stunned and repeated in disbelief, Boss Yang, you mean to ask the security captain to come to the office? Overseas company shares, games, live broadcasts. Is there any strong logical connection between them and the security captain? Exclamation mark. This is why Kimu is tired. There is not much work in the company, but she always sees things like this that have no logical relationship. It's really uncomfortable for her to deal with it. No matter how many more people she recruits, this problem can't be solved. The secretary complained in her heart and soon calmed down. It must be that she has just joined the company not long ago and has not adapted to the company culture yet. Yang Ruoqian nodded and said with certainty, yes, just call them both. Kimu thought for a while and asked again, do I need to call the supervisor in charge of the live broadcast business for you? No, this matter has little to do with the live broadcast. Yang Ruoqian shook his head. They are only responsible for selecting which anchor to play this game, and there is no need to call them for the details of this game. Is there any strong correlation between the details of the game and the captain of the security team? Kimu showed a sweet smile on his face. Okay, Mr. Yang, I will ask them to come over now. After that, the secretary walked out of the office with a confident step. 10 minutes later, Yang Jinayu and ZHU Kifan walked into the office one after another. Among them, ZHU Kifan, a white-haired young man in his 20s, was still a little nervous. The company is getting bigger and bigger, and he, a young security guard who joined the company when it was first founded, has also been promoted. Now he is a small leader in charge of dozens of security guards. At present, he is conscientiously managing these people to escort the safety of Kuiguang Group. The boss suddenly came to see him. Did the company suffer a thief recently? Yang Ruoqian waved his hand and asked the two to sit at the desk. He first looked at Yang Jinayu and asked, does the game that will be open for trial by invitation have an age rating? Is it for all ages? Yang Jinayu told the truth. There is some violent content, so the age rating is 14+. Not everyone can play it. Yang Ruoqian nodded in understanding. In other words, you must first authenticate your real name before playing this game, and you must go through some verification procedures, right? Yang Jinayu didn't know much about games, but she had some understanding of such policies. She nodded. Yes, if you want to enter the domestic market, these procedures must be followed. Then I'm relieved. You go and take care of the rest. After Yang Jinayu left, Yang Ruoqian turned to look at ZHU Kifan. Uncle, you heard it too. After foreign games enter the domestic market, they need to make some localized changes. The requirements I give you are not difficult. I just ask you to do some verification procedures. Is it difficult? It turned out to be another extra income. ZHU Kifan breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head, saying, don't worry, Mr. Yang, these things are not difficult. You just need to tell me what you need. After leaving Xianayu and coming to Kuiguang Group as a security guard, ZHU Kifan finally felt what it means to live a one-step life. Of course, if Yang Ruoqian occasionally has some needs, he can also help to complete them, and it is not tiring. Yang Ruoqian knew that Zhu was very reliable. Generally speaking, in order to avoid scripts and robots, don't you have to pass a verification code before registering an account? Zhu's mind flashed the type of verification code of the puzzle slider, and he nodded immediately. Are you asking me to do that kind of verification code? No problem. Yes, but there is a slight change. Yang Ruoqian smiled. I think the verification types on the market now are too difficult to defend against the ever-changing script programs, so I plan to strengthen it. No problem. Zhu was still full of confidence. Seeing that Zhu was confident, Yang Ruoqian turned his computer slightly. There was a photo of a traffic light on it. Yang Ruoqian said, I plan to use photos like this to make a set of verification procedures, such as dividing this traffic light photo into 3x3 grids, and let the verifier select the part containing the traffic light option in these 9 grids. Of course, one verification is not enough. I also have photos of motorcycles and fire hydrants here. Zhu nodded slowly, indicating that he understood Yang Ruoqian's idea, but then he found a very serious problem. He pointed to the small antenna sticking out from the top of the traffic light in the photo and asked, Mr. Yang, should pictures like this be selected? Yang Ruoqian looked at Zhu with a mysterious smile on his face. A few days later, on the Maoai live broadcast platform, Ruoqian Miner opened the live broadcast amidst the flying barrage. And the title of this live broadcast is also very eye-catching. Don't play the league today. Play a highly anticipated standalone game. There are only 30 experience places in the world the moment the face appeared. A lot of gifts began to smash. Hurry up, hurry up. What the hell is this warm-up for? I'm dying of waiting. Don't keep us in suspense. Group play enthusiasts can't wait any longer. Sister Ruoqian, does your company have any extra invitation codes? I've been waiting for this game for a long time. I can give you a super emperor. A rich man who can give you a 200,000 rank at will. I'm so jealous. Nonsense. You don't even look at what kind of circle Haoyi is in. He can give you a rank at will. He has already given the anchor more than one super emperor rank. Ruoqian Miner casually adjusted the microphone and camera and said, there are only 5 such rank in the country, all in our company. 4 have been issued now, and the remaining 1 may be for the boss himself, and cannot be sold. And I just got the invitation quota, and I've never played it before. Let's play. Hurry up and start. I've never played this kind of group play game online. Amid the expectations of everyone, Ruoqian Miner opened the game for which she had entered the invitation code in advance, and entered the account registration page. After entering the registration information, as usual, a verification interface popped up in the game. Ruoqian Miner looked at the verification interface and shook her head. Now these human-machine verifications are really new. Please let me choose the part of the following pictures that includes bus. This is quite simple. As she said, Ruoqian Miner quickly clicked on 4 pictures that included buses. Just as Ruoqian Miner was about to click the next step, she suddenly discovered with her peripheral vision that under these 4 pictures, there was nearly one tire that slightly exceeded the selection box. After hesitating for a while, Ruoqian Miner looked at the lens and asked the omnipotent audience, should I choose this tire or not? The barrage immediately refreshed. Of course I will choose it. Tires are obviously included in buses. Definitely choose it. Maybe this is used to distinguish between humans and machines. Humans and machines may make the wrong choice here and may not choose this tire. Choose. Ruoqian Miner looked at the barrage and finally checked the tire and clicked submit. However, after submitting, the human-machine verification program did not pass, but a new picture appeared. Please select the option that includes traffic light in the following pictures. Ruoqian Miner hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem yet. She laughed and complained, this human-machine verification is quite complicated. As she spoke, she selected the part of the traffic light including the electric pole as before. Then she looked at the slightly exposed black antenna and asked uncertainly, this antenna, should I select it? Unlike the last time, when everyone made the same choice in the comments, this time you can see that many people are expressing their opinions. Don't choose it. No, they asked you to choose the traffic light, so what if you also clicked the telephone pole? You didn't examine the question, did you? Isn't that pole a part of the traffic light? Then according to what you said, you can also point to the wires in your house and say that this is a light. You are quibbling. There is only a traffic light on this telephone pole, so this telephone pole must be part of the traffic light. Go back to elementary school and study reading comprehension. Looking at the barrage that she could no longer rely on, Ruin Minor sighed and shook her head. Netizens are really not very good. I have to do it myself. With the experience of last time, Ruin Minor decisively selected all the options she could this time and clicked submit. Then the same picture appeared again, but the prompt text on the picture changed to please select the part of the following pictures that contains street crossing. If not, please choose to skip. Ruin Minor, who had done 3 questions in a row, was stunned. Did I choose the right one or the wrong one? At least give me a hint. Why do they keep showing pictures like this? Hahaha. It's so hard. The anchor got stuck at the first step of verification. Hahaha. This human machine verification is too anti-human, I said. Hahaha. Do you think you won't be tortured if you don't play League? Don't worry, there are too many things in this world that can torture you. Ruin Minor sneered and rolled up his sleeves. Isn't it just human machine verification? I'm not afraid of it. I see whether he has more pictures, or I click faster. Under Ruin Minor's operation, the picture was selected again. However, after loading for a while, the verification interface still did not close. Please select the tile containing a fire hydrant. Please select the tile containing stairs. Please select the tile containing a taxi. Please select the tile containing a bicycle. Fuck, who on earth set up this verification process? Does he dare to come and verify it himself? Chapter 347 Best Decryption Game of the Year. Mr. Yang, who tortured his employees to the point of wanting to die, was completely unaware. He had already locked the door of his office and was browsing a video website. Kimu reported to him the company's plan for this quarter a few days ago. Although there were many things to do, there were not many urgent things. One was Yang Jinayu's project. The reason for her urgency was purely because she had been eating a salary without working for too long, and she finally got a job opportunity and couldn't wait to show herself. The other was that an official wanted to ask the company to make a promotional video. Yang Ruoqian had already sent someone to deal with this matter, and it would probably take some time to get the result. The rest of the things were not so urgent. So when Mr. Yang was free, he naturally had to find some games to play. A well-received PvP gunfight game? I feel like the learning curve is a bit high, so forget it. A very rewarding brush game? This kind of game is too hard. I won't play it. This survival game is pretty good. Let me see. It can't be played online? Survival games without online play are half as fun. I won't play it. This one is just average. A horror game? You can add it to the shopping cart and play it with Chang Ziking next time to scare her. Hey, what is this? The best puzzle game of the year. It's only a few months now, and although it's almost the end of the year, there are still 2 months left. Who knows if a dark horse will emerge in the middle of the game. How dare you say you're the best of the year? Yang Ruoqian has done the halftime champagne thing many times himself, and he knows how lethal it is. Those who dare to make a conclusion at this time must have some real skills. This video has been played more than 400,000 times, and it's obviously not a clown who is just trying to attract attention. With curiosity, Yang Ruoqian clicked on this video. However, in the lower right corner of the screen, Yang Ruoqian actually saw Ruin Minor's face. Ruin Minor? Yang Ruoqian was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Did she play a puzzle game? Although as a professional player in an esports club, it's no big deal to play other games, but Kimu said that the invitation codes for the limited editions were also sent to Ruin Minor. If she was live streaming recently, shouldn't she play this CRPG group game? Why did she play a puzzle game? Yang Ruoqian changed his sitting position and stared at the screen. This video was not posted by Ruin Minor herself, but edited by an enthusiastic audience, and the dubbing was also done with a popular AI dubbing. In the picture, the file opened by Ruin Minor is indeed her own game. Yang Ruoqian was a little surprised. Why did it become a puzzle game? Even if there are puzzle element in the game, it can't be classified as a puzzle game. After a few seconds, the voiceover on the screen began to speak. When asked which game is fun, you said that the human computer verification game of Kuiguang Group is the most fun. Recently, a young lady was preparing to try out a game. When registering an account, she encountered a verification code. The naive young lady thought that this verification code was no different from other verification codes, but the young lady was obviously too naive. In the first level, the young lady hesitated whether to choose that tire. Don't worry, whether you choose this tire or not, you can't pass this level. It's really a conscientious game. In the second level, screening as traffic lights, the young lady couldn't figure out whether to choose the telephone pole as well. The third level, the young lady, who has been a world champion and played countless games with a high level, said that she played the human computer verification game for a whole night, but she didn't pass the level. But the daybreak, human computer verification would rather believe that you are a dinosaur that is more than 7 million years old than believe that you are a human. Finally, after passing 9981 levels, the young lady finally succeeded in proving that she is not a human. The best puzzle game of the year, a modern version of the Turing test, is waiting for all game lovers to play. Finally, Ruoqian Miner passed the human machine verification with great difficulty, but had to re-verify due to network reasons. She finally couldn't stand it anymore, and cursed the person who designed the verification program, and then went offline. Yang Ruoqian was stunned after watching the video. My goodness, this best puzzle game of the year is not about the game itself, but about the human machine verification that Yang Ruoqian worked so hard on. Yang Ruoqian deliberately made some ambiguous pictures to mess with the player's mentality and see if he could lower the player's enthusiasm. As for the correct answer, highlight the one that is free to do whatever you want. Ruoqian Miner was obviously the first one to be fooled. It seems that my plan went smoothly and successfully. Mr. Yang was a little happy and swiped down the video to the comments area. Hahaha. Isn't this human machine verification more fun than the game itself? Especially when I watch the anchor play it, I'm really going to die of laughter. Hahaha. Choose a picture that includes a motorcycle, but is the person riding the motorcycle considered part of the motorcycle? Yesterday, I watched Ruoqian Miner play this human machine verification for an entire afternoon. After she went home from the broadcast, she went back to the broadcast and continued playing. I was so anxious. So does that pole count as a traffic light? Teammate, Ruoqian Miner, why the hell haven't you logged in yet? Ruoqian Miner, wait, I'm proving to the computer that I'm not a robot. Hahaha. Turing test, hahaha. Amazing human machine verification. Who came up with this thing? And choosing pictures with a few pixels exposed is too amazing. These are all good. There's also a picture of a drawn bicycle for you to choose from. This is the first time I've been seen through while watching a live broadcast. This is a puzzle game. How could it be so easy for you to fool it? Let's just put it this way. Anything that has to do with the Kuiguang Group is something you wouldn't expect, so you're not surprised. Sister Ruoqian finally passed the verification. When she wrote her age, she wrote more than 70 million years old. She actually passed directly. It's so funny. He would rather believe that you were born in the Cretaceous period than believe that you are not a robot. He really did it. I cried to death. Ruoqian Miner, I'm more than 70 million years old. Kuiguang Group, go in and play games, you old man. Ruoqian Miner, I'm not a robot. Kuiguang Group, really? I don't believe it. Ha 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 ha. I really think it's more fun than playing games. Especially watching the anchor play. There is an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Yang Ruoqian looked at these comments and twitched his mouth. Nowadays, netizens are really the kind who watch the fun and don't mind making trouble. Even deliberately making a disgusting verification code can make netizens happy, right? Forget it. Anyway, the live broadcast sector and the game sector are not the main business of the group. It's just an attempt made by Yang Ruoqian when he had a flash of inspiration. If it really doesn't work, it won't work. It won't affect the company much. As for Ruoqian Miner's final scolding of the designer of the human machine verification, that is, Yang Ruoqian himself, it was directly ignored. The more you curse, the more successful Yang Ruoqian's human machine verification is. Yang Ruoqian exited the video, picked and chose, and finally chose a good game. After purchasing and downloading, he leaned back in his chair in boredom. Hey, this game is quite big, and it takes some time to download. What should I do now? How about go to the award organizing committee to have a look? Anyway, this award has no gold content, it does not occupy social resources, and it is not taken seriously. It is no big deal for Yang Ruoqian to play around as a boss. President Yang took out his cell phone and sent a message to Kim Yu. By the way, how is the organization of the entertainment industry award mentioned before going? Kim Yu always replied to Yang Ruoqian's messages very quickly. All the trophies and certificates have been purchased, and the organizing committee is almost formed. Do you have any other special requirements? Yang Ruoqian replied, after all, this is the first award given out by our group. Take me to have a look and check it for the newcomers. Kim Yu sent the location of the organizing committee to Yang Ruoqian and asked, the selection committee is here in the company. Do you need me to take you there? Yang Ruoqian, you go ahead and do your thing. I can go there by myself. By the way, what is the name of this award? As the boss of the group and the initiator of this project, Yang Ruoqian didn't even know the name of the award. This is why people who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. The secretary skillfully found an excuse for Yang Ruoqian and then said, Boss Yang, the name of our award is a Golden Image Cornerstone Award. Yang Ruoqian said to himself, Cornerstone Award, sounds good. Then he put away his phone, walked out of the office, and came to the 7th floor, where the organizing committee was located according to the location given by Kim Yu. Just as he was going downstairs, the elevator stopped on the 16th floor. Shanghai Anayu, who was wearing a casual dress and a long skirt, hummed a little tune, walked into the elevator in a proud manner, and almost bumped into Yang Ruoqian. Xiao Shang, who was caught wandering around the company, immediately lost his pride. Boss, hello. It was no secret that Shanghai Anayu would run around the company when she had nothing to do, and Yang Ruoqian didn't care much about it. As long as this cash cow didn't create value for the company, she could do whatever she wanted. Yang Ruoqian glanced at her and asked, didn't I tell you to find a job on your own before? What progress have you made now? Do you need me to make it more difficult for you? Shanghai Anayu was shocked. Boss, you don't need to make it more difficult, right? Things are going well. You got an important supporting role in a TV series. Supporting role? Yang Ruoqian asked. With your status, they didn't give you the role of the female lead. Fortunately, she was a supporting role. She should not be able to make much money. Their TV series doesn't have a real heroine. Shanghai Anayu immediately complained. I've read the script. It's pretty good. Nothing off the mark. All based on acting. What does this show? It shows that everyone recognizes my acting skills. Yang Ruoqian casually perfunctorily said, yeah. I know you're an acting school, but you haven't pressed the floor number since you entered the elevator. Which floor are you going to go to? The 7th floor. Shanghai Anayu realized it then, and wailed hurriedly, turning around to press it. Why is the button for the 7th floor lit? Boss, are you going to the organizing committee of the Academy Awards too? Yes, that's quite a coincidence. Yang Ruoqian nodded. Shanghai Anayu herself is one of the judges of the organizing committee. She has been doing nothing in the company for a long time, so it's normal for her to go back and sit down. Well, boss, do you have any people or works you want to choose? As soon as I asked this question, the elevator door was opened. Yang Ruoqian walked out of the elevator and said, not yet, but we have to see how far you have come. Oh, the progress is very good, boss, don't worry. Shanghai Anayu followed Yang Ruoqian out of the elevator and rubbed his hands carefully. It's just that we haven't decided who to give the Golden Mop Award to. Yang Ruoqian didn't care too much. It can be given to anyone, but not to the movie of the shelter company. After the two came to the organizing committee, the judges inside immediately stood up. Boss Yang, Sister Shang. One is the boss of the company, and the other is the company's sign board, a popular first-line actress. Of course they have to stand up and greet. Yang Ruoqian paused, looked at Xiao Shang who wanted to burrow into the ground with a strange look, and asked, Sister Shang, do you usually act arrogantly in the organizing committee? No. Shanghai Anayu raised his head and argued, hold your head and chest out a little, can it be called arrogant? TSK. Yang Ruoqian shook his head, walked straight to the organizing committee, and waved his hand for them to sit down. How is the selection of winning works and personnel going? All pretty good. A woman said, we have considered word of mouth, film quality and other factors, to draw up a preliminary list. Yang Ruoqian reminded, you don't need to apply for our award. As long as you think the artist and work are suitable, they can be directly selected. Another man laughed, Mr. Yang. That's what you said, but now many directors and producers have applied to us for their works, and even several of us have received various invitations to treat us to dinner. Take us to dinner? Yang Ruoqian was stunned for a moment. Just for our award, is it worth using these tricks? Big movie companies and big companies naturally won't. The man added, but some small companies and small actors, in order to gild their resumes, actually hope to win some of these awards. What's more, the group has a good reputation. Although it is a newly established award, its recognition outside is not too low. Not too low. Is it because of the prize money? Yang Ruoqian didn't believe that an award like his, that was out of tune with the mainstream entertainment industry and basically didn't involve other people, would have any recognition. Maybe the organizing committee is trying to flatter itself. Otherwise, a self-congratulatory award sounds a bit too frivolous. Yang Ruoqian found a seat and sat down, and continued to ask, where are the trophies? Take them out, and show them to me. Don't worry, they are all designed by designers from big brands, and the materials and appearance are both elegant and high-end. Not bad. President Yang praised the organizing committee. What about the Golden Mop Award? I heard from Xiaoshang that you haven't decided yet. Have you encountered any difficulties? President Yang. It's not that difficult. It's a bit hard to say. Why don't you just take a look at the list? Chapter 348 Another Self-Entertainment Ceremony. Yang Ruoqian glanced at the list. A member of the organizing committee explained, Boss Yang, we have found all the domestic films that were released this year and have a bad reputation. However, we did not include some films that are obviously entertainment in nature or have almost zero investment in the candidate list. If these films are included, I'm worried that some people may choose to make bad films just to win our Golden Mop Award, so this award may be too boring. Although in order to prevent this situation, you have stipulated that the Golden Mop Award will not be too good, and all resources are provided by the shelter company, but for some speculators, even the resources provided by the shelter company are enough to make back their investment. And the material of your trophy is quite exquisite, and the value of the trophy itself is not low. Yang Ruoqian nodded as he listened. Indeed, such completely meaningless movies should not be included in the selection of the Golden Mop Award. Boss Yang's eagerness to compete with the system has weakened a lot now. Although he still has to work hard to lose money, he can't let such shameless people get away with it. Moreover, it is meaningless to give this award to a movie that is unknown, bad and mediocre. The Golden Mop Award is to be given to the kind of company that cannot make back its investment, even if it wins the award, and the audience also feels the same way. It is best if it is a big company with a big production. This will not only offend the production company of the bad movie, the director of the bad movie, the actors of the bad movie, but also the fans of the actors of the bad movie. Isn't the entertainment industry a circle of mutual respect and resource exchange? Yang Ruoqian wants to tell everyone that not only will the Kuiguang group not integrate into this circle, but also strip off their fig leaf. Now, it should be besieged by the whole circle, right? The Kuiguang group will be excluded in various ways, right? Hearing that President Yang also affirmed the idea of the organizing committee, the judges breathed a sigh of relief. One of the boys who looked younger stood up quickly. President Yang, I'll get you 2 trophies for you to see. Yang Ruoqian nodded, and then continued to look at the list in his hand. In fact, the entire selection committee is not just composed of these people here, but the other members are on duty instead of permanent. After all, directors and stars have too many things to do. It is impossible for them to do nothing every day and come to the company to rate other movie actors. For example, director Zhao is also a special judge of the Golden Image Foundation Award. After filming the Black Robe Inspection Team, he has completely established his position in the Entertainment Industry Film Festival and is now planning to shoot another TV series. The same is true for other actors after all. Not everyone is as lucky as Zhao Shang and can always get resources in the company. Well, the selected movies include Hardman Blocker. Oh, this movie. I still have some impression. It's about Who Stole the Dog, right? Then it is indeed qualified to be selected. Haha. In fact, many people don't know that the funniest thing about this movie is not the famous scene of him stealing the dog, but the box office is only 700,000. Yes, the box office of Hardman Blocker did not even reach the million level. It was simply 700,000. So much investment and so little return is also another kind of wonder in the history of film. The second one on the list, Fortress of the Magic City. Oh, when UFO Group sees that their movie is included in the list, will they be so angry that they will call me and scold me severely? Why you again? Why me again? UFO Group has not provoked Kuiguang Group for a while, but the worst movie award of the year led by Kuiguang Group still lists UFO Group. Isn't it a bit too disrespectful? From the low profile of UFO Group during this period, it can be seen that their strategy towards Kuiguang Group has completely changed. The previous active attack and provocation, public opinion smearing, etc., have become completely playing dead now. After experiencing various things, including legal failures, UFO Group has not been able to produce any outstanding works, and still relies on a few stars in the company to make a living. But this year's film market has been dominated by Kuiguang Group almost all year round. The Black Robe Inspection Team, which won international awards, The Wandering Blue Star, which created a box office miracle, and The Richest Man in Jinhae City, which is now attracting much attention, have all compressed UFO Group's presence to an infinitely low level. Even first-line stars need to constantly appear in the public eye to ensure their exposure, otherwise they will slowly become outdated. Movies, TV series, variety shows. In addition to the fact that Kuiguang Group is not very interested in TV series, the other two important exposure methods have been taken over by Kuiguang Group this year. More importantly, countless new actors have officially entered the public eye because of Kuiguang Group's movies, and Feng Luo, who has begun to show an outdated trend, has returned to the peak of his career through Kuiguang Group's variety shows. What a huge temptation this is for celebrities. According to some gossip, Feng Luo's relationship with Kuiguang Group was not so good before, and the two sides did not reach a cooperation due to contract issues. But even so, Kuiguang Group still gave Feng Luo and Shanghai Aniu the opportunity to form a team, and still did not target her too much in variety shows, and even in the end she got a good result of second place. Therefore, many artists in UFO Group will get such a signal even if they were born in UFO. Kuiguang will not refuse to cooperate because of this identity. The centrifugal force was full at once. Now it is widely rumored on the internet that UFO Group is going to be ruined, and Kuiguang Group is about to become the half of the entertainment industry, and they can't do anything wrong anymore. Yang Ruoqian shook his head and smiled, but they will definitely not admit defeat. UFO Group is probably waiting for an opportunity now, waiting for me to make a movie with a bad reputation, and then try their best to discredit it. But unfortunately, they don't know that the reason why Kuiguang Group is still so weak and has not been able to sweep UFO Group into the garbage dump of history is because there are too many successful works. While thinking about this, the young male judge and a staff member had carefully moved the two trophies over. Mr. Yang, these two trophies are the Best Director Award and the Worst Actor Award. Can you take a look? Yang Ruoqian turned his chair and looked at the table. The trophy representing the Best Director Award is not symmetrical. On the contrary, it has a small amount of the design aesthetics of the World Cup Hercules Cup. The entire trophy is nearly 20 centimeters high, and the cup body is made of pure gold, platinum and various high-grade gemstones. The round crystal cup base gives people a sense of stability and elegance. The overall style of the trophy is modern and high-end. You can tell at a glance that it is very valuable. It just looks very heavy at first glance. Holding this thing to take a photo may be a big burden for the award recipient. This trophy is really beautiful. Yang Ruoqian was very satisfied and took out his mobile phone. I'll take a photo. After taking the photo, Yang Ruoqian looked at the trophy not far away. What was placed there was naturally the Worst Actor Award and the Golden Mop Award. Unlike the high-end trophy of the Golden Image Foundation Award, the cup body made of plastic alone is full of irony. Not to mention the small red flower used to connect the cup body and the cup base, which gives people a sense of ridiculousness and childishness. Just a glance, you can feel the irony. Good. This design is really very good. Yang Ruoqian was very satisfied with the trophy. The designer must have spent a lot of thought on it. We can't let the designer's hard work go to waste. We must let this trophy fall into the hands of the most qualified person to receive it. Will the winner really come to receive this award? The organizing committee collectively complained in their hearts. It was obviously a mocking award, and coming to receive it was actually a bit of self-humiliation. The only way to oppose it was to ignore it, and show a contempt for the award. Whether it was to receive it or to curse, it was not the best way to deal with it. Needless to say, if you overreact to receiving it, it would also be understood as a big blow. As long as you act indifferent, or even pretend that you have never heard of it, it is the best way to deal with it. Therefore, the organizing committee does not take this award very seriously. Boss, I have a question. Shankai Anayu, who had been sitting on the side watching the show, suddenly raised his hand. What should we do if the winner does not come to receive the award? It doesn't matter. If you don't want to come, then don't come. Yang Ruoqian has always been generous about this kind of thing. If no one wants it, just use the company's account to register as Anayu account. Put the trophy up at cost price, and whoever wants it can buy it. Hearing Mr. Yang's genius decision, the entire organizing committee was dumbfounded. Good man. If no one comes to receive the award, they just sell the trophy at a bargain price in the name of the official. And on Anayu? This is simply making the hype too much, and it is the kind that hurts others, and does not benefit themselves. How mean. Alright. The humble and polite Mr. Yang couldn't stand such praise, and his face became a little serious. We'll talk about these trivial matters later. Now we have business to do. The organizing committee, who almost couldn't help laughing, immediately returned to work. Mr. Yang, I'm sorry, please give us instructions. First of all, awards not only require prizes, but also a gorgeous award ceremony. Yang Ruoqian talked eloquently, otherwise it's like using a urinal to hold good wine. Shankai Anayu immediately followed up. Boss, that's a good analogy. Yang Ruoqian continued, I will move out an entire floor of the company and allocate a sum of money to you. You must make the award ceremony luxurious and high-end according to the top international standards. If you have any difficulties, you must tell the company. This is our first award ceremony. No matter what the inside is like, we must be able to save face. The organizing committee, which is responsible for the face project of Kuiguang Group, became even more serious. Don't worry, Mr. Yang, everything is guaranteed to satisfy you. Finally, Yang Ruoqian pointed to the golden red flower trophy on the table and said, then you can choose the worst movie of the year, based on the nominations on this list, and explain to me why it is The Fortress of the Magic City by Youfu Group. Is there any problem? Judges. Okay, Mr. Yang. On a university campus, at noon, a man and a woman are eating in the school cafeteria. They are the couple who stayed up all night to watch Survival in the Chamber. The long vacation is over. Why, haven't you had enough fun yet? The boy took a bite of the food on the plate and sighed with satisfaction. You were not in this state when you just came out of the chamber. In order to take care of the customer experience a little bit, the tickets for the chamber can be purchased at most 2 at a time. But similarly, if you want to refund the tickets, you must refund 2 at a time. After the two went to Jinhei City, they would watch the ticket purchase app every day to grab tickets, and they were lucky to grab the last batch of tickets for the long holiday. At that time, there were already several waves of tourists playing the chamber, and many people gave strategies. In the end, all the players reached a consensus. The best strategy is not to read the guide. The degree of insanity of this secret room has exceeded everyone's imagination. When the first group of people entered, the theme of the secret room was still a school ghost story. When the next group of people came, the whole secret room had seamlessly switched to a large hospital. Those who didn't believe in it and insisted on memorizing the guide were dumbfounded. The girl rolled her eyes. That was just the feeling at the time. Okay. Looking back on it now, it's really interesting. It's a pity that neither of us completed the game. The boy felt a little sad. Oh, I really want to see the entire story. We only missed out on 2 or 3 hours of gameplay content, which is not that much. The girl didn't care. Later I asked the people who played with us and caught up on the story. Actually, we didn't miss much, so it was okay. You won't be able to play it in the future, alas. I heard that people who get tickets will no longer have the right to buy tickets within 3 months. It's good to be able to play it once, and I think Kuiguang Group is a more aggressive company. The girl opened her phone and took a look. Maybe they will launch some more interesting projects in the future. They are willing to even do thankless projects like large escape rooms, which require heavy capital and have low returns. They are indeed completely different from many other companies. Thinking that Kuiguang Group might launch more interesting activities than this giant secret room, the boy couldn't help but look forward to it. That's true. I have to follow their accounts to avoid missing any important information. As he said that, he put down his chopsticks and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. Follow all the accounts of Baopu, Weibo, Douyin, Bilibili, and see what they are posting. After taking a look, the boy was stunned for a moment. On December 28th, the best series of the year at the Golden Image Foundation Awards will be announced, and, the worst series of the year at the Golden Mop Awards. The whole process will be live broadcast. Welcome to watch. Chapter 349. Have fun without any trouble. Is Kuiguang Group going to organize an award for the entertainment industry? The boy was a little surprised. It feels no different from other awards, like Best Actor, Best Director and so on. The boy pays more attention to the entertainment industry and has some understanding of this kind of awards. The girls who didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry were a little curious. The Kuiguang Group is going to set up an award. What's the value? What's the status of this award in the entertainment industry? It basically has no status. The boy complained as he flipped through the post. If you want to give out this kind of award, it doesn't mean that you are qualified to give it out just because you have made 2 good movies and cultivated a first-line star. The girl was even more puzzled. This sounds very strange. If a company that makes good movies and cultivates national female stars is not qualified to give out awards, then who is qualified? Well, you must have a certain reputation in the circle and have a certain background or even academic background support. Only then can this award be promoted and recognized by the public. The boy thought about it and simply summarized it in the simplest language. In short, everyone has to recognize you before you can recognize everyone. This is complimentary. The girl still found it very strange. Then why is the Kuiguang Group, which has produced so many good works, not recognized? Well, how should I put it? Because Kuiguang Group is different from other entertainment companies, they are not really integrated into the entertainment industry. The boy thought for a while and explained. They don't need other people's resources very much, and they don't accept resource exchanges from other companies. They are relatively closed. Isn't it better this way? The girl was even more puzzled. They completely eliminated their own movies from the selection list, and they are relatively independent of other companies. Isn't it more objective to select the best of the year? The boy choked and said, these entertainment awards are called awards, but in fact they are more like a large-scale resource allocation. As long as the reputation is not extremely bad, they can create momentum on the internet and praise the director and actors. There won't be much backlash when the awards are finally given out. Anyway, anyone who knows a little bit knows that this kind of award has long lost the original meaning of reward. Then, isn't the award of Kuiguang Group more valuable? It's not up to you to decide whether it's valuable or not. It's up to those in the industry to decide. The girl shook her head and said, okay, I don't understand. But I think judging from Kuiguang Group's past performance, they definitely didn't organize such an award to attract attention. I don't think it's necessarily like what you said. TSK, Kuiguang Group can have such a reputation in the entertainment industry because of its good performance and basically no black spots. The boy was still a little pessimistic. If they fail once, do you believe that they will be attacked by the entire circle immediately and they will find black spots, even if they are not black spots? Just as the boy said, many people have also seen the various hidden dangers behind the prosperity of Kuiguang Group and talked about it in the comment area. If you don't integrate into the circle, no matter how good your performance is, you will at most not be abused, and it will be difficult to get recognition. And if the performance declines, or even if you just shoot a mediocre work, you are likely to be attacked by everyone. Although the girl didn't know much about the entertainment industry, she knew a little about other things. She said unconvincedly, that may not be the case. Didn't Chengayu Media come from the same background as Kuiguang Group? What effect can other people's suppression have? And Kuiguang Group now has a large social app of its own. The number of daily active users has been increasing, and it has the potential to become the third largest social platform in China. The most important thing is that they have the right to score. So what if other companies and other media don't approve? It won't affect Kuiguang Group, as their business scope is too broad. Unlike other social platforms that give more abstract evaluations of a work or an actor, the Leopard app can most directly reflect public opinion in the form of scores. That makes sense. The boy nodded and continued to scroll down the news. But we still have to see what happens next. Wait, why do they have a Golden Mop Award? The girl suddenly became interested when she heard this strange name. What is this Golden Mop Award for? The boy scrolled through the news and slowed down his speech. The Golden Mop Award is intended to criticize certain expensive but poor quality films in the film industry from a professional standpoint and an independent identity. In order to spur the progress of the domestic film industry, every winner should be ashamed of receiving this award. Shame. This? After reading the first half of this news, even boys who are quite familiar with the entertainment industry were stunned. It's okay to give out the best award, but they actually gave out the worst award. Giving out the best award is already a very offensive thing, not to mention the worst award. Is this a direct declaration of war on the entire entertainment industry? A movie involves a film production company, various directors, actors, screenwriters. The word worst looks light, but it's hard to count the number of people it hurts. It offends a group of people. Sure, awesome. The girl couldn't help but put down her chopsticks and clapped her hands. I'm suddenly a fan of this company. Ha ha ha. Look, there's actually a netizen voting session here. The boy continued to scroll down and found another surprise. The selection committee has sent out the preliminary list so that we can also vote for the worst movie of the year. Wow, they're really brave. Let me see what's on the list. Hardcore Sniper, Fortress of Magic, Little Hours. Damn, they are all heavyweights, and for a moment I didn't know which one to choose. By the way, the theme song of Little Hours was made by Kuiguang Group, right? If they put this movie on the list, won't it have any negative impact on their company's reputation? That's called fairness and justice. Anyway, I'm voting for Fortress of Magic this time. This movie is not only bad, it's disgusting. I think Little Hours is a bit rubbish. It gives me the feeling that a bunch of immature people are playing house. Don't tell me there are so many good works this year. I didn't realize that there are so many bad movies. A big year for movies is like this. There are many good movies, but there are also many bad movies. Anyway, we are here to watch the fun, and we don't mind watching the fun. Those who watch the fun don't mind the fun, but those who are watched can't agree with this idea. At this moment, in a conference room of Youth Group, the faces of the leaders who were doing business were all dark and scary. Who can tell me what this means? The worst of the year. Golden Mop. We are on the list. No, what does Kuiguang Group mean? We haven't provoked them for some time. Why are they still holding on to us? Do you really think we are soft persimmons that can be squeezed at will? Then wait for our counterattack. Didn't you just make 2 good movies? You don't really think you are the boss of the entertainment industry who has the final say, right? Too arrogant. You actually dare to select the best and the worst. What level is Yang Ruoqian? And it is his turn to evaluate. In the conference room, almost everyone started to abuse Kuiguang and even Yang Ruoqian himself. On the one hand, the two sides have a lot of resentment, and on the other hand, Fortress of Magic City is indeed a pain that Youth Group never wants to mention. Now that things are about to pass, people are about to completely forget this rubbish movie, but the Kuiguang Group took advantage of the situation and created a worst movie award, putting Fortress of Magic City under the spotlight again. When Fortress of Magic City was released before, although it was also criticized, most of the abuse came from various ups, film critics, etc. and the folks. No star or company came out and pointed at UFO Group and said that what you shot was garbage. After all, although UFO has not been doing well in recent years and has not produced any hits, it is a giant in the entertainment industry after all. With so many resources in hand, who knows if there will be a time to cooperate with each other or even ask others to do things in the future? Save face so that you can meet in the future. If you jump out and curse directly, it is equivalent to cutting off all the resources of UFO Group, and there will be no possibility of cooperation between the two sides. This is like being at odds with money. After all, UFO did not force others to express their opinions and praise how well the Fortress of the Demon City was filmed. All they need to do is keep silent and let things cool down and pass quickly. The leader sitting at the head of the conference table sneered, "So, you can only curse here. Can you come up with something practical? Sue them and say they violated our reputation rights. Go to court? Do you think it will be of any practical use?" Another leader turned his head with a smile. "Even if we win the lawsuit, doesn't it mean telling the world in a big way that we care about this Golden Mop Award, and we admit that this Golden Mop Award will have a great impact on us? And this is the case if we win the lawsuit. If we lose, won't we become a laughing stock in the entire entertainment industry? Then what should we do? Will we just pinch our noses and admit it? If we admit it this time, next time the Kuiguang Group will dare to shit on our heads and ask us for toilet paper. Do you believe it? It's as if the Kuiguang Group didn't shit on our heads. Don't talk nonsense. Think about what solution is there. Our ban will definitely not work on them. I think, why don't we give in and find a way to reconcile with them? There's really no need to keep fighting like this. It's of no benefit to us at all. Give in. If we give in this time, will anyone take what we say seriously in the future? After giving in to the Kuiguang Group, can't we immediately deal with a few other disobedient people? I still don't understand why our relationship with them has become so strained. If those good-for-nothings at the time had been like Shanghai Media and had cooperated well with the Kuiguang Group when it was still weak, we would be the ones making big money today. Instead of being like this now, where we are embarrassed and can't make any money and even feel helpless and furious when being put on the worst list by others. I agree too. Let's send a signal over there and ask the Kuiguang Group to take our movie off the list. They want investment. They want resources. Everything is easy to say. We're all in the same circle making money, so it's better to resolve a feud than to create one. Isn't it too late to say this now? Haven't you seen the public opinion outside? How many people are saying that they will surpass us in a few years and take over our position in the entertainment industry? Upon hearing this, a leader immediately retorted, who said we really reconciled with them? We are just temporarily avoiding the limelight, understand? The Kuiguang Group is very popular now, and there is nothing to discredit it. It is too irrational to fight hard, and it is easy to be overwhelmed by public opinion. But can they guarantee that they will not make a mistake once? As long as they make a mistake once, it is our opportunity to counterattack. That's right, then let them be cocky for a while. Then it's decided. I'll send someone to call them now and talk to them about the next cooperation and conditions. Mr. Yang, there is something you need to decide in person. In the office of the president of Kuiguang Group, Kim Yu hurried over and knocked on the door of Yang Ruoqian's office. Yang Ruoqian was participating in the scoring on the Leopard platform at this time and asked casually, "What's the matter?" Kim Yu walked into the office, put a shorthand notebook on Yang Ruoqian's desk, and said, "Mr. Yang, we just received a call from the UFO Group. The general meaning is that they want to resolve the conflict with us." Resolve the conflict? Mr. Yang, who happened to cast a precious vote for the Fortress of the Demon City, looked at the secretary with amusement. They just want us to take their movie off the Golden Mop Award nomination list, right? Yang Ruoqian had no expectations for the UFO Group for a long time. He only knew one thing: anything proposed by the UFO Group, it would never be wrong to go against them. Kim Yu nodded. They said that if the Fortress of Demon City can be removed from the list, they are willing to exchange a lot of resources in the entertainment industry with us. They are willing to give Shanghai a starring role in the new movie, and they are even willing to help us with the publicity and promotion of The Richest Man in Jinhae City. Mr. Yang, who was extremely vigilant, was furious. That's right, UFO Group. The human heart is so evil. Their new movie must be very bad, and they want to use it to discredit Xiaoshang. Their publicity must be weird, trying to discredit our movie. No, I don't agree. Our Kuiguang Group is not easy to bully. If he dares to promote our movie, we will sue them for infringement directly. Kim Yu, who was about to explain in detail the sincerity of UFO Group, swallowed all his words and smiled. Okay, Mr. Yang. I'll go and reject them right away. P.S. It's my birthday tomorrow. Could you read his light a stick of incense for me? Ciber incense is also fine. Thank you. I love you. Chapter 350, the most valuable award in the country. Chengdu Media. In the high-level conference room, more than 70% of the middle-level leaders gathered here, looking at Cheng Fei, who was sitting at the top with some doubts. The company's performance has been pretty good recently, although the several movies promoted and distributed have not been as popular as the Black Robe Inspection Team and the Wandering Blue Star. The box office has met expectations. Shouldn't it be a celebration? Why is the atmosphere a bit serious? The same is true with the Kuiguang Group. Although they are in a strategic cooperation with each other, it does not mean that they cannot do business with others. Chengdu Media, which has risen to fame with the help of the Kuiguang Group and quickly consolidated its position in the entertainment industry, has also promoted and distributed several movies. The results have been good and bad, but generally good. Partners like the Kuiguang Group that are popular every time they do business are rare, and occasional failures are normal. Moreover, the new movie of the Kuiguang Group is also being filmed recently. This is almost a performance that is delivered to the door. But why does President Cheng look a little dissatisfied? Glancing at the senior executives of Chengdu below, Cheng Fei couldn't help but sigh. I often say this. A correct choice is often more important than working hard. Our partner, Kuiguang Group, is a company that implements this kind of thinking to the end. Their achievements are obvious to all. After being influenced by Yang Ruoqian and Kuiguang Group for a long time, the working style of Chengdu Media has also changed greatly from when it was first established. When new employees enter Chengdu, the first sentence is the efforts to run wildly on the wrong path are meaningless efforts. Cheng Fei paused and continued. Now tell me what the current focus of Chengdu Media is? The executives were stunned for a few seconds and did not answer this question immediately. As veterans in the workplace, they must know that when the boss asks this question, it means that there is a problem with their current work focus and they need to make adjustments in time. You can't be stupid and say you don't know or tell others what you are doing now. Do a method of elimination. The current focus of Chengdu Media is the promotion of a TV series. In other words, in Cheng Fei's view, the importance of the promotion of this TV series is not that high. Thinking about the upcoming filming of The Richest Man in Jinhae City, the leaders understood instantly. Does President Cheng want to promote this movie as soon as possible? As long as it is a movie produced by Kuiguang Group, the quality will definitely not be bad. The earlier it is promoted, the better it can whet the audience's appetite, and the more box office revenue can be in the end. It is said that during the long holiday, President Cheng even sacrificed part of his vacation to select props for the film crew. This level of care, the leaders present at the meeting understood instantly. President Cheng, we will start the promotion of The Richest Man in Jinhae City right away. Cheng Fei, who knew that they would misunderstand her meaning, sighed. No, the focus of the next work is not The Richest Man in Jinhae City. This movie is important, but it is not ranked first in importance. Not The Richest Man in Jinhae City? Exclamation mark. Is there anything more important than this movie? The works produced by Kuiguang Group can have a box office of at least 1 billion. For them as distributors, it is a 9-digit project. Even so, it cannot be ranked first in importance during this period. Cheng Fei looked at her employees looking at each other in bewilderment and couldn't help but sigh. When you look at problems, don't always look at short-term interests. You must learn to think about problems with a long-term vision and strategic thinking. In Chengdu Media, long-term interests are allowed to sacrifice short-term interests. As she said this, she knocked on the table again with some regret. The Kuiguang Group is such a ready-made example in front of you. Why haven't you learned anything? Let's start from a longer time ago. Their live broadcast business is both considerate service and provides a refund-only entrance. This does affect revenue in the short term. But what about now? How many loyal paying users with strong monetization capabilities have they accumulated? How high is the user stickiness? Many other platforms that rely on low price gimmicks, as long as the price is slightly raised, users will run away like birds and beasts without any stickiness. It's lively when they spend money on publicity, but it's even more difficult to monetize. The users attracted by the Kuiguang group are very insensitive to prices. The more recent one was the concert of Dragon and Phoenix Legend. How much money did they lose from ticket sales when they chose not to cooperate with scalpers? But what about now? How much reputation have they won? How many fans have spontaneously purchased their expensive peripherals? The limited edition discs of the first concert have now been sold at sky-high prices. Let's talk about recent events. How precious are the resources in the hands of the Kuiguang group? Every leading role, supporting role, and even extra is an opportunity that many people would fight for but cannot get. But they are willing to give such important resources to a variety show that costs a lot of money. Does this variety show make money? It does, but the input-output ratio is obviously not as good as the Black Robe Inspection Team and the Wandering Blue Star. Not to mention their subsequent decision to continue opening the secret room to the public for a year. Judging from this project alone, it is almost a guaranteed loss. But you also saw during the 7-day holiday how many tourists came here to experience the entire industrial chain of the Kuiguang group. The money lost in the secret room, the Kuiguang group made back many times over from their peripheral industrial chain. Cheng Fei said so many words at once, and her throat was a little dry. After drinking a sip of water, she continued, "This is the strategic vision and long-term thinking of the Kuiguang group. It is also the ability that you lack. Those who can attend this meeting are either old employees of Chenghai Media or newcomers with outstanding abilities." After hearing Cheng Fei's words, they all felt a little ashamed. Everyone in the company can think about the problem from the surface and make the most favorable choice for the entire company. This sounds simple, but in fact it is basically not feasible, because this will inevitably sacrifice personal performance. Even if someone doesn't care, everyone has a different understanding of long-term interests. In the end, everyone will find that it is simpler to focus on short-term interests. As for why the Kuiguang group can do this kind of near miraculous thing, it can only be said that Yang Ruoqian is really a rare genius in the entertainment industry. It is really a bit difficult to ask them to meet Mr. Yang's requirements. Alas, President Cheng met someone so amazing at the beginning of her career that now she looks at everyone as trash. The leaders who consciously classified themselves as trash smiled and asked, "President Cheng, then, what do you mean?" Cheng Fei looked at her subordinates who were eager to learn, sighed, and finally said directly, "Isn't it obvious? The Golden Statue Foundation Award." Golden Statue Foundation Award. What is this? The leaders present were confused for a while, and then slowly remembered that there was a rumor recently that the Kuiguang group was going to spontaneously create an award in the entertainment industry. It seems that the name of this award is called the Golden Statue Foundation Award. The judges who present this award are either Kuiguang group's own actors and directors, or movie lovers recruited from outside the society. No matter how you look at it, it seems that there is more entertainment than seriousness, right? This is almost written on his face, that the selection of this award is entirely subjective. But President Cheng said that the importance of the award far exceeds the richest man in Jinhai City. Cheng Fei looked at the more than a dozen confused faces in the audience, revealing an expression of as expected. "Do you also think that this award of Kuiguang group has no gold content and is simply something they set up to expand their business? Have you not noticed that every time someone thinks so, Yang Ruoqian can always give these people who think so a huge surprise afterwards? How come you still don't learn from the lesson after so many times? Do you really think that with Yang Ruoqian's long-term vision and Kuiguang group's layout ability, they would give so many resources for no reason and hold such a grand award ceremony with such a big fuss?" The leaders in the audience thought carefully, and it seemed to be true. Kuiguang group and Yang Ruoqian are best at using seemingly confusing decisions to distract everyone's attention and affect everyone's judgment. The Golden Image Cornerstone Award looks unreliable and has no gold content, but who knows what operations Yang has done in it. As long as strange decisions are linked to Yang Ruoqian, there must be some magical operations that can be written into textbooks. I have to remind myself of this every moment in the future. Everyone immediately became serious. Mr. Cheng, we understand. However, do you know why Kuiguang Group and Mr. Yang gave this award? How do they plan to achieve this goal? Cheng Fei shook her head with a smile. This is the secret of Kuiguang Group's success and establishment of a family business. It is the crystallization of the wisdom of Yang Ruoqian and his startup team. If it can be analyzed so simply, can Kuiguang Group still become the only emerging entertainment company? But forward deduction is not possible. We can reverse it. The senior executives of Chenghai Media took out their notes and listened very carefully. For them, Kuiguang Group is not only a reliable partner, but also a peer that makes them feel ashamed. Being able to learn and analyze their advanced experience is also an opportunity to improve their own abilities. As long as you can learn 1/10 of Mr. Yang's ability, won't you be a top talent that will be scrambled for wherever you go in the future? Cheng Fei was very satisfied with her employees' learning attitude and then began to analyze it using the reverse method. First, we must clarify the goal of Yang Ruoqian and his Kuiguang Group. What is their goal? It must be to become a national or even world-class entertainment giant. Others had no objection. Mr. Cheng is right. Yes, judging from the current business of Kuiguang Group, it will definitely be an entertainment complex in the end. I think there is nothing wrong with an international entertainment giant. I heard that they have recently entered the overseas game market. Cheng Fei nodded and continued. Then let's continue to reverse the process. If you want to become an entertainment giant, what is the most important thing? The right to speak in the entertainment industry, right? That's right. What can best reflect a group's right to speak in the entertainment industry? Cheng Fei said slowly. That is naturally the authority to award honors to other people in the industry. Such an important thing. One of the puzzle pieces that make up their ultimate goal. How could they not take it seriously? But how can they do this? Not many people recognize the value of the Academy Award. Kuiguang Group does not choose to integrate into the mainstream of the current entertainment industry. Cheng Fei shook her head. If they choose to blend in, then the awards they give out will really lose their value. Now the various awards in the domestic entertainment industry have almost become a self-entertainment activity for a very small number of people. The so-called value of these awards is only forcibly given, and in fact they have long lost their credibility. So, Yang Ruoqian's real purpose is to rebuild the public's confidence in these awards? Cheng Fei and others took notes before continuing. Yes. Only in this way can they go against the current and truly control the right to speak in the entertainment industry. No one knows what they are going to do except Yang Ruoqian, but as long as we know their purpose, we can cooperate with them better. Everyone in the audience nodded. So that's it. Imagine that a company that completely controls the right to speak in the entertainment industry is a strategic partner of its own company. In the future, the cost of film distribution, the difficulty of controlling public opinion, and even the difficulty of suppressing competitors will all drop sharply. As long as they help the Kuiguang Group, they are helping themselves. From its inception to the present, the most correct choice Chenghai Media has made is to form the most solid alliance with the Kuiguang Group. Moreover, Cheng Fei never takes advantage of the Kuiguang Group. As long as there is money, everyone will make money together. For example, the bunch of industries around Kayanda Plaza are the best proof of the friendship between the two sides. Cheng Fei, who had almost finished his words, glanced around and said, so what are you waiting for now? Go and help the Kuiguang Group promote this Golden Statue Cornerstone Award as the most prestigious award in the country. Of course, the words you use must be tactful and try to be as objective as possible. Do you understand? Understood. After the meeting, all the employees were full of energy. Some went back to write plans, and some simply held a smaller meeting with their subordinates to determine the next course of action. Just as Cheng Fei packed up and was about to leave the meeting room, a young assistant came over and whispered, Mr. Cheng, team leader Liu said he saw a message and asked me to pass it on to you. Cheng Fei stopped, nodded and said, go ahead. That's right, we seem to have heard some voices recently questioning the judges of the Golden Image Cornerstone Awards online. The voices are not loud yet, but the team leader thinks they need to be taken seriously. What do you think? Cheng Fei sneered. Anyone who can say such things is obviously a cyber troll. What does our publicity team do? In the face of such rumors, we must strike hard. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.